Class struggles in the USSR. Second period 1923 to 1930. Contents, first period, 1917 to 1923. Second period, 1923 to 1930. Bibliography, V1, p. 531 to 537, V2, p. 595. Includes indexes. 1. Russia Politics and Government 1917. 2. Russia Social Conditions 1917. 3. Коммунистическая партия Советского Союза. 4. Russia History Revolution, 1917 to 1921. I title DK 266.B 4413.302.947 to 28986 ISBN 0-85343-396-9 ISBN 0-85343-437X Monthly Review Press 62 West 14th Street New York 100121. Theobald's Road London WCIX8SL First printing manufactured in the United States of America 109876544321. Contents. Preface 11. Introduction to the Second Period 21. Part 1. The Development of Commodity and Money Relations and of Planning in the NEP Period 49-1. The Reconstitution of a Monetary and Financial System 53-2. The Development of the Machinery and Procedures of Economic Planning 73. Part 2. The Village during the NEP Period. Differentiation and Class Struggles. Agricultural Policy and Transformation of Social Relations in Agriculture 83-1. The Social Conditions of Immediate Production during the NEP Period 85-2. The Economic and Social Conditions Governing the Reproduction and Transformation of Production Relation Agriculture during the NEP 135-3. The Reproduction and Transformation of Ideological and Political Relations in the Rural Areas 163. 5. 6. Contents Part 3. The Contradictions and Class Struggles in the Industrial and Urban Sectors 187-1. The Direct Manifestations of the With the Masses 189-2. The Contradictions between the Private Sector and the State Sector in Industry and Trade 197-3. The Forms of Ownership in the State Sector and the Structure of the Immediate Production Process 209-4. The Integration of State-Owned Industry in the Overall Process of Reproduction of the Conditions of Production 266-5. The Categories of Price, Wages, and Profit, and their Class Significance 285. 6. The Forms of Organization of the Working Class 330. Part 4. The Changes in Ideological and Political Relations within the Bolshevik Party 355-1. The Fight for the Worker-Peasant Alliance 361-2. The Fight for Rapid Industrialization and for Priority for Heavy Industry 398-3. The Bolshevik Ideological Formation and its Transformations 500. Part 5. The Great Change and the Emergence of New Contradictions 589. Bibliography 595. Index 607. Preface. My purpose in the present volume is to continue my analysis of the process of transformation of the Soviet social formation through the years 1923 to 1930, defining the way in which successes and failures were intermingled in that period, and so prepared the subsequent victories and defeats experienced by the working class and the masses of the people in the USSR. In order to accomplish this task, it is necessary to establish what the social relations were in which the agents of production were integrated, and to reconstitute as clearly as possible the fundamental class struggles of the period being considered. One must also take into account the diverse forms in which actual social relations were perceived by the masses and also by the members and leaders of the party. Finally, we have to establish the significance and social implications of the theoretical notions and political platforms around which a series of conflicts took place. This analysis must therefore deal with a complex objective process developing on several different levels, and entailing changes each of which proceeded at its own pace, even though all were interlinked and affected each other. This compels us to renounce any sort of idealistic approach claiming to expound the history of the USSR as the realization of a certain set of ideas, whether those of Marx, of Lenin, or of Stalin. In other words, only a materialist treatment of the process of transformation of the Soviet social formation will enable us really to understand this process and draw lessons from it. Such a treatment is all the more essential today because a series of writings filled with open hostility to Marxism, and mainly inspired by the works of Solzhenitsyn, are directed to presenting the history of the USSR as the outcome of the ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. This idealist approach is, moreover, the counterpart of another one, similar though with different aims, expressed in writings of predominantly apologetic character which present the history of the USSR as the outcome of the decisions of the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state, and which furthermore assume that, generally speaking, these decisions were directly dictated by Marxist principles, resulting from analyses carried out in light of these principles. A feature common to these idealist treatments of the history of the Soviet formation is that they relegate to the background the movement of the objective contradictions, the various forms assumed by class struggles, and the role played by ways of seeing reality that were inherited from the past and affected the aspirations of the masses and the views of the leaders alike. For a materialist analysis of the transformation process of the Soviet formation, all these factors need to be reckoned with. A materialist analysis also requires that we refuse to compare the history of the USSR with any ideal model from which it is supposed to have deviated at a certain moment, so that from that moment everything took the wrong turning. It is therefore indispensable to analyze the Soviet social formation in its originality, so as to understand the unique character of the gigantic upheavals that it has experienced. Reckoning with the specific features of the history of the USSR does not debar us from drawing lessons from it for other countries and other periods, since this history, in its singularity, possesses a universal bearing for the simple reason that the universal does not exist otherwise than in the form of the particular. But this universal bearing 13. Can be grasped only by means of a concrete analysis of the movement of the contradictions, especially of those that developed on the plane of ideology. The pages that follow will not present chronologically the development of the contradictions of the period 1923 to 1930. Attention will be focused on the moment when these contradictions converged, giving rise, in 1928 to 1930, to a crisis which appeared as a general crisis of the NEP. We shall see, moreover, that some vital aspects of this crisis were connected with the way in which the new economic policy was implemented, and with the ambiguous forms assumed by its gradual abandonment. In any case, analyzing this crisis will enable us to perceive a series of contradictions as they manifested themselves in their most acute form, and to trace the way that they had developed and become intermingled in the course of the preceding years, so that light is thrown upon both the conditions that brought the crisis of 1920 to 1930 to a head and also the class consequences of this crisis. The contradictions analyzed in this volume concern, in the first place, the working class. We have to see how the conditions under which this class produced were changed, but have also to describe the forms taken by the rise in the level of consumption by the industrial workers, by the various relations of distribution, and by the way in which the workers were organized. Special attention has been given to the ways whereby the workers made their presence felt in the ideological and political machinery through which the working class could either develop its own initiative, or find its activities being oriented in one direction or another. The successes won during the years under consideration, no less than the setbacks suffered, had a considerable influence on the form taken by the crisis of 1928 to 1930 and its outcome. Likewise analyzed in this volume are the social relations in which the peasantry and its various strata were integrated, the 14. Struggles that developed within the peasantry, and the contradictions that set the peasant masses against certain decisions of the Soviet government. The contradictions analyzed often present themselves as economic ones. It is therefore appropriate to bring to light the social relations which both manifested and concealed themselves in the form of prices, wages, and profits, and the class significance of the movements of industrial and agricultural prices, movements which involved, to some extent at least, the fate of the alliance between the workers and the peasants. Our analysis deals fundamentally with political contradictions, but these cannot be reduced merely to the conflicts between the various oppositions and the majority in the political bureau. Actually, these contradictions were also internal to the political line laid down by the party leadership, a line that included contradictory elements which played a far from negligible role in the development of the crisis of 1928 to 1930. Moreover, this political line frequently contradicted the actual practice of the cadres of party and state, and the consequences of this practice reacted, sooner or later, upon the political line, leading to its transformation. Special attention must be given here to the limited means at the disposal of the Bolshevik Party for putting many of its decisions into effect. This limitation was a product of history. It was connected with the party's inadequate presence among the peasantry, and with the hardly proletarian character of many parts of the state machine, and so with the type of relations established between these parts of the state machine and the working people. However, the limits restricting the activity of the Bolshevik Party and also the possibilities for mass initiative were due not only to political factors, but were also determined by the development of a certain number of ideological relations. We must therefore analyze quite closely the Bolshevik ideological formation and its transformations. We shall see that some of the conceptions which played an increasing role in the Bolshevik Party, and which were also present among the masses, often led to the existence of some of the developing contradictions being hidden from view, to incorrect interpretation of those contradictions whose existence was recognized, or to the adoption of decisions that were more or less inadequate, in the sense that they failed in their purpose and weakened the positions of the Soviet proletariat. The characteristic features of the Bolshevik ideological formation reflected, in the first place, the limited experience which the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet proletariat could then draw upon. They were connected also with the conflicts that developed in the party before October and during the years 1917 to 1923, and so with the contradictions in the ideological formation of that period. Finally, and above all, they resulted from the changes undergone by that ideological formation in face of the new problems that arose and the changes in class relations within the Soviet formation itself. The process of change in the Bolshevik ideological formation produced contradictory effects. On the one hand, it led to an enrichment of Marxism, to a clearer perception of the political and economic tasks that the Soviet government had to tackle. On the other, and at the same time, it contributed especially, to the weakness of the party's ties with the peasant masses to the strengthening of conceptions that departed from revolutionary Marxism. It should be noted, too, that these conceptions could in some cases be given illusory title deeds of legitimacy through a mechanistic interpretation of some formulation or other employed by Marx himself. As we shall see, a significant example of this was the role that the Bolshevik Party gave to the formulations used by Marx in his writings of 1846, in which society appears as an expressive totality where the aggregate of social relations seems to be determined by the technological conditions of production. This happened with the well-known phrase, the 16. Hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist, 5, which can be interpreted in a narrowly economist-technicist sense. A relatively large amount of space is given at the end of this volume to the problems posed by the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation. These problems have, indeed, a considerable bearing. Analysis of them enables us to understand better how and why a certain number of contradictions that developed in the Soviet social formation were imperfectly grasped, so that the inadequate treatment they received resulted in a series of unsought consequences that were increasingly difficult to control. What is said on this subject implies in the most direct fashion a lesson that is of universal application. Some of the conceptions alien to revolutionary Marxism that were present in the Bolshevik ideological formation became, during the 1930s, established truths which influenced a number of the parties belonging to the Communist International. These parties were thus induced, in historical conditions differing from those of the USSR, to commit mistakes that were similar to those committed by the Bolshevik Party. 6. Analysis of the contradictions and transformations of the Bolshevik ideological formation is still relevant to present-day concerns. Even now, some of those who with justification claim to be Marxist-Leninists have not clearly recognized what may be mistakes in certain formulations adopted by the Bolshevik Party which played a negative role in the transformation process of the Soviet social formation, by weakening the leading role of the working class. The identification of revolutionary Marxism with some of the formulations or theses which, though accepted by the Bolshevik Party, were alien to Marxism, continues to do harm to the cause of socialism in another way. Thus, what the Bolshevik Party said, especially from the end of the 1920s on, about the socialist significance of state ownership and about the decisive role of the development of the productive forces as the driving force of social changes is repeated today by the Soviet revisionists. By reiterating these formulas they 17. Claim to prove their loyalty to Marxism-Leninism. Other opponents of socialism employ similar identifications, and the results ensuing from the theses to which they relate, in order to reject what the Soviet Revolution has accomplished and reject, also, the teachings of revolutionary Marxism, without which it is impossible to carry forward to victory the struggle for socialism. At the heart of the analyses that follow, therefore, lies the question of the relation between the process of change affecting the Soviet social formation and that which affected the Bolshevik ideological formation. This is a question of capital importance which I have been able only to begin to deal with here. Perhaps my essay may serve as the starting point for setting right way up the problem referred to by means of the mistaken expression the personality cult. What is meant thereby really took shape only in the 1930s and can therefore be analyzed only in my next volume. Nevertheless, it is not without value to make a few methodological observations on the subject straight away. In the first place, it must be said that, in order to deal rigorously with this question, on the basis of historical materialism, one needs to analyze first of all the transformation process of the Soviet social formation and its articulation with that of the Bolshevik ideological formation. The question of Stalin cannot be presented correctly unless it is situated in relation to this dual process. Historically, Stalin was the product of this process, not its author. To be sure, his role was considerable, but the line followed by his acts and decisions cannot be separated either from the relations of strength between classes, or from the means available to the Bolshevik Party, or from the ideas that were predominant in the party and among the masses. It is by taking strict account of all these objective determining factors that one can analyze the activity of the Bolshevik Party, and so of Stalin, and understand how this activity contributed to maintaining some of the conquests of October, consolidating Soviet power, and, at the same time, undermining some of these conquests by allowing the development of practices and social relations which greatly 18. Weakened the leading role of the Soviet proletariat and profoundly shook the alliance between the workers and the peasants. But only concrete analysis applied to the specific forms of the changes undergone by the Soviet social formation can enable us to tackle these questions correctly. Such a concrete analysis shows also to what extent Stalin was, above all, in most cases, the man who concentrated systematically the views of the leading circles of the party and some of the aspirations of a section of the Soviet masses. The nature of these views and these aspirations was not the same at all moments in the history of the Soviet formation, and therefore the question of Stalin can be tackled correctly only by periodizing it. In any case, in the following pages I am not concerned with these problems, since treatment of them is necessarily subordinate to a preliminary analysis of the process of change through which the Soviet formation has passed. Notes. 1. Our knowledge of these struggles can, alas, only be very incomplete. The most significant factors can, of course, be grasped by reference to the published documents, by interpreting the speeches of the Soviet leaders and the decisions adopted by the party. But a more thorough knowledge of the struggles and of the state of mind of the masses, and especially of the different strata compassing them, will not be achieved until later, when archives which are at present closed to researchers are open to them, and, above all, when, through a mighty mass movement of concern to know their past, the Soviet people themselves come to participate in the reconstitution of their own history. Meanwhile, only the most outstanding developments can be appreciated, which is already a great deal. 2. In J. Elienstein's book, Histoire du phénomène stalinien, we find an idealist approach and positions characteristic of mechanical materialism intermingled. The developments experienced by the 19. USSR are shown as the result of a certain conception of socialism adapted to the specific historical conditions of Russia, to the low level of the productive forces in that country at the start of the revolution, and to the initial situation of its masses. Elienstein writes of a people in rags and without education and the burden of Tsarist tradition and orthodox ritual. It is on this historical terrain, very different from that of France, that a specific type of socialism is said to have developed. A myth of origin thus does duty for analysis of a complex process of transformation. Rejection of this myth does not mean, of course, denying that the effects produced upon the Soviet social formation by a number of contradictions that were not brought under control did take on forms that were specifically Russian. However, what matters when we are trying to draw lessons from the history of the Soviet Union is the content of universal implication to be found in the changes that that country has undergone. This is why we need to grasp them in their specific forms, but also to go beyond the particularity of these forms. 3. We need only recall what Lenin had to say on the matter. The apparatus we call ours is, in fact, still quite alien to us. It is a bourgeois and Tsarist hodgepodge. On this point see volume I of the present work, p. 329. For lack of mass action to revolutionize this apparatus, its characteristic features could not be radically altered. 4. The most telling example of a mistaken interpretation is provided by the attempt made to account for the bureaucratic distortions of the state machinery by attributing these exclusively to the predominance of small-scale production. Actually, these distortions were also connected with the development of centralistic political relations, a development that was not combated by the Bolshevik Party, since it considered that the forms of centralization characteristic of capitalism corresponded to the requirements for domination by society over the processes of production and reproduction. 5. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, in Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 6, p. 166. 20. 6. Of course, if a particular communist party was influenced by some of the mistaken theses upheld by the Bolshevik Party and the Comintern, the reason for this must be sought in the social practice of this party, in its relations with the various classes of society, in its internal structure, and in its greater or lesser capacity to generate criticism and self-criticism, drawing up the balance sheet of its own experience and learning lessons therefrom. 21. Introduction to the Second Period. The purpose of this volume is to show the movement of the contradictions leading to the economic and political crisis that opened at the beginning of 1928 and culminated, from the end of 1929, in the complete abandonment of the new economic policy which had been inaugurated in 1921. 1. This abandonment corresponded to a radical alteration of political line. The decisive moment of this alteration was called by Stalin himself the Great Turn or Great Change. 2. The analyses that follow relate to the contradictions that led to this abandonment, to the NEP itself, and to the great change that marked the real ending of it. Only as clear a view as can be obtained of the interweaving and transformation of the contradictions characteristic of the Soviet formation between 1923 and 1929 can enable us to appreciate the concrete conditions under which the USSR entered, in 1930, a new period of collectivization and industrialization, that of the 5-year plans. That new period will be studied in a subsequent volume. The NEP as a policy of alliance between the workers and the peasants. The NEP is often discussed as though it were a mere economic policy. The very name given to it suggests such an interpretation, and the measures taken initially in order to implement it seem to have aimed mainly at restoring a certain amount of freedom of trade and leaving the peasants a margin of initiative much wider than they had enjoyed during war communism. At the beginning of 1922, at the time of the 11th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin was still saying, "The chief thing the people, all the working people, want today is nothing but help in their desperate hunger and need." 3. Nevertheless, over and above immediate appearances, and the confusion caused by the expression new economic policy, the NEP was very much more than an economic policy. For it was also very much more than a policy of concessions made to the peasantry and to some Russian and foreign capitalists. Actually, the NEP was something other than a mere retreat, the metaphor that was first used to define it. It was an active alliance between the working class and the peasantry, an alliance that was more and more clearly defined by Lenin as intended not just to ensure restoration of the economy but also to make it possible to lead the peasant masses along the road to socialism, through the aid economic, ideological, and political brought to them by the proletariat. 5. The NEP as an active alliance between the peasantry and the proletariat in power was a special form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a form corresponding to the specific conditions prevailing in Soviet Russia in the 1920s. The special features of the class alliance which the NEP aimed to establish should not cause us to forget that this alliance was in strict conformity with the fundamental principles of Marxism. Marx opposed laissez-aller, for whom, in relation to the working class, the other social classes constituted one reactionary mass. In a passage written in June 1919, long before the formulation of the NEP, Lenin stressed that the dictatorship of the proletariat does not mean a dictatorship of the working class over the masses in general, but is an alliance between classes. He declared that whoever has not understood this from reading Marx's Capital has understood nothing in Marx, understood nothing in socialism. 6. After recalling that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the continuation of the class struggle in new forms, Lenin added. 23. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a specific form of class alliance between the proletariat, the vanguard of the working people, and the numerous non-proletarian strata of the working people or the majority of these strata, an alliance against capital, an alliance whose aim is the complete overthrow of capital, complete suppression of the resistance offered by the bourgeoisie as well as of attempts at restoration on its part, an alliance for the final establishment and consolidation of socialism. 7. For Lenin the NEP was thus neither a mere economic policy nor a mere retreat, it was a special form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, requiring respect for a certain number of political orientations and fundamental principles. The necessity of this form under the conditions of Soviet Russia was one of the lessons that Lenin drew from war communism. That experience had shown that it was imperative to replace the attempted frontal attack characteristic of the years 1918 to 1920 by a war of position. This war could lead to the triumph of socialism provided that the ruling party clearly perceived that the terrain it stood upon at the outset was one of real social relations which were still capitalist, and provided that it set itself the task of helping to bring about the conditions needed if these relations were to be controlled and transformed, by drawing the peasant masses into this new struggle, which was a struggle for socialism. In his closing speech at the 11th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, delivered on April 2, 1922, Lenin was particularly explicit on this point. On the one hand, he showed that the phase of retreat which had at first characterized the NEP was at an end, that a stop must be put to that retreat, though not to the NEP itself. On the other hand, he emphasized two principles: first, the new advance must be cautious, and, secondly and especially, this advance must be made together with the peasantry. The following formulation is particularly significant: the 24. Main thing now is to advance as an immeasurably wider and larger mass, and only together with the peasantry, proving to them by deeds, in practice, by experience, that we are learning and that we shall learn to assist them, to lead them forward. 8. The two key expressions in this formulation are, to advance, which shows that in 1922, as Lenin saw it, the NEP must make it possible to go forward, and only together with the peasantry, which implies that the advance must be made together with the peasant masses, whom the party must learn to assist. In January 1923, Lenin gave concrete definition to one of the forms that this advance towards socialism should assume so far as the peasantry was concerned. If the whole of the peasantry had been organized in cooperatives, we would by now have been standing with both feet on the soil of socialism. In the same passage, Lenin stressed again that, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, a general development of cooperatives could lead to socialism provided that it resulted not from economic and political coercion, but from the will of the peasant masses themselves, which accounts for this remark. The organization of the entire peasantry in cooperative societies presupposes a standard of culture among the peasants that cannot, in fact, be achieved without a cultural revolution. 9. The phrase quoted is of decisive importance, even though in this particular passage the content of the expression cultural revolution remains rather vague. However, the way in which the NEP actually developed did not depend exclusively on the parties rallying to the principles proclaimed. What was essential was the concrete content of this rallying, the mode of intervention in the class struggles which it determined, and the party's practical capacity to put into deeds the measures it resolved upon. It was all that which constituted the reality of the policy followed during the NEP, and which had an influence greater or less, from case to case on the process of reproduction and transformation of 25. Social relations that took place between 1923 and 1928, and culminated in the general crisis of the years 1928 and 1929. The analysis of the requirements and the limitations of the NEP made by the majority of the Bolshevik Party leadership was far from stable and consistent. It varied from time to time and was not the same for all members of the CC. Each interpretation appeared as the result of the combining of two fundamental tendencies concerning the significance to be accorded to the NEP. At different moments, one of these tendencies was more or less predominant, and this applied both to the party majority itself and to the positions taken up by one and the same party leader. One of these tendencies led to the NEP being reduced to a mere economic policy, a retreat, to which one had to resign oneself for the time being, until the situation should make it possible to get rid of the NEP 10 and resume the offensive. This tendency implicitly assumed that no real offensive could be undertaken until the NEP had been abandoned. The other tendency, the one that was in closer conformity to Lenin's own line of thought 11, declared that the NEP was above all a specific form of the alliance between the workers and the peasants, and that this form was capable of modification, especially in response to the rallying of the peasant masses to the cooperatives and to collective production. The interpretations in which this attitude was dominant did not consider that it was necessary to get rid of the NEP in the near future, but merely to transform it. Predominance of the first of these two tendencies meant, if taken to extremes, looking on the NEP as a capitalist road of development, from which followed the conclusion that it would have to be abandoned as soon as conditions made this possible. Predominance of the second tendency meant, on the contrary, agreeing that the NEP made development along the socialist road possible, provided that the party took the appropriate measures. This interpretation thus did not present as 26. Mutually irreconcilable pursuit of the NEP and advance towards socialism. It did not, however, deny that this advance might include elements of subordinated capitalist development, the effects of which must be gradually subjected to control and then transformed by the class struggle. Over and above all hesitations and temporary fluctuations, the way the NEP was predominantly interpreted by the leadership of the Bolshevik Party was governed by an historical development. The interpretation that prevailed in the first historical period saw in the NEP essentially a policy of class alliances that was relatively lasting. It tended, however, to ascribe to this alliance a content that was mainly economic. One must emphasize that this was only a tendency, and did not rule out the introduction of measures aiming directly to change the political relations between the Bolshevik Party and the peasantry, such as the policy of revitalizing the rural Soviets. In a second phase beginning at the end of 1925, when it was proclaimed that the restoration period had been completed, the idea developed to an increasing extent that the NEP was essentially provisional in character. In practice, this idea found expression in a growing gap between statements of principle, which affirmed positions that were basically unchanged, and the measures concretely adopted and implemented. Actually, these measures represented to an ever greater degree a violation, on the plane of political practice, of some of the requirements of the NEP, especially as regards relations with the peasant masses. What was going on, therefore, was a gradual abandonment of all that the NEP stood for as a policy of active alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. Thus, what appeared in 1928 to 1929 to be a crisis of the NEP was, in reality, a crisis caused by non-application of the NEP, a crisis of the worker-peasant alliance. The changes affecting the predominant interpretation of the NEP by the Bolshevik Party enable us to understand the nature of certain decisions taken by the party during the years 1923 to 1929, but they are far from supplying an adequate explanation of them. On the one hand, a considerable number of decisions were taken under the pressure of immediate difficulties. They were more or less improvised, and the changes in the way that the NEP was interpreted were then brought in, more in order to furnish retrospective justification for decisions already taken than as a factor determining these decisions. On the other hand, and especially, these changes in the predominant interpretation of the NEP need to be explained themselves. This explanation can be found only by analyzing the changes that took place in the Bolshevik ideological formation and by relating these changes to their material basis, the successes and failures of the policy followed, the changes in relations of strength between the classes, and the general movement of the economic and social contradictions that were subject to control to a greater or lesser degree. To the NEP as an economic policy and its results down to 1927. The most immediate aim of the NEP was to rescue the country from the famine and economic chaos in which it was sunk after 4 years of imperialist war followed by 3 years of civil war and foreign intervention. At the beginning, these economic tasks were also directly political tasks. What mattered for the Soviet government was, first and foremost, to take the measures needed if the essential branches of production were quickly to recover their pre-war levels, and then to surpass these levels, taking account of the new social and political conditions resulting from the October Revolution. By achieving this aim, the Soviet government scored a political victory. It showed its power to save the country from the tremendous difficulties into which it was plunged at the end of the Civil War. Thanks to the measures taken, and, above all, to the immense effort and labor put in by 28. The workers and peasants, the results obtained were exceptionally great. Agricultural production in 1926 to 1927. Agricultural production took a leap forward. Its value, in pre-war prices, reached 11.17 milliard rubles, which meant an advance of over 100% on 1921 to 1922 and 6% on 1913 in comparison with 1925 to 1926, the previous year, when the advance was 5%. 12 in 1926-1927. The gross yield of grain was more than 25% in excess of that in 1922 to 1923, it came to about 76.4 million metric tons, as against 74.5 in 1925 to 1926. 13 At that moment, however, the level of the pre-war grain harvest had not been fully attained, but a number of other branches of agricultural production were progressing, despite the inadequacy and obsolescence of the equipment available on most farms. The years between 1921 to 1922 and 1926 to 1927 thus saw a remarkable advance in agriculture. However, this advance was very uneven between one region and another and between different branches of agriculture. Furthermore, after 1925 to 1926, agricultural production tended to stagnate. This slowing down was to have important political consequences. Industrial production during the NEP, industrial production, too, made remarkable progress. Production in 1926 to 1927 was, in terms of volume, 3 times that of 1921 to 1922. However, the progress achieved made up mainly for the previous decline, and industrial production in 1926 to 1927 was only 4% more than pre-war, whereas it was 15.6% more than in the preceding year. 15. If we take the processing industry alone, the progress made was very substantial. In 1927 the index for this branch of production stood at 114.5. This progress 29. Continued, moreover, during the two subsequent years. In 1929 the index for this branch stood at 181.4, which put the USSR at the head of all the countries of Europe for growth in production by manufacturing industry as compared with pre-war. 16. If we compare the progress made by the different branches of industry, we find that the rates of progress were highly uneven. In 1926 to 1927 production of coal and oil surpassed the pre-war level to a marked degree. Iron and steel lagged behind. As for production of cotton goods, it exceeded the pre-war figure by 70%. 17. The progress in industrial production of consumer goods did not show the same signs of slowing down as became apparent in agriculture. When we compare it with the increase in population, we see that, taken as a whole, it had progressed at a faster rate. Between 1913 and 1926 the population grew by 7%, reaching the figure of 147 million, 18 million of whom lived in towns, whereas the index of industrial production of consumer goods reached 120 in 1928. 18. The development of exchange. One of the immediate aims of the NEP was a rapid development of exchange between town and country. It was an aim to be attained not only through increased production but also through the establishment of economic relations satisfactory to the peasants who, under war communism, had furnished supplies to the towns while receiving hardly any products in return. The NEP was, in fact, marked by an extensive development of commodity exchange, by restoration of the role of money, by the existence of a vast free market, and by the influence of price movements upon the supply of and demand for goods, and by then influence on the orientation of some investments. Nevertheless, the years beginning in 1921 also saw the 30. Developing activity of a group of state organs whose operations aimed at safeguarding expanded reproduction, to some extent, from the direct influence of commodity relations, through the increasing role played by planning, centralization of fiscal revenue, and the carrying out of investment programs. The figures available do not enable us to estimate precisely how exchange evolved in comparison with 1913. It is certain, however, that the amount of agricultural produce supplied to the towns and urban trade by the peasants, in order to obtain the money that they needed to pay their taxes, was much less in 1926 than in 1913. Thereafter, the bulk of the selling done by the peasants was intended to pay for their purchases of industrial goods. Taken as a whole, the trade turnover in 1926 to 1927 was 2.5 times what it had been in 1923 to 1924. Even if we allow for the fact that during this period prices increased by about 50%, the overall volume of exchange increased by more than 60% in 3 years. Besides, these figures do not include the very big increase in sales made by the peasants in the urban markets, sales which between 1922 to 1923 and 1924-1925 multiplied by 3.3 and constituted at the later date more than one-third of the retail trade turnover. 19. Another proof of the substantial increase in the volume of exchange is provided by the rapid advance in the tonnage carried by the railways, which was multiplied more than threefold between 1922 and 1927, the year when it exceeded the level of 1913 by 5%. These few pointers serve to demonstrate the extent of the economic recovery accomplished between 1922 and 1927. The progress in most branches of production and exchange continued, moreover, after 1927, so that the contrast between this advance and the crisis experienced in the sphere of procurement of grain stands out all the more strikingly. To account for this crisis and the way it developed, we shall need to study the contradictory forms assumed by the worker-peasant alliance. This study is all the more necessary because the importance and the role of these contradictions are usually much underestimated. 31. 3. The consolidation of the Worker-Peasant Alliance and the contradictions in the Soviet social formation in 1923 to 1929. The consolidation of the Worker-Peasant Alliance between 1923 and 1927 was based primarily upon the constructive work carried out under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. This work was done in the main, as we have seen, in the sphere of production and exchange, but it was a great deal wider in scope than that. In the sphere of education, there was an unprecedented increase in the numbers of people attending school. The figure for pupils in primary and secondary schools increased, in round figures, from 7.9 million in 1914 to 1915 to 11.5 million in 1927 to 1928. 20 as compared with 1922 to 1923, the increase in numbers was 1.4 million in the towns and 2.8 million in the countryside. 21 True, and I shall come back to this point. The content and methods of the teaching given were far from corresponding fully to what was needed for the building of socialism and to what was implicit in the role that the workers and peasants were supposed to play in that task. Nevertheless, the quantitative progress achieved was remarkable, and real efforts were made to establish a system of education linked with practical work in production. In the sphere of reading by the masses, great progress was realized. Thus, the number of books in the public libraries, in 1927, was 43.5 million in the towns, and 25.7 million in the country areas. 22 This progress was all the more significant because, on the whole, what was published after the October Revolution was marked by a new, revolutionary spirit, and because the controversies of that period were wide-ranging enough to permit the expression of such diverse trends of thought, dogmatic tendencies, and a stereotyped style were largely avoided. All the same, we must not lose sight of the fact that, despite what had been achieved, only a little over 1/2 of the inhabitants between 9 and 49 years of age could read and write when the census of 1926 was taken. 32. In the sphere of health, the number of doctors increased from 20,000 in 1913 to 63,000 in 1928, 23 despite the substantial emigration of doctors between 1918 and 1923. The number of practitioners present in the rural districts increased rapidly, but in proportion to the number of inhabitants, still remained much lower than in the towns. Improvements in material and sanitary conditions brought about a fall in the death rate from 21.7% in 1924 to 18.8% in 1927. The consolidation of Soviet power and of the Worker-Peasant Alliance had, of course, a political basis, in particular, the special attention that the Bolshevik Party gave to the peasant question. This consolidation was bound up with the development of the mass organizations of the working class and of the peasantry. 24 The consolidation of Soviet power and of the Worker-Peasant Alliance took place, inevitably, under contradictory conditions. It is the way in which these contradictions developed, became interconnected, and were dealt with that provides the explanation for what the NEP was, how it was transformed, and why it culminated in a crisis expressing its abandonment. The basic contradiction was one that opposed the proletariat to the bourgeoisie. During the NEP this contradiction presented itself particularly in the form of the contradiction between the private sector and the state and cooperative sector, for the latter was, in the main, directed by the Soviet state, itself directed by the Bolshevik Party, the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1928 the sector contributed 44% of the national income, 82.4% of the gross value of industrial production, and accounted for 76.4% of the turnover of the retail trade enterprises. On the other hand, only 3.3% of the gross value of agricultural production came from this sector. 25 As we shall see, the decisive role played by the private sector in agriculture, and the considerable one played by private trade, partly explain the crisis that marked the years 1928 and 1929, and the distinctive features of that crisis. However, the contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie assumed other forms as well, and these we must analyze, especially those which opposed the working class to the managers of enterprises, both private and state-owned, in particular when the latter obstructed the workers' initiative. This contradiction became acute during the second half of 1928. During the years 1923 to 1929 an important role was played by the contradiction which opposed more or less sharply at different times the peasantry to the Soviet government. In 1929 this contradiction became a decisive one, owing to the way with which it was dealt. It became interwoven with other contradictions, principally that which made the peasantry a contradictory unity, divided into kulaki, bedniaki, and seredniaki. The vital significance of the supplying of grain to the towns meant that the impact which the development of these contradictions had upon grain procurement 26 acquired decisive importance. Reciprocally, it was on this plane that a series of measures were taken that might either consolidate or disturb the worker-peasant alliance. Owing to the way in which they were put into effect, under conditions that we must analyze, the measures taken from 1928 on led progressively to complete abandonment of the NEP. For grain procurement, its fluctuations, and the state of the worker-peasant alliance. The term procurement refers to the operations for purchasing agricultural produce carried out by the state's economic organs and by the officially recognized network of cooperatives. The regular functioning of procurement was decisively im. 34. Important. Politically, its smooth progress constituted the outward sign that one of the material foundations of the worker-peasant alliance was being consolidated. Economically, this smooth progress ensured the supplies needed by the towns and by industry. It contributed to a certain degree of price stability, and to the balance of payments in foreign trade. In the last mentioned connection, indeed, grain procurement played a role of central importance, for exports of grain were one of the principal sources from which the foreign exchange was obtained for financing imports, especially those that could help industry to develop. During the NEP, procurement was carried on in competition with the purchasing activities of the private sector. In principle, and this was an essential aspect of the NEP from the standpoint of the worker-peasant alliance, procurement had to be effected on the basis of the prices at which the peasants were willing to sell, and had to involve only such quantities as the peasants were ready to deliver. The principles of the NEP implied that procurement must be a form of marketing and not a form of requisition or taxation at the expense of the peasantry. And that was, in fact, how procurement worked down to the end of 1927. Procurement was highly important for the peasantry, to whom it guaranteed stable outlets for their produce. It also constituted one of the bases for economic planning, since correct realization of economic plans largely depended on satisfactory functioning of the operations for purchase of agricultural produce. In principle, the intervention of the procurement agencies on a sufficiently large scale enabled these agencies to exert overall control over the prices at which this produce was marketed, which meant also controlling the prices that prevailed in private trade. This intervention thus constituted, if it was carried out under proper conditions, an instrument for implementing a price policy in conformity with the needs of the worker-peasant alliance. During the first years of the NEP, the Soviet government tried to practice such a price policy. It did not always succeed, however, for reasons to which we shall have to return. 35. Finally, it should be added that the development of procurement was conceived not merely as an instrument to secure increasing control over the market, but also as a means of gradually ousting private trade. The struggle to oust private trade was one of the forms of the class struggle during the NEP. It aimed to strengthen the direct economic ties uniting the peasantry with the Soviet government. At the 11th Party Congress, in 1922, Lenin had stressed that, in order to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance, the communists appointed to head the central state and cooperative trading organs must beat the capitalists on their own ground. Here is something we must do now in the economic field. We must win the competition against the ordinary shop assistant, the ordinary capitalist, the merchant, who will go to the peasant without arguing about communism. 27 Lenin explained that the task of the industrial and commercial organs of the Soviet government was to ensure economic linkage with the peasantry by showing that it could satisfy the peasants' needs better than private capital could. He added, "Here the last and decisive battle is impending, Here there are no political or any other flanking movements that we can undertake, because this is a test in competition with private capital. Either we pass this test in competition with private capital, or we fail completely. 28. These principles, ratified by the 11th Party Congress, were adhered to in the main until 1927. The increasing role played by the state and cooperative sector in the general sphere of trade therefore testified to its vitality, to its increasing capacity to carry out procurement in the true sense of the word. The reader must be given an idea of this sector's overall development by showing what its share was in commercial operations as a whole. Here are some figures. On the eve of the final crisis of the NEP, wholesale trade was already largely concentrated in the state and cooperative sector. The state's organs dealt with 50.2% of it, as against 5.1% covered by private trade. The balance of 44.7% was handled by cooperative trade, which was itself subject to directive from the state's organs. 29. Concentration of wholesale trade under the direct control of 36. The Soviet government continued to progress after 1927, but his progress was thenceforth increasingly due to the application of regulatory measures which nevertheless did not suffice to prevent a series of contradictions from developing in the sphere of trade. In retail trade, the position held by the state and cooperative agencies was less clearly dominant than in wholesale trade, but in 1926 to 1927 they were responsible for the greater part of this, too. At that time they contributed 13.3% and 49.8%, respectively, of the retail trade turnover, leaving 36.9% to private traders. In 1928 and 1929 the share held by the latter fell to 22.5% and then to 13.5%. 30. Despite the big role played by state and cooperative trade, it did not succeed in accomplishing all the aims assigned to it by the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government, especially as regards prices and the quantities that it was expected to buy or sell. We shall see this in detail when we come to examine how the final crisis of the NEP developed. Let us note for the moment that a considerable contradiction appeared between private trade and state and cooperative trade in the matter of prices. Private traders resold at prices higher than those charged by the state and cooperative organs, and so were able to offer the peasants better prices for their products. This had a harmful effect on the procurement operations that the state endeavored to carry out on the basis of stable prices. This contradiction stimulated the adoption of administrative measures directed against private trade, but such measures often seemed to the peasants to be reasons why they were losing money, or being deprived of opportunities to make more money. In any case, in 1926 to 1927, state and cooperative trade had succeeded in attaining a predominant position without having had recourse, thus far, to measures of prohibition. According to the directives laid down by the party in a resolution adopted at the end of 1927 by the 15th Congress, 31 state and cooperative trade had to follow the price policy decided by the party, to enable the Soviet state to 37. Carry on an active policy in the buying and selling of produce, and to subordinate commerce to the objectives of the plan. In reality, state and cooperative trade did not at that time succeed in gaining the control over commercial operations that was expected of it. This became especially clear in the crucial sphere of grain procurement. Here, difficulties arose in the most striking way and with the most serious consequences, a situation which we must now proceed to examine. The progress, and then the crisis, of procurement. The procurement crisis that began in 1927 to 1928 concerned, first and foremost, grain, a group of products which played an essential role in the feeding of the townspeople and in Soviet exports at that time. It is therefore to the evolution of grain procurement that we must pay attention. It will first be observed that in 1926 to 1927 procurement involved 10.59 million metric tons. Like the harvest of that year, it was much bigger than that of the previous year. The emergency measures and their immediate consequences. The way in which the party and the government reacted to the serious fall in the amount of grain procured resulted from a relatively simple analysis of the situation, or rather from an oversimplified analysis which took account of only one aspect of the contradictions developing in the countryside, an aspect which was not, in fact, the principal one. Generally speaking, the Bolshevik Party considered that the reduction in procurement was due mainly to holding back of grain by the rich peasants, to a sort of kulaks strike. 36 Having analyzed the situation in this way, the party leadership took the view, at the beginning of 1928, that this strike must be answered with restraints and requisitions. These were what came to be called the extraordinary or emergency measures, terms intended to emphasize the temporary character of the measures taken. In themselves, the emergency measures need not have done fundamental violence to the principles of the NEP, for they were supposed to apply exclusively to kulaks guilty of illegal hoarding and speculation. Their legal basis was Article 107 of the Penal Code, adopted in 1926. They 39 were regarded as being one of the forms of the class struggle aimed, as the 15th Congress resolution put it, at restricting the exploiting tendencies of the rural bourgeoisie. 37 If the emergency measures had in fact been applied merely to the quantity of grain that could be seized from the kulak farms, they would not have enabled the procurement agencies to realize their plan, which had very high targets. In practice, therefore, the emergency measures turned into something quite different from a struggle against speculation by kulaks. They constituted a measure of economic policy aimed at ensuring, at all costs, transference to the state's granaries of a quantity of grain as near as possible to that provided for in the procurement plan. In order that this plan might be realized, the state organs and the local party cadres were given very strict instructions. The cadres were threatened with penalties in the event that the procurement proved inadequate. As a result of the pressure brought to bear on them, the local officials were led to requisition quantities of grain very much larger than those they could find on the farms of the kulaks alone. Thus, the emergency measures hit not only the kulaks but also, and above all, the middle peasants and even some of the poor peasants. 38 Mikoyan, who was in charge of the administrative apparatus entrusted with procurement, actually noted that the bulk of the wheat surplus was held by the middle peasants, and that the wheat confiscated from them was taken by means of measures that were officially denounced as harmful, illegal, and inadmissible. 39 However, the local organs of the Bolshevik Party insisted on the necessity, if the procurement targets were to be attained, of seizing the grain belonging to the middle peasants. A party circular issued in the North Caucasian region gave the following guidelines. While continuing to drain the surplus grain from kulak households, and employing whatever means are necessary to encourage them to sell their surplus to the state, we must bear in mind that the main bulk of the grain reserves is, nevertheless, in the hands of the middle peasants. For this reason, the February 40 procurements will be made mainly at the expense of the seredniaks in the villages, that is to say they will be amassed in small quantities. 40. Adoption of these practices gave rise to a crisis in numerous regions and provoked discontent on the part of wide strata of the peasantry, who thought that a return to the methods of war communism was going on. The party's General Secretariat received disturbing reports about the way in which the emergency measures were being applied, and the reactions they were arousing among the peasantry. On February 13, 1928, Stalin sent out a circular to all party organizations summarizing the situation which had led to the emergency measures being adopted and admitting that mistakes had previously been committed by the party, including the CC-41. He welcomed the results obtained by the emergency measures, so far as the amount of grain procured was concerned, but denounced distortions and excesses that had been committed in the villages and that might create new difficulties. Stalin gave as examples of such excesses compulsory subscription to the agricultural loan, organization of substitutes for the old interception squads, and, lastly, abuse of powers of arrest, unlawful confiscation of grain surpluses, etc., concluding that a definite stop must be put to all such practices. 42 These warnings resulted in a certain falling off in the quantity of grain procured during March. Nevertheless, the CC meeting at the beginning of April adopted a resolution stressing the need for a rapid return to procurement procedures that conform to the requirements of the NEP. 43. The pressure on the peasants, then, was lightened still further, but this relaxation was soon accompanied by a sharp decline in procurement. For April it amounted to no more than 246,000 metric tons, as compared with a monthly average of 1,446,000 metric tons in the previous 3 months of 1928 and procurement of 438,000 metric tons in April 1927. 44. The Bolshevik Party leadership regarded this decline as excessive. During the next 2 months the emergency May 41 measures were applied afresh, and more severely than before. They even affected the poor peasants to an increasing extent. The party tried to organize these bedniaki for a struggle against the kulaks, while at the same time requiring that they surrender their own grain reserves, so as to set an example, otherwise, sanctions would be applied to them as well. In the spring of 1928 the attempts to organize bedniaki and batraki came to nothing. At the beginning of the winter a section of the poor peasants and the laborers had helped carry out requisitions from the kulaks, but they had then been given an incentive to help in this task and to organize themselves. 25% of the produce confiscated was assigned to them. When spring came the situation was different. Now, the procurement organizations were to centralize all the grain, the better to achieve the targets they had been given. In this new situation it was observed that the influence of the kulaks over the other strata of the peasantry, far from diminishing, increased. 45. From an immediate point of view that was narrowly economic and statistical, the results attained by the application of the emergency measures could nevertheless be regarded as favorable. The agricultural campaign terminated, indeed, with a total procurement that came close in amount to that of 1926-1927 10.38 million metric tons, as against 10.59 million despite a markedly smaller harvest. This immediate statistical result was of secondary importance, however. Much more important were the middle and long-term consequences of the procurement crisis and the application of the emergency measures. Already in 1928 it became evident that these included serious negative aspects, both economic and political. The whole set of relations between town and country had been disturbed, and, above all, the worker-peasant alliance had been damaged, since it had proved impossible to apply the emergency measures only to kulaks guilty of speculation. A situation was being created in which it was getting harder. 42. And harder for the party to do without emergency measures. To be able to do without them the party would have had to analyze thoroughly the developments that were underway, including those connected with the form of the industrialization process then being initiated. It would also have needed to possess political resources enabling it to restore relations of trust with the peasantry, and the political and ideological resources necessary to work out and introduce a different form of industrialization. 46. But these conditions were not present. Far from renouncing the emergency measures, the party reverted to use of them in 1928 to 1929. The negative consequences entailed by these measures were repeated in aggravated form. This led to grave tension, both economic and political. In 1929 the tension was such that mere continuation of the emergency measures would have brought matters to a dead end. A situation was developing that led to complete abandonment of the NEP, 47 to the great change at the end of 1929. And that carried the Soviet formation into a new era full of violent contradictions. During the 1930s there took place an accelerated industrialization, a rapid increase in the numbers of the proletariat, and the accession of many workers to positions of authority and responsibility in the political, economic, and administrative spheres. At the same time, however, the consequences of the rupture of the worker-peasant alliance made themselves felt. This rupture resulted from a collectivization from above characterized by the fact that, except for a minority, the entry of the peasants into the kolkhoz system did not reflect an enthusiastic conversion to collective farming. The rupture of the worker-peasant alliance weakened the dictatorship of the proletariat. It entailed a decline in proletarian democracy, with a strengthening of hierarchical relations and an authoritarian style of leadership. It was accompanied by a substantial fall in grain production and stock breeding and a grave crisis in food supplies. 43. The process of abandonment of the NEP. The complete abandonment of the NEP did not reflect the carrying through of any preconceived plan. Nor did this abandonment take place in response to the mere requirements of the development of the productive forces or to those of an economic crisis. If there was indeed such a crisis, it was only the effect of a political crisis, a crisis in class relations. The turn that was made in 1929, a turn of immense historical importance, resulted basically from an objective process of class struggles and contradictions that were not subjected to control. A certain number of decisions taken by the Bolshevik Party were features of this process, but were only subordinate factors in it. They were incapable of really directing the course taken by the process, and their social and political effects were, generally speaking, very different from those that had been expected. Only by clarifying the contradictions and conflicts which form the driving force of this historical process can we understand its course and its characteristics, and draw lessons from it. Such clarification calls for analysis of the economic and social relations that characterized the NEP, together with the social forces whose action brought about the transforming of these relations. This analysis has been attempted in the pages that follow. It deals first with the general conditions of reproduction, and then with the movement of the social contradictions that developed in the countryside and in the towns. This movement was, primarily, the result of the activity of the masses engaged in class struggle, but it was based upon the existing conditions of production and reproduction. The direction that it took was determined by the way that the different classes saw their interests and their role. The role played by the way classes saw themselves was particularly important in the case of the proletariat and its vanguard, the Bolshevik Party, and this is why space has been given to examination of the debates. 44. Within the party and the party's decisions, and to analysis of the Bolshevik ideological formation and the changes it underwent. Nevertheless, the outcome of these debates, the nature and consequences of the decisions taken by the party, and the changes in its ideology cannot be explained if we confine our analysis to developments taking place in the superstructure of the social formation. On the contrary, a genuine explanation requires that what happened in the superstructure be related to the general movement of the class struggles and to the process of reproduction and transformation of social relations as a whole. The complexity of the relations and forces which have to be reckoned with is considerable, as is the complexity of the forms under which these relations and forces conditioned each other and acted one upon another. The following analysis is therefore focused upon what seems essential. It aims only to illuminate the most important aspects of a historical process, the significance of which remains topical in the highest degree. Notes. 1. On the inauguration of the NEP, see Volume I of the present work, pages 477 ff2. Stalin, Works, Volume 12, p. 124. 3. Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 304. 4. The expression economic policy is equivocal. Anyway, any policy that affects the conditions of production and exchange also affects class relations, and is therefore always an intervention in the class struggle. 5. See pages 484 to 496 of Volume I of the present work. 6. Lenin C.W., Volume 29, p. 380. 7. Ibid, Volume 29, p. 381. 8. Ibid, Volume 33, p. 326. 9. Ibid, Volume 33, p. 474. 10. The expression "get rid of the N.E.P." was used by Stalin at the end of 1929, in his speech of December 27 to Marxists. 45. Specializing in agrarian problems. In this passage Stalin did not say that the NEP had to be abandoned forthwith. He spoke of this as happening in a future which he left indeterminate. Meanwhile, he said, we adhere to the N.E.P., explaining that this did not imply any retreat and that it serves the cause of socialism. In reality, as we shall see, the measures taken during the winter of 1929 to 1930 signified abandonment of the NEP. 11. Even in 1929 to 1930, when the NEP was being abandoned in practice, this conception continued to be the one theoretically upheld by the Bolshevik Party. Hence the paradox that as late as 1931, when nothing was left of the NEP, the party was still asserting that it had not been abandoned but was being pursued. 12. Figures calculated from E. Zaleski, Planning for Economic Growth in the Soviet Union, 1918 to 1932, p. 386. Zaleski's figures are drawn from various Soviet sources. They are, of course, only rather approximate estimates. 13. These figures are given in most of the statistical sources for the period, see in particular, S. Grosskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière et paysanne URSS, Le problème du blé, pages 113, 346. In 1927 to 1928 the yield fell to 73.6 million metric tons. 14. Estimate by V. G. Groman, Encyclopedia Ruskiego Exporta, Volume I, p. 175. The harvest of 1913 was estimated at 96.7 million metric tons by G. M. Krzyzanowski, in Dziet let hozjaistvennego stroitelstwa SSSR 1917 to 1927, p. 34, quoted by Grosskopf, p. 113. 15. See Gosplan SSSR, Pietiletny Plan, Volume I, p. 15. These indices relate to industry as a whole, and are calculated on the basis of pre-war prices. 16. In 1929, the apogee of the cycle of years preceding the Great Between the Wars crisis, the indices for production by manufacturing industry were 142.7 in France, 117.3 in Germany, and 100.3 in the United Kingdom. 17. CSN Prokopovi's, Histoire économique de l'URSS, p. 282. 18. Narodnoye hozjaistvo SSSR v 1961 g, pages 7, 169. 19. C. Prokopovi's, Histoire économique, pages 459 to 460, and B. Kerblay, Les Marches Paysannes en URSS, p. 112. 20. C. Narodnoye hozjaistvo 1958 g, p. 806. 46. 21 Ibid, p. 814. 22 Ibid, p. 851. 23. 24 These developments will be analyzed in this book. 25. Narodnoye hozjaistvo 1958 g, p. 57. 26. 27 Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 275. 28 Ibid, Volume 33, p. 277. 29 C. Kontrolnie Cifry NA 1927 to 1928 GG, pages 77 to 88. 30 Socialistické strojitelstvo SSSR, pages 552 to 553. 31 CKPSSV Rezoliutsy Yak I Rashina Yak, Volume 2, p. 342. 32 C. A. Mendelssohn, ed., Pokazateli Konjunktury, p. 51. 33 C. Table 199 on p. 338 of Grosskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière. 34 percentages calculated from the figures given in the work mentioned in Note 32. 35 On January 1, 1928, the Rural Procurement Plan for 1927 to 1928 had been fulfilled only 39.3%, whereas on the same date a year previously it had been fulfilled 63.7%. 36 During the winter of 1925 to 1926, when there had been a momentary decline in procurement despite a good harvest, the same interpretation tended to be given to this phenomenon. At that time, however, it did not lead to the same measures as were introduced in 1927 to 1928, and the effects of the initial decline in procurement were quickly overcome. 37 CKPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 250 to 255. 38 Grosskopf, L. Alliance Ouvrière, p. 336. 39 Mikoyan in Pravda, February 10, 1928. 40 Circular from the Kray Party Office, North Caucasia, taken from the Central Party Archives. CGA Konyakhov, KPSSV Borby S Klub Nimi Zatrudnini Yami V Strana, p. 152, quoted in M. Lewin, Russian Peasants and Soviet Power, p. 222. C. Stalin, Works, Volume 11, p. 16. 42 Ibid, Volume 11, p. 19. 43 CKPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 372 ff. 44 True, during the first quarter of 1926, procurement had brought in only 841,000 metric tons. 45 Already in February Mikoyan had spoken of hesitation on the 41. Ibid, p. 880. On procurement, see below, p. 91. 47. Part of the Bedniaki. A few months later it was being admitted that many of them had even turned toward the kulaks. 46. Meaning a less centralized, less modern kind of industrialization, calling for smaller financial resources and fewer imports, and relying to a greater extent on local resources and on the initiative of the worker and peasant masses. 47. On this point, see below, p. 107. 49. Part 1. The development of commodity and money relations and of planning in the NEP period. Analyzing the phase of boom followed by crisis with which the NEP came to its end requires that we take into account, for the whole of this period, the development of two types of social relations, on the one hand, commodity and money relations, and, on the other, the political relations resulting from economic planning which modified the conditions of reproduction of commodity and money relations. The latter type of relations did not disappear during war communism, their fundamental condition for existence was still present, for social production had not ceased to be the result of mutually independent acts of labor, performed in isolation, so that its products could confront each other as commodities, one despite all the bans issued against commodity exchange. More generally, during war communism as during the NEP, the length of immediate labor time remained the decisive factor in the production of social wealth. Social production was still based on value, and the increase of wealth depended on surplus labor. The producer had therefore not yet appropriated his own general productive power, as Marx put it in the Grundriss. 2. Lenin recognized this reality when he called upon the Bolshevik Party to adopt the NEP. What the Bolshevik Party did, in fact, between 1921 and 1923, was to recognize the existence of commodity, money, and capitalist relations. 3. And to create the conditions for these relations to reproduce themselves and, thereby, to reveal themselves clearly, for the transforma. 50. And destruction of these relations necessarily has to pass through that phase. Hence the putting into effect of a series of decisions, of which the principal ones concern the restoration of a limited private sector in industry and trade, for and, above all, an effort aimed at reconstituting open commodity and money relations. 5. This made possible accounting in money terms, and required the presence of a currency that should be as stable as possible. At the same time, the Bolshevik Party was concerned to help birth the political, ideological, and economic conditions for the transformation and then the eventual disappearance of these same commodity, money, and capitalist relations. A preliminary stage in this direction was the establishment of a planning apparatus which should function so as to subject the reproduction of commodity and money relations to conditions and political relations imposed by the organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Notes. 1 Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 132. This point has already been made in Volume I of the present work, p. 462. 2 Marx, Grundriss Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, p. 705. In this passage Marx shows that the transformation of the system of the productive forces which begins with the automatizing of production brings about a monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied and its product, and also a qualitative imbalance between labor, reduced to a pure abstraction, and the power of the production process it superintends, with the human being coming to relate more as watchman and regulator to the production process itself. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his 51. Understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. And when this is so, as soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, which puts an end to the role played by exchange value and surplus labor. We must obviously guard against a technicist interpretation of the latter must come to an end. He does not say that this role will come to an end by itself. An essential factor in the process of transformation expounded by Marx is man's understanding of nature and mastery over it as a social body, and this understanding and mastery proceed by way of a political and ideological revolution which dictates a different relation between men and their labor, a relation that sees this labor as what it is, namely, directly social labor. Hence the importance, when the workers have taken political power, of the development of communist labor, which is one of the modes of transformation of the forms of appropriation and distribution on condition that the right was not used in a way contrary to the economic and social aim assigned to it. Besides this, it was provided from the start of the NEP that certain state-owned enterprises could be leased out to private capitalists, or granted as concessions to foreign capital if it seemed that their production might thereby be increased more quickly. During the first years of the NEP, the predominant idea was that private enterprises were bound to disappear eventually, by themselves, that is, through competition by state-owned enterprises which, once they were well organized, would provide goods at lower prices than the private ones. At the beginning of 1925, an extension of possibilities of development for private industry was still regarded as acceptable. In May a decree gave official permission, under certain conditions, to the private sector to employ as many as 100 wage earners per enterprise, while the leased enterprises could employ several hundred. An example is the Moscow factory called Proletarian Labor, a private firm producing metal goods and employing over 650 persons in October 1925. As will be seen, the economic role of the private capitalist sector in industry remained on the whole fairly limited, but the situation was different where trade, especially retail trade, and the crafts were concerned. 5. This effort applied also to the production units of the state sector, where, as we shall see, business accounting or financial autonomy was introduced. 53. 1. The reconstitution of a monetary and financial system. Under war communism the currency played only a relatively secondary role. A large proportion of those products which were not consumed by their producers were in that period directly allocated to particular uses by the political authority. This applied to what was produced by the factories and also to that part of the production of the individual peasant farms which was requisitioned. However, much buying and selling went on clandestinely, either by way of barter or by exchanging goods for monetary tokens. The state itself did not stop issuing new notes, though their purchasing power fell lower and lower with every passing month. When the Civil War and intervention ended, the constraints of war communism were no longer accepted by the peasant masses. They demanded the cessation of requisitioning, establishment of a stable fiscal system, freedom of trade, and the reintroduction of exchange by means of money, which corresponded to the form of production then prevailing in agriculture. Acceptance of these demands by the Soviet government was one of the principal aspects of the NEP. Initially, requisitioning was replaced by a tax in kind, the amount of which was fixed in advance, so that the more the peasants produced the more produce they had at their disposal. The total revenue from this tax in kind was to be such that it would meet the needs of the army and the cost of part of the state machine. As for the agricultural products needed by industry and for foreign trade, they were to be supplied in the main through exchanges of products between the peasants and the state institutions. At the beginning of the NEP the favored form of these exchanges was still barter, and 54. Only that part of the peasants' production which was not either consumed by themselves or absorbed by the tax or by products exchanged with state institutions could be sold freely by them in their local markets. It very soon became apparent that the barter transactions between the state organs and the peasants were not going well. In October 1921 the former were given permission to buy agricultural produce, that is, to pay for it with money. At the same time the Soviet government increased its cash receipts by introducing new taxes which were also payable in money. Finally, in 1923, the agricultural tax was itself changed from a tax in kind to a money tax. Thenceforth, commodity and money relations formed the essential link between agriculture and the state, between agriculture and industry, and between the different units of industrial production, even when these belonged to the state. The process of reconstituting commodity production thus entailed a parallel process of reconstituting the circulation of money, for, as Marx said, money comes into being spontaneously in the course of exchange. 3. So long as social production takes place in a private form, the social nature of the wealth produced tends to be incarnated in money. 4. The process of reconstituting the Soviet monetary system. A study of the process whereby the Soviet monetary system was reconstituted is highly instructive. It reveals the subordination of this process to the prevailing social conditions as a whole and to the various forms assumed by the class struggle. It also enables us to perceive the contradictions that governed subsequent changes in the monetary system. Only the most important facts will be mentioned here. When the NEP began, the monetary tokens in circulation were issued directly by the state, by the Narkomfin. The illusions of war communism re 55. Required that they be called not currency notes but settlement notes. These notes, for which the everyday name was Sobznak, were issued in large quantities. In 1921 it became clear that the Sobznaks, whose purchasing power was rapidly sinking, could not fulfill functions which must from now on be those of a currency. On November 3, 1921, the Soviet government decided to substitute new notes for the old ones, the new notes to be regarded as currency notes and no longer as settlement notes. The existence of a currency was thus officially acknowledged, though Soviet citizens went on talking in terms of svozniks. For lack of sufficient budgetary receipts the state continued to issue large quantities of notes and the purchasing power of the new ruble fell so sharply that in March 1922, 200,000 new rubles were needed to pay for what had cost only 60,000 in October 1921. 5. The budget for 1921 to 1922 was then drawn up in terms of the goods ruble, a unit of account which was supposed to represent a fixed amount of purchasing power. Each month the Narkomfin calculated the purchasing power of the currency in circulation in relation to the goods ruble. The number of monetary units that a debtor had to pay was revalued in accordance with the depreciation of the currency thus recorded. The development of payments in money by state enterprises meant that the latter had to be provided with the monetary resources that they needed for their operations. To this end, a resolution of the VTSIK, dated October 12, 1921, decided that the State Bank, which had closed in January 1920, should be reopened. 6. The new State Bank began functioning on November 16, 1921. 7. It operated on the basis of Ozrisket, i.e., financial autonomy, 8 and therefore had to cover its 56. Expenditure by its receipts. Its capital was provided by the state and its chairman appointed by Narkomfin. The bank's resources were at first slight, 200 milliard rubles of that period. It could grant only very short-term loans, and those at high rates of interest. The pace at which the currency continued to depreciate led the Gazbank's experts to prepare a report in which they set out proposals in conformity with the canons of financial orthodoxy. This report called for extension of free markets, priority financial aid to light industry, review of the conditions governing the way that the foreign trade monopoly worked, an attempt to obtain loans from abroad, and a return to the gold standard. If these proposals had been adopted, the Soviet economy would soon have been reintegrated into world economy, occupying a subordinate position as producer of certain raw materials and agricultural products. 9. These proposals were rejected by the 11th Conference of the Bolshevik Party, which, however, emphasized the need, in order to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance, to develop exchanges between agriculture and industry by means of a stable currency. The conference's resolution on the re-establishment of the national economy stated that it was necessary to undertake the restoration of a currency based on gold and that the first step to be taken in this direction is the firm implementation of a plan aimed at limiting the issue of paper money. 10. In March 1922 calculation in goods rubles 11 was given up. Thereafter, the state's receipts and expenditures were calculated in gold rubles. The actual payments were, of course, made in paper money, but the quantity of paper money corresponding to a certain sum in gold rubles was evaluated by reference to the rate at which Gazbank bought gold on the market. 12. In fact, although it fell relatively in 1922, the budget deficit financed by currency issues continued to be considerable, and 57. The decline in the purchasing power of the old currency went on until this currency was withdrawn in 1924. A new monetary unit was then made legal tender, with a gold backing, and issued from the beginning of 1923 by Gazbank, namely, the Chervonets ruble. The Chervonets ruble enjoyed great stability for several years. Soviet Russia was at that time the first country in Europe which, after taking part in the First World War, had succeeded in restoring a relatively stable currency, an achievement that was obviously not due to merely technical reasons. 2. The currency reform. The Chervonets circulated at first alongside the old paper ruble, which continued to depreciate quickly. Actually, the Chervonets became the principal medium of payment. In January 1924 the 13th Conference of the Bolshevik Party noted that 4/5 of the currency in circulation consisted of Chervonets rubles. 13. The situation had become ripe for the currency reform, which was decided on by a decree dated February 4, 1924, 2 weeks after Lenin's death. The decree of February 1924. By virtue of this decree, Gazbank had supreme control over the issue of the currency that was thenceforth to be legal tender and which was secured on the gold held by Gazbank. The former sovsnaks were withdrawn from circulation at the rate of 50,000 sovsnaks of 1923 for one new gold ruble. The state treasury, which had up to then issued notes to cover the budget deficit, lost this right of issue and could thenceforth put out only small denominations, to an amount not exceeding 1/2 of the Chervonets issue of Gazbank. 14. 58. In 1924 the new currency enjoyed the confidence of the peasants, at least so far as current transactions were concerned. However, the loans which the Soviet government tried to raise in the rural areas met with only limited success. 15. The class consequences of the monetary system established in 1924. From the standpoint of class relations and the effects of the class struggle upon the political line of the Bolshevik Party, one of the essential aspects of the monetary reform of 1924 was the effective linking of the new currency with gold. This linkage meant that Gazbank had to intervene in the market to maintain the ruble's rate in relation to gold and to foreign exchange at the official parity, which entailed a number of consequences. Thus, Gazbank needed to possess reserves of gold and foreign exchange sufficient to be able to act effectively upon the market. This dictated an export policy aimed at keeping these reserves at an adequate level and tended to strengthen the position of the rich peasants, who were regarded as those best able to produce grain for export. On the other hand, efforts at industrialization had to be relatively restricted, insofar as industrial development was not capable of quickly supplying exportable goods, but, on the contrary, necessitated imports of equipment. The interests of the rich peasants thus tended to be favored more than those of the peasantry in general and those of industry and the working class. On an international level, the Soviet Union tended to settle down in the role of a country supplying agricultural products. Maintaining the exchange rate of the ruble at official parity in relation to gold and foreign currencies also dictated a restrictive policy where credit and budgetary expenditure were concerned. Consequently, financial and credit policies could not be adapted first and foremost to the internal needs of the economy as these had been defined politically by the Bal 59 Bolshevik Party. Economic, financial, and budgetary policy was to some extent subject to the pressure of the world market, as exercised through the demands of the functioning of the gold standard. The currency reform of 1924 corresponded to a political orientation which was that of the bourgeois experts of Gazbank and Narkomfin. The Bolshevik leaders clearly did not grasp the full implication of this political orientation. Some of them even thought it possible to rejoice in the integration of the Soviet Union into the European market. This was the case with Sokhonikov, then Commissar of Finance, who said, as members of the European community, despite the special features of our political position and although a different class is in power here, we have become integrated into the European mechanism of economic and financial development. 16. The subsequent changes in the monetary system from 1925 on the concrete meaning of the currency reform decided on in the previous year began to become apparent. Gazbank was now obliged to throw significant quantities of gold and foreign currency onto the market in order to keep the exchange stable. 17. This situation was due to the development of increasing contradictions between the demands of the functioning of the gold standard and those of a rapid development of industrial production. At the beginning of 1925 the CC of the Bolshevik Party did in fact take measures aimed at depriving Gazbank and Narkomfin of supreme control over budgetary policy. For this purpose a commission for the USSR budget was set up, under the chairmanship of Kuybyshev, 18, which upheld a policy of budgetary and credit expansion directed toward activating the development of industry. Implementation of this policy soon became incompatible with support for the rate of exchange of the ruble. In March 1926 it was decided that Gazbank must stop selling gold and 60. foreign currency in order to keep the ruble at par 19. Without saying so, the government thus broke with the currency reform of 1924 which had, in practice, tied the ruble to gold. In July 1926 the export of Soviet currency was forbidden, and in March 1928 its import as well. Thereafter, the ruble was a purely internal currency with a rate of exchange fixed by a government commission. The few financial centers which, in 1924, had begun to quote the Chervonets ruble now ceased to do so. 20. The ruble functioned as authentic paper money. It was still the embodiment of the social nature of the wealth produced. It was not a labor voucher such as Marx had said might exist during the first phase of communism, for what is characteristic of such vouchers is that they do not circulate. Later on, this currency was to go on functioning under conditions that remained basically the same as during the NEP, which meant that fully socialized production still had not come into being. 21. The political implications of the abandonment of the gold standard and the return to a paper currency. The abandonment of a currency secured on gold and the return to a paper currency had important political consequences. It meant that financial and credit policy, and also import and export policy, were no longer as directly subject to pressure of the international markets as they had been before. It was now possible to tackle more actively the problem of financing industrialization. Moreover, abandonment of the gold standard made the stability of the currency depend essentially on the way relations between the political authority and the different social classes evolved. Actually, this stability was not dependent merely on technical measures, but also on a political and ideological relation between those who held the currency and 61. The political authority that issued it. This relation took the form of confidence in the currency. As we know, the monetary role performed by a token of value can be maintained only if its function as a symbol is guaranteed by the general intention of commodity owners. In the case of paper money, this general intention acquires its legal conventional existence in the establishment of a legal rate of exchange. 22. The existence of a legal rate of exchange does not suffice in the least to guarantee the stability of the currency. In order that this stability not be challenged, it is necessary that the general intention of those who hold currency and commodities be maintained. In a class-divided society, this intention can be preserved only if the class which is in power firmly carries out its leading role. When its performance of this role flags, the legal rate of exchange cannot save the currency from depreciating, nor, in certain circumstances, can it prevent the emergence of exchanges effected by means other than legal tender. It was precisely the conjunction, toward the end of the NEP period, of economic and monetary measures that lacked coherence, together with the sharpening of class contradictions that upset the working of the monetary system. The leadership of the Bolshevik Party did not expect this to happen. They thought that the economic and political conditions obtaining in the Soviet Union constituted a lasting and powerful guarantee of the stability of the currency. This was not really the case, as was shown particularly by the evolution of prices and exchanges. 23. The Bolshevik Party's illusions regarding the capacity of the Soviet government, under the conditions of the NEP, to control production, exchange, and prices by means of economic and administrative measures reflected an underestimation of the economic and social contradictions and of the decisive role of the ideological and political class struggle. From 1928 on, reality came into harsh conflict with these illusions, which nevertheless were destined to reproduce themselves in new forms. 62. 3. The budgetary system. The restoration of a basically balanced budgetary system constitutes another important aspect of the economic re-establishment process of the first years of the NEP. There was a material basis for the restoration, namely, the remarkable boom in industrial and agricultural production. There was a political basis, too, namely the confidence of the worker and peasant masses in the Soviet government. This confidence was expressed in the way the agricultural tax was paid with a minimum of coercion. The restoration of the budgetary system also had an economic and juridical basis, namely, the consolidation of the huge state-owned sector of industry and commerce, which furnished no small proportion of the budget's receipts. The budget was balanced in 1923 to 1924, and this was an essential factor in the stabilization of the currency. In 1924 to 1925 there was a budget surplus, and this happened in the following years as well, during which time budgetary receipts and expenditure increased very rapidly. 25 In 1924 to 1925 the economic boom was such that the forecasts of budgetary receipts and expenditure were revised upward several times. The rapid expansion of budgetary receipts continued, attaining in 1927 to 1928 the figure of over 4.58 milliard rubles, compared with expenditure of 4.38 milliard. This was 75% more than the figure for receipts in 1925 to 1926. 26 In the same period, budget expenditure on industry and electrification increased even faster, by 173%. 27 These sums represented, moreover, only a fraction of the total amount of capital investment in the two sectors mentioned, which in 1927 to 1928 came to nearly 2 milliard rubles. 28. 4. The banking system. The rapid recovery in industrial and agricultural production, the development of commercial exchanges, the equally 63. Rapid expansion of the budget and of investment were accompanied by restoration of a banking system. This served to tap and redistribute monetary resources, ensure the availability of funds for enterprises, grant them credits, and manage a substantial share of the investment fund. The establishment of a new banking system, the banking system thus set up, embraced, besides Gosbank, which was responsible for issuing currency and looking after the current bank accounts of the state enterprises, also a series of specialized banks, Prombank, Electrobank, Bank, and the Agricultural Bank. The network of credit cooperatives and the savings bank completed the system. It was closely linked with the services of the Commissariat of Finance. It constituted a vast state apparatus employing thousands of functionaries and experts, who were usually of bourgeois or petty bourgeois origin. The weight and influence of these experts made themselves felt more than once during the NEP period. This was an aspect of the class struggle that the Bolshevik Party was especially ill-prepared to deal with. 29. While budgetary policy was strict, that was not always true of policy relating to credit and the issuing of currency. Thus, there was a rapid expansion in the amount of money in circulation, mainly connected with the size of the bank credits made available to the economy. Part of these credits corresponded to increased economic activity and therefore covered a real need for circulating funds, but another part, especially after 1925, served to cover investments that would be productive only in the middle or long term. The funds paid out increased the amount of money in circulation and incomes, and ended by exerting inflationary pressure. This situation developed contradictions that were to be felt with particular acuteness from the autumn of 1927 on. 30. 64. The illusions connected with the functioning of the banking system. To the illusions engendered by the restoration of a monetary system whose functioning was supposed to be completely controllable by the state, there were soon added similar illusions connected with the existence of a powerful banking system which was supposed to play a central role in directing the country's economic development. During the first years of the NEP, the banking system was essentially conceived as serving to exercise more effective control over the allocation of credit. Thus, a resolution adopted by the CC at the end of April 1924 declared, "It is indispensable to organize a committee of banks, whose task should be the organization of bank credit and the avoidance of duplication, the preliminary examination of directive plans of credit, the fixing of coordinated discount rates, and the appropriate distribution of banking facilities among different regions and branches of industry." 31. The Committee of Banks advocated in this resolution was formed in June 1924. It included representatives of the principal Soviet banks of the period. 32. Gosplan also participated in this committee, which was responsible for drawing up credit plans for submission for the government's approval. In a few years the banking network included thousands of branches and managed milliards of rubles of credit. The idea then took shape that credit plans would make it possible to draw up real economic plans. Krzyzanowski, the chairman of Gosplan, said at the beginning of 1925 that credit and planning are blood brothers in a single system of socialization. As for Kamina, he hailed the new commanding height of the economy, in which he saw a decisive factor in the regulation of the economy. 33. Such formulations as these could seem correct so long as the structure of production had undergone no profound changes. They became sources of grave illusions as soon as the size of investments made it necessary to pay special attention to liquid assets and to the use made of different categories of Prod 65. Acts. In 1927, however, the CC considered that the existence of a state banking system linked with state-owned industry and with a powerful state and cooperative commercial network made possible genuine economic planning. These illusions found expression in a resolution adopted by the plenum of the CC held on February 7–12, 1927, after it heard a report presented jointly by Mikoyan and Kuibyshev. This resolution declared that the conditions had now been created for solving the problems of developing industry and agriculture, increasing accumulation and real wages, steadily strengthening the socialist elements in the national economy, and restricting the role played by private capitalists. The resolution stressed the idea that the solution of all these questions revolved around the problem of prices. Thus, the problem of prices appeared as the essential factor in the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance, 34 While the other aspects of the class struggle were overlooked. In the February 1927 issue of the party's official journal, Bolshevik, Mikoyan set out the thesis that a new stage of the NEP had been reached. According to him, it was no longer the market but the organized sector that played the decisive role in determining prices. 35 In May 1927 the same journal expressed the view that the alleged contradiction between industry and agriculture had ceased to matter. 36 These claims were carried farther in an article published in a journal specially concerned with agricultural and peasant questions, which asserted that the Soviet state has brought the grain market under control to the point where no untoward event or mistake in calculation can henceforth threaten our plans for construction. 37 To an increasing extent the party's thinking was thus dominated by the illusion that the system which had been established since 1924 would make possible control of the most complex economic developments, including those that were directly connected with class contradictions. This illusion was all the more remarkable in that its claim to control was founded upon the working of those economic apparatuses. 66. Which were farthest separated from the masses. The masses were kept in ignorance, moreover, even of measures that affected them as directly as the prices fixed by the state. These prices were told only to the administrative and commercial organs and to the merchants, they were not made public. At the end of 1927 this illusion regarding the possibility of controlling the development of the economy and even the contradictions between classes through proper functioning of the administrative and banking system suffered its first blow with the outbreak of the crisis in the state's procurement of grain. 38 The secrecy surrounding decisions directly affecting the masses was then denounced as a hindrance to the exercise of pressure of organized public opinion in the form of party Soviet, trade union, and other organizations, and in the press. 39 However, these criticisms of the excessive secrecy surrounding the economic and administrative machinery did not put an end either to the secrecy or to the illusions held regarding the powers possessed by this machinery of state. Actually, these illusions reflected a conception which had matured between 1924 and 1927 and become deeply rooted in the party. This conception ascribed a decisive role to the activity of the state's economic organs and emphasized in a one-sided way a development of industry based mainly upon investments directly controlled by these organs. It was a conception radically alien to the formulations put forward by Lenin in his last writings, especially in those reviewing the lessons of the first 5 years of Soviet power. As we know, Lenin saw the NEP as a road which could lead to socialism provided that the party put in the forefront the ideological and political class struggle and thereby correctly resolved the contradictions. 40 In order to do that, the party must help the working masses to transform economic relations through becoming aware of the demands of socialism and developing economic and political practices that would enable them to build collective forms of production and distribution and to exercise a more thorough and effective control over the state apparatuses for which the mass organizations must eventually substitute themselves. 67. The conception of the NEP which became increasingly established from 1925 on was in contradiction with this view. It assumed, in effect, that the NEP could lead to socialism mainly through good management of the economy by the economic and administrative apparatuses. Here were a set of illusions constituting an aspect of what R. Linhart has called an ideal N.E.P. 41 These illusions, which were connected with practices increasingly remote from the requirements of the NEP, and, in the first place, of the worker-peasant alliance, resulted from the class struggle, from shifts of dominance within the Bolshevik ideological formation, 42 and were reinforced by the very nature of the economic relations that prevailed at that time. These relations, which were essentially commodity, money, and capitalist relations, determined the forms in which the real relations were concealed and inverted, those forms which Marx analyzed in Capital. 43 The illusions which thus took shape were reinforced by the way the Soviet economy operated at that time, presuming formal subordination of the state-owned enterprises to the political authority, whereas in fact this subordination was extremely limited, precisely because of the slight extent to which the masses controlled the working of the economy. All this made economic reality particularly opaque. 44 The existence of the illusions just described was to render still more unexpected the outbreak of the crisis that began in 1928, accounting for the sudden political turn made in 1929 and the lack of real preparation for the changes then introduced. The weak degree of control of the monetary and financial system. Until the beginning of 1925 the Bolshevik Party's control of the monetary and banking system was relatively weak. The integration of the ruble into the European financial system 45. 68. Imposed a number of constraints upon monetary policy and also on credit, investment, and foreign trade policies. The abandonment of the gold standard removed these constraints from without to a fairly large extent, but they were replaced by others. Among these was the need to strengthen the confidence of the masses in the Soviet currency, a confidence that depended especially on the results of the functioning of the Soviet economy for the working people. In this sphere the changes that took place in the Bolshevik ideological formation, and the practices connected with these changes, played a very negative role. Down to 1925 relative priority had been given to satisfying the needs of the masses, including the peasants, and this ensured a more or less regular supply of goods for the population and comparatively stable retail prices. Between January 1, 1924, and January 1, 1925, the price index maintained by the Bureau of Labor Statistics showed a rise that was relatively slight, given the conditions of the time, about 8%. In the following year the rise recorded was only 6.6%. 46 Between January 1, 1926, and January 1, 1928, the retail price index even fell a little as the rise in retail prices in the private sector was offset by their fall in the state and cooperative sector. 47 And yet, from July 1927 on, price control slackened. On the one hand, some of the stores were no longer regularly supplied with goods, and there occurred what was called a goods famine, so that the prices quoted for goods which could not actually be bought were meaningless. On the other hand, and as a consequence of this development, retail prices in private trade began to rise. If the level in July 1927 may be taken as 100, these prices stood at 115.3 in July 1928 and at 150.7 in July 1929. 48 The rise in price particularly affected agricultural products of general consumption, thus, between 1926 to 1927 and 1928 to 1929, market prices increased by 220% for rye, 222% for potatoes, 69% for milk, etc. 49 In this sphere, too, frequent shortages added to the difficulties encountered by consumers. After the middle of 1927 the monetary system and the price system were less and less under control. In the last analysis, this loss of control corresponded to a slackening in control of the development of the class struggle. The loss of control was expressed especially in an increase of money incomes without any adequate counterpart in increased production of consumer goods, so that there was a rapid increase in the fiduciary circulation, which rose from 1,668 million on January 1, 1928 to 2,773 million on January 1, 1930, an increase of 66%. 50. The rising prices, the decline in the supply of goods to the population, especially the peasant masses, the reappearance of inflation, etc., showed that practices were developing which implied de facto abandonment of the NEP, and the continuance eventually resulted in its complete abandonment. Among these practices was a policy of accumulation and allocation of investments which led to lasting imbalances that bore more and more heavily on the peasantry. A new political line was gradually establishing itself and becoming embodied in the economic plans then being drawn up. We must now consider the planning organs which were concerned in this, but without forgetting that the content of the plans was, ultimately, the result of a policy, an effect of the class struggles. Notes. 1. See Volume I of the present book, pages 388, 461. 2. C. M. Dobb, Soviet Economic Development since 1917, pages 125 to 139. 3. Marx, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, p. 49. 4. See on this point Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 560. 5. C. E. H. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 348. 6. Ibid, pages 346 to 347. 7. This was the Gazbank of the RSFSR, 2 years later it became 70. The Gazbank of the USSR. 8. See below, pages 268 ff9. See Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 350. 10 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, p. 589. 11. See above, p. 55. 12. See Sobranio Zakonii, number 26, Art. 310, and number 31, Art. 377, see also Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 355. 13 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, p. 795. 14. See Sobranio Zakonii, number 32, Art. 288, number 34, Art. 308, number 45 Art. 433, E. H. Carr, The Interregnum, p. 133, and Socialism, Volume I, pages 475 to 476. 15. The checking of inflation made it possible to reduce interest rates to a substantial degree. The rate for long-term loans granted to peasants was, in 1924, 8% per year, and this fell to 6% in 1925. The loans raised by the state bore interest at 5 or 6%. The subscribers to these were mainly rich or well-to-do peasants. 16. Sotsialistikiskoye hozyaistvo, number 5, p. 6. 17. See Carr, Socialism, Volume I, p. 481. 18. C. V. Dyachenko, Sovetskiye Finanzi v Pervoy Razhvataya Sovetskogo Gosударства, Volume 1, p. 426, Sobrany Zakhanov, number 17, Arts. 127, 128, number 38, Art. 282, number 71, Art. 520-19. See Carr, Socialism, Volume 1, p. 487. 20. C. A. Bakov, The Soviet Economic System, pages 102 to 103. 21. In Volume 2 of Capital, Marx imagines a society in which production has been socialized, and writes that, this being so, society distributes labor power and means of production to the different branches of production. The producers may, for all it matters, receive paper vouchers entitling them to withdraw from the social supplies of consumer goods a quantity corresponding to their labor time. These vouchers are not money. They do not circulate. It will be observed that the socialization mentioned here goes far beyond mere ownership by the state. It implies a thoroughgoing transformation of the ideological and political relations, enabling the producers associated on the scale of society to subject production to a plan which is genuinely the result of their joint activity. 22. Marx, Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, p. 116. 23. See for example, above, pages 67 ff and below pages 150 ff 24. Until 1930 the financial year ran from October 1 to September 30. Thereafter, the financial year and the ordinary year coincided. 25. On these questions see Carr, Socialism, Volume I, pages 456 ff, and E. H. Carr and R. W. Davies, Foundations of a Planned Economy, Volume I, pt 2, pages 974 to 975. 26. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Vol. I, pt 2, p 975. 27. C. Baikov, The Soviet Economic System, p 95. 28. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p 979. 29. It must be stressed that, if experts of bourgeois origin were able to influence the running of the monetary and banking system, this was because they were integrated into structures which made possible the reproduction of the relations and practices of which they were the carriers. Subsequently, the presence of specialists of proletarian origin in the financial and monetary organs was not to prevent the continued reproduction of bourgeois relations and practices, for the political line being applied had not radically transformed the structure of these organs. 30. Between January 1, 1924 and January 1, 1928, the total amount of money in circulation increased fivefold, growing from 322 to 1,668 million rubles. Between 1925 to 1926 and 1927 to 1928 the amount of money in circulation increased by about 42%, whereas the national income, in constant prices, increased by only about 14%. This contributed to the increase in prices which will be described at the end of the chapter. 31. Quoted from Carr, Socialism, Volume I, p. 473. 32. C.A.Z. Arnold Banks, Credit and Money in Soviet Russia, pages 266, 284 to 285. 33. Planovoy Hozyaistvo, No. 1, pages 19, 30 to 31. 34. CKPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume 2, pages 224 to 227, especially p. 225. 35. Bolshevik, February 15, 1927, pages 18 to 27. 36. Ibid, May 1, 1927, p. 9. 37. Bednata, May 13, 1927. 38. See above, pages 37 ff. 72. 39 Voprosi Torgofli, NOS 2-3, p. 67, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 679, and 2. 40. See Volume I of the present work. 41 R. Linhart, La Nep, Quelques caractéristiques de la transition soviétique, in Études de planification socialiste, pages 156 ff, especially pages 185 to 186. 42. See Part 4 of the present volume. 43. Marx, Capital, Volume I, pages 165, 180. See also see Bettelheim, Economic Calculation and Forms of Property, pages 51 to 57. 44. See also, on this point, R. Linhart's remarks in La Nep, pages 195 to 196. We shall see later that, in the sphere of industry, production conferences were supposed to ensure a better awareness of reality, but the actual conditions in which these conferences were held seriously restricted their practical effect. 45. See above, pages 57 to 59. 46. Figures calculated from Baikov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 96. 47. Figures calculated from A. Mendelssohn, ed., Poccatelli Conjuncturi, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, pages 964 to 965. 48. IBID. In the case of agricultural products sold in the private sector, the rise was even more acute, with the index moving from 100 to 204.5 in 2 years. 49. IBID 50. Baikov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 104. 73. 2. The development of the machinery and procedures of economic planning. As we know, the NEP was not characterized merely by open development of commodity relations, possibilities of activity granted to individual and private capitalist enterprises, and financial autonomy for state-owned enterprises. Together with these orientations and these measures, others were adopted which were aimed at countering the danger that development might take place along an ordinary capitalist road. To this end, organs were set up to coordinate the different branches of economic activity and to work out plans. The existence and functioning of these organs was not at all sufficient to eliminate the dangers of capitalist development, dangers that could be removed only by the application of an appropriate political line, but they did create, within the NEP framework, some of the preliminary conditions for progress by the Soviet economy along the socialist road, and this was why Lenin ascribed great importance to their establishment. The principal function of the planning organs was political. They prepared and accompanied the government's interventions in the process of reproducing and transforming the material and social conditions of production. These organs served as the fulcrum of a specific form of political practice, namely, planning. In a class-divided society like that of the NEP, planning has a class content. It is affected by class struggles and affects the way that these struggles proceed. The interventions determined by planning are of a juridico-political nature. They take place amid the contradictions of social reproduction. They mobilize in a concentrated way the political and ideological forces of the ruling power in order to lead the processes of production in a certain 74. Direction and to alter their distinctive features, and so the forms of the processes of appropriation and distribution. For planning to take place, it is necessary that the interventions in production and reproduction actually have an effect, and that they be coordinated as regards their guiding principles. Such coordination is the purpose aimed at, but it is far from always achieved. In the absence of adequate real coordination, the direction actually given to the social process of production and reproduction may differ from what is desired by the political leadership. From the political standpoint, however, what is decisive is the real process, not what is imagined. The political interventions connected with planning do not directly modify the nature of the immediate production relations, but only the conditions for their expanded reproduction. The place of the agents of production in relation to each other and to the means of production is only indirectly modified by planning, for example, when it favors the expansion of a particular form of production while paralyzing another form, which it cuts off from some or all of the material means of production that it needs for its reproduction. A real upheaval in the relative positions of the agents of production always results, however, from class struggle, from the activity of the producers, and the changing of the actual conditions of production. The political interventions connected with planning, and which affect the reproduction of social relations, may be carried out either directly or indirectly. One of the forms of indirect intervention is that which operates in the sphere of money and prices. For example, an evolution of the terms of trade to the disadvantage of agriculture brings about a transfer of values to industry and the state sector, and so accelerates the expanded reproduction of the means of production at the disposal of this sector, and of the production relations characteristic of this sector. 75. Even when the Soviet government intervenes in the reproduction of social relations within the setting of a plan, the fact of these interventions cannot be directly equated with progress along the socialist road. It all depends on the type of change in social relations induced by the interventions. Contrary to what has often been stated, all planning is not necessarily socialist. It can, and often does, accompany various forms of state capitalism. The socialist character of planning depends, therefore, primarily on the class character of the ruling power, but also on the content of the plans, the intention they express to create the conditions for increasing control by the working people over social reproduction. The planning organs were established at the beginning of the NEP. Their increasing activity in the second half of the 1920s resulted from the actual conditions under which the Soviet economy was functioning at that time. These conditions exerted an especially strong influence when the period of restoration of industry drew to a close and the Reconstruction period began. From that moment, indeed, the question of the allocation of accumulated capital arose in acute form. This allocation would decide which industries would be given priority development and also the technology they would employ. It thus had a bearing on the division of labor. When capital circulates freely between the various branches of production, the question of priorities and of the technical forms assumed by economic development is settled by the overall and differential action exerted by class struggles on levels and differences of wages, by the striving for the maximum rate of profit, by the tendency for this rate to be equalized between the different branches, and by the relations of strength between the various industrial and financial groups. Under the pressure of these forces, accumulated capital is distributed in a determined way between the different branches, and invested in techniques which are also determined, in accordance with the capital available to the capitalists and with their estimates of future prospects. The 76. Non-realization of these estimates, which is inevitable given the very conditions under which capitalist expanded reproduction then takes place, determines the form assumed by economic crises. The existence of a state-owned industrial sector constitutes a considerable obstacle to the reproduction of this mode of distribution of capital between the different branches, but it is not an absolute obstacle. The various industries comprising the state sector can be left free to borrow, either from one or more investment banks or on a finance market. Furthermore, they can fix their prices, which to some degree determines their power to finance themselves or to repay loans. This type of accumulation was not entirely ruled out during the first years of the NEP, the Ausrisket of industrial and banking enterprises facilitated it. Nevertheless, the centralization of the industrial sector, the substantial size of the principal existing enterprises, and fear formed major obstacles, in the 1920s, to this form of accumulation. Above all, the political will of the Soviet government to build socialism was irreconcilable with a form of accumulation that implied autonomous development of the various industries and reproduction of capitalist forms of management. The existence of a state-owned industrial sector, together with the intention to build socialism, thus determined the setting up of planning organs and the extension of the activity of these organs. In the war communism period too, the Soviet government had tried to guide production in accordance with the priorities dictated by the Civil War. At that time the VSNKH functioned mainly as the organ responsible for centralized direction of current operations. When the NEP began, a new organ appeared, the State Planning Commission, or Gosplan, which was responsible primarily for the preparation of long-term and middle-term plans. In addition, some other organs were given planning tasks during the NEP. 77. The VSNKH. Though the VSNKH was chiefly concerned with current operational plans under war communism, a resolution of the Ninth Party Congress entrusted it with the preparing of a single production plan for Soviet Russia as a whole and for the Soviet republics allied with Russia. This plan was to cover the next historical period. For at the start of the NEP the role of the VSNKH tended to diminish, owing partly to the creation of Gosplan 5 but also to the development of the financial autonomy of enterprises and the role played by Gosbank and Narkomfin. From 1925 on the problem of industrialization arose ever more sharply, and the role of the VSNKH increased again. This organ now intervened to a substantial degree in the drawing up of various plans, and established an administrative structure aimed at preparing plans for the economy as a whole, including agriculture and transport. Actually, owing to its close links with the leaders of industry, the VSNKH also gave expression to what they wanted: the development of the industrial sectors under their authority. The enlargement of the planning activities of the VSNKH is thus to be seen as connected with the increasing role that the leaders of industry tended to play from 1925 on. This enlargement caused conflict with Gosplan and contributed to rendering more confused the discussions that took place concerning problems of industrialization. Something will be said about this later. 2. Gosplan. Gosplan was, in principle, the organ responsible for drawing up plans. Established on February 22, 1921, it succeeded Gozelro, which had worked out a plan for electrification. 6. It was not an organ for taking decisions. Like the VSNKH, its task was merely to prepare drafts which were submitted to the organs of government, which alone had the power to take decisions and put them 78 into effect. This situation was expressed in the subordination of Gosplan to the Council of People's Commissars and the Council for Labor and Defense. During the NEP period, Gosplan's activity often followed lines contradictory to that of the VSNKH. Whereas the latter body was closely linked with the leaders of industry, the Gosplan experts were more concerned with the problems of agriculture and of overall economic equilibrium, which meant that they were closer in interest to the financial organs Gosbank and Narkomfin. At the outset, Gosplan had only about 40 members, mostly economists and statisticians, 7 or 8 of whom were party members, the rest were bourgeois specialists. 7. At the beginning of 1927, Gosplan's staff numbered 500, many of whom were former Mensheviks, but decisive responsibility was in the hands of party members, notably Krzyzanowski, who had headed Gozelro. 8. During the second half of 1925, Gosplan worked out the first annual plan for the national economy. This plan had no binding power, as was shown by the name given to it, control figures. Covering the year 1925 to 1926, it was actually a modest document of about 100 pages intended to guide the various people's commissariats in drawing up their own operational programs. The Presidium of Gosplan itself emphasized the approximate nature of the document it had produced. When it was drawn up, a great deal of needed information was lacking. The control figures for 1926 to 1927 were already more soundly based than the first set, but, as before, they were not obligatory. However, this time, when the CLD ratified the control figures, it announced that if the operational plans of an administrative organ conformed to the forecasts given in the control figures, there would be no need to obtain the CLD's ratification of these plans. The control figures for 1927 to 1928 made up a detailed document of 500 pages. They had been compiled in close collaboration with the sectoral and regional planning organizations. A decree of June 8, 1927, strengthened, in principle. 79. The predominant role of Gosplan in the drawing up of plans, and a decision of the CC in August 1927 provided that thenceforth the control figures, once ratified, were to constitute actual directives for the elaboration of operational plans and of the state budget. 9. From that time on, operational plans were drawn up along with the control figures. 10. These facts show that the NEP, although involving development of commodity and money relations and increased financial autonomy for state enterprises, entailed no renunciation of endeavors to secure centralized and planned direction of the economy. On the contrary, an important aspect of the NEP record was the establishment of planning organs which, in principle, made possible better coordination of the development of the different branches of the economy. The uncertainties of the political line decided on by the Bolshevik Party at the end of 1925, at the very moment when the problem of the scope of the industrialization process to be launched, and of the forms it should take, was coming onto the agenda, favored a proliferation of these organs. They drew up draft plans that were profoundly contradictory, acting, in fact, as supports for different social forces and political tendencies which were then dividing the party. As examples, we can take the existence within Gosplan of an industrial section which in 1926 drew up a particularly generous investment plan, and the creation within the VSNKH of a special organ, OSVIK, which became, in practice, independent of the VSNKH, and served for a certain period as a support for the united opposition. 11. 3. Osvik. Osvik was created by the Presidium of the VSNKH in March 1925. At once it set about preparing its own version of a 5-year plan, and formed sections and committees for the 80. Purpose. Under the chairmanship of P.I. Pyatakov, Osvik acted quite independently of the VSNKH, and had numerous ex-Menshevik economists, as well as non-party engineers and scientists working for it. 12. In the absence, however, of any effective participation by the masses in the working out of the plans, and of a firmly defined political line, the documents emanating from Gosplan, the VSNKH, and the other organs responsible for preparing them set targets that were unrealistic and often mutually incompatible. In them were reflected the increasingly contradictory and ill-analyzed tendencies prevailing in the Bolshevik Party. Under these conditions, the economic plans produced did not enable more effective control to be established over the contradictions. On the contrary, given their mistaken orientations and incoherences, the attempts that were made to apply these plans at all costs merely aggravated the contradictions. In this sense, too, as we shall see, the crisis that opened in 1927 to 1928 was not an economic crisis but a political one, the result of inadequacies and incoherences which were themselves the outcome of extremely complex class struggles. This situation was especially reflected in the frequent revision of the industrial programs, revision that was obviously bound up with changes in the economic and political conjuncture and the way in which this was seen by the party. This aspect will be illustrated by an examination of the forecasts for industrial investment in the year 1926 to 1927 and the party's decisions on the matter. 13. These revisions aggravated the economic imbalances, and caused the resulting shortages to fall more and more heavily upon the peasantry. This was one of the forms assumed, in practice, by the increasing abandonment, from 1926 on, of the requirements of the NEP. The general crisis of the 81. NEP was brought about by this abandonment and the resulting aggravated contradictions. This abandonment and the forms it assumed call for explanation. In order to arrive at such an explanation we need to analyze the entire set of social relations and class contradictions that developed during the 1920s. Given the decisive role played by the peasantry, this analysis must begin with the position in the countryside. Notes. 1. This market is largely constituted by state enterprises which are in a position to grant loans to each other, or to subscribe to bonds issued by one or more of their number. During NEP these possibilities were available to the state enterprises. 2. See Volume I of the present work, pages 152 ff3. The book by Friedrich Pollock, Die Planwirtschaftlichen Versuche in der Sowjetunion 1917–1927, first published in 1929 and republished in 1971 in Frankfurt, gives a very good account of the planning organs of the NEP period and what they did. 4. Ibid, pages 233 to 234. 5. See Volume I of the present work, p. 153. 6. See Volume I of the present work. 7. Pollock, Die Planwirtschaftlichen Versuche, p. 236. 8. Planovoy Hozvaystvo, No. 10, p. 9, Plenum Budgetnwa Komisii.its.I.k. SSSR, p. 400, and Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 2, pages 802 to 803. 9. For the control figures for these years see Planovoy Hozvaystvo, No. 11, pages 167 to 168, Sobrany Zakhanov, No. 37, Art. 373, KPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume 2, pages 252 ff10. From 1931 the document prepared in this way became, once it had been ratified, what was called the Annual Plan. 11. See below, Part 4 of this volume. 12. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 2, pages 844 to 845. 13. See below, p. 386. 83. Part 2. The Village during the NEP period. Differentiation and Class Struggles. Agricultural Policy and Transformation of Social Relations in Agriculture. The analyses offered in the following pages relate to the economic and social structure of the Soviet countryside toward the end of the NEP. Their purpose is to throw light on the conditions governing the articulation of class relations and class struggles in the villages with agricultural policy and to show how these relations and struggles led to the final crisis of the NEP. It was the articulation of class struggles with agricultural policy that determined the changes which the Soviet countryside underwent between 1924 and 1929. These changes cannot be seen as an autonomous process, dominated exclusively by some ineluctable internal necessity. They cannot be divorced from the policy followed toward the peasantry and its various strata. In its turn, this policy needs to be related to the development of the contradictions within the urban sector and the way with which these were dealt, problems that will be considered later. 85. 1. The social conditions of immediate production during the NEP period. During the NEP 1, the bulk of agricultural production was due essentially to the activity of peasants working on their own individual farms. These produced partly for the peasants' own needs and partly in order to exchange the peasants' products on the market. The state farms and kolkhozes played only a minor role. The number of peasants and craftsmen engaged in collective forms of production was only 1.3% of the total in 1924 and 2.9% in 1928. 2. Commodity production of grain was contributed mainly by the individual peasant farms. In 1927 they provided 92.4%, while the sovkhozes provided only 5.7% and the kolkhozes 1.9%. 3. I remarks on the social differentiation of the peasantry. The individual peasant farms constituted a heterogeneous social category. Hidden behind this expression was the great complexity of production relations characteristic of agriculture in the NEP period. To this complexity corresponded the social differentiation of the Soviet peasantry and the class contradictions which resulted. 86. The specific features of the differentiation among the peasantry during the NEP period. Social differentiation among the Soviet peasantry was still relatively limited toward the end of the NEP period. On the one hand, the division of the land realized thanks to the October Revolution had resulted in its more equal distribution. On the other, the process of social differentiation which developed during the NEP period possessed special features which have often been pointed out. This process resulted in a reduction in the proportion of poor peasants in the total peasant population and an increase in the proportion of middle peasants, while the economic importance of the kulaks grew only slightly. The slow transformation of the structure of the Soviet peasantry was based mainly on a twofold process affecting the poor peasants. Whereas one section of them joined the proletariat, another entered the ranks of the middle peasantry and strengthened this stratum. 4. From 1925 on, the specific character of this differentiation was demonstrated by investigations sponsored by Rabkrin, by the Commissariat of Finance, and by other administrative bodies. 5. These investigations refuted the claims of the left opposition which alleged that Soviet agriculture was undergoing a process of capitalist differentiation leading to polarization, with the proletariat being strengthened at one end, and the rural bourgeoisie at the other. The theses put before the 15th Party Congress explicitly recognized these distinctive features. The peculiarities of that differentiation are a result of the altered social conditions. These peculiarities consist in the fact that, in contradiction to the capitalist type of development, which is expressed in the weakening of the middle peasantry, while the two extremes grow, in our country it is the reverse. We have a process of strengthening the middle peasant group, accompanied, so far, by a certain growth of the 87. Rich peasants from among the more well-to-do middle peasants, and a diminution of the poor groups, of which some become proletarianist while others, the greater part, are gradually transferring to the middle group. 6. This presentation was, nevertheless, inadequate, since it referred to social conditions in general, and lead the reader to suppose that these suffice to account for the type of differentiation noted, whereas this was not the case. True, the type of differentiation noted was taking place within the general conditions of Soviet power, with nationalization of the land and the functioning of the Mir given new life by the Agrarian Code of 1922. 7. However, within the setting of these general conditions, the form taken by the differentiation of the Soviet peasantry was due to the political line that was followed and also, and especially, to the struggles waged by the poor and middle peasants themselves with a view to better equipping and organizing themselves. 8. Statistics illustrating class differentiation in the Soviet peasantry in 1927. A great variety of statistics have been produced concerning class differentiation in the Soviet peasantry. Here I shall use the ones calculated by S.G. Stromilin. This Soviet economist and statistician tried to classify peasant farms in accordance with the criteria proposed by Lenin at the Second Comintern Congress. 9. By these criteria the poor peasants were those who could get from their farms only what they needed to live on, or who even needed to take on additional paid work in order to survive. The middle peasants were those who had a small surplus which, when the harvest was good, enabled them to accumulate a little. The rich peasants were those whose surplus was sufficiently large and regular to enable them to accumulate and to exploit the other rural strata by employing wage labor, practicing usury, and so on. 88. These definitions, as applied by Stromilin and the Central Statistical Board, gave the following Table 10 showing the social divisions of the Soviet peasantry in 1926 to 1927. Social divisions: percent poor peasants 29.4, middle peasants 67.5, rich peasants 3.1. These figures were necessarily only approximate. 11. Nevertheless, it is clear that the kulaks were few in number, and, especially, that their share in the sale of produce outside the village was a minor one, as is proved by statistics which, though of different origin, agree on this point. The supply of grain to the market and the class differentiation of the peasantry according to the statistics quoted by Grosskopf, in 1925 it was the poor and middle peasants who provided most of the grain that came onto the market, over 88%, as against 11.8% provided by the rich peasants. 12. The importance of the sales of grain effected by the poor and middle peasants was due to the fact that they were obliged to sell their crops in order to pay their debts and their taxes and to make indispensable purchases of manufactured goods, including the equipment their farms lacked, an acquisition of which would enable them to reduce their dependence on the kulaks. The poor and middle peasants played an even bigger role in the provisioning of the towns, for the greater part of the grain they sold found its way there toward the end of the summer and in the autumn, whereas the rich peasants, in the course of the year, sold part of their surplus on the village market. 13. These facts show clearly the erroneousness of the oversimplified thesis of a kulak strike which Kamina put forward. 89. Starting in 1925 to explain the procurement difficulties of 1925 to 1926. 14. At that time, Kamina, relying on figures from the Central Statistical Board which were based not on peasants' incomes but on area of land possessed, 15. Declared that kulak farms made up 12% of all peasant farms and held 61% of the grain surplus. 16. From these figures Kamina drew the mistaken conclusion that the rich peasants received most of the money that was made in the countryside, and were the principal buyers of the consumer goods, and industrially made means of production bought there. This thesis tended to give backing to the ideas of Preobrazhensky, who claimed that to fix high prices for industrial products and low prices for agricultural products would not hurt the mass of the peasantry, since the poor and middle peasants were supposed not to participate to any great extent in commercial exchanges, while it would enable the state to achieve a higher rate of accumulation by levying a tribute from the richest peasants. Contrary to these claims, about 3/4 of the grain sent to the towns came at that time from the farms of the poor and middle peasants, and they bought more than 80% of the manufactured goods sold in the villages, 17. Especially with a view to providing better equipment for their farms, which were gravely lacking in instruments of production. The proportions given above for the origin of the grain put on the market are confirmed by the figures Stalin mentioned in his speech of May 28, 1928, to the students of the Sverdlov University. He showed that in 1926 to 1927 the kulaks provided 20% of this grain, as against 74% provided by the poor and middle peasants and 6% by the collective and state farms. 18. The social and political role of the kulaks. It would, of course, be a grave mistake to deduce from these facts that the social and political role played at that time by the kulaks was negligible. On the contrary, it was very important. 90. But its importance lay not in the sphere of production but elsewhere. It lay in the sphere of circulation, in the commercial relations the kulaks maintained with the poor and middle peasants, in the sphere of ideology, in the illusion they offered of possible future individual enrichment on a substantial scale, an illusion to which a certain number of middle peasants succumbed, consequently turning away from collective forms of production, in the sphere of politics, especially through the influence the rich peasants could exercise in the peasants' assemblies. 19. The important role played by the rich peasants was rooted in the nature of the social relations that reproduced themselves under the NEP, wage labor, leasing of land, hiring out of agricultural implements, and capitalist trade. These relations enabled the kulaks to wield great influence out of all proportion with the number of their farms or their share in production. It was on the basis of these social relations that there developed the struggle of the rich peasants to exert increasing domination over the poor and middle peasants. However, it was one thing to recognize these facts but quite another to conclude from them that the kulaks possessed decisive economic influence in production and in the provision of supplies for the towns, as the Trotskyist Zinovyevist opposition mistakenly did conclude. 20. Although the conclusions drawn by this opposition were rejected by the Bolshevik Party, its analyses left in circulation a distorted picture of the social relations existing in the Soviet countryside. Despite the ultimate political defeat of the opposition, the essential elements of its analyses were present, in barely modified form, in the interpretation that the party leadership gave in 1928 and 1929 to the procurement crisis and in the way that it sought to deal with the contradictions among the peasants and the contradictions that opposed the peasantry as a whole to the Soviet power. We must now examine successively the role of the different strata of the peasantry in the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928, and the role that these strata were in a position to play in. 91. Future increases in agricultural production, especially grain production. 2. The class foundations of the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928. In order to reveal the class foundations of the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928, it is necessary to study the way in which this crisis proceeded. This I shall try to do in the following pages, relying again upon the analyses made by S. Grosskopf, who has demolished many of the accepted ideas on the matter. The first phase of the procurement and the sales made by the kulaks during the first quarter of the agricultural campaign of 1927 to 1928. The quantities of grain procured by the state and cooperative organs were, as we have seen, 21 greater than those procured in the very good year 1926 to 1927. This increase was all the more remarkable because the harvest of 1927 was smaller than that of the previous year, 22, and the distribution of grain production was unfavorable. The regions most affected by the fall in production were those described as having a surplus, because their production normally served to meet some of the grain needs of the less favored regions. Analysis shows that the increase in procurement during July-September 1927 came mainly from the rich peasants. On the one hand, it was they who had priority as regards means of production and transport, since a big proportion of these means belonged to them. On the other, they were in a hurry to sell before the month of October, the time when the poor and middle peasants usually brought their grain to market, thereby lowering the obtainable price. Furthermore, since the policy followed by the Soviet authorities in 1926 to 1927 had pre-92 vented grain prices from rising in the spring of 1927, the rich peasants had no hope of a price rise in the spring of 1928, and this gave them an extra incentive for getting rid of their produce quickly, hence the increase in procurement in July-September 1927. 23. The accelerated delivery of grain by the rich peasants during the summer of 1927 does not mean, of course, that they had not stocked up a certain amount of grain. It does show, however, that in the autumn of 1927 the bulk of the reserves held in the countryside was not concentrated in their hands. 24. The second phase of the procurement and the struggles of the poor and middle peasants. Thus, from autumn on it was usually the poor and middle peasants who supplied the grain procured. In the autumn of 1927 these supplies failed to materialize. Two immediate reasons account for what happened. First, the fall in the supply of manufactured goods to the rural areas in the second half of 1927. Part of the selling of grain done by the poor and middle peasants was intended to secure the cash they needed to buy manufactured goods, in particular the small-scale instruments of production which they lacked. Insofar as in the autumn of 1927 there was also a decline in the supply of these products, there was as well a decline in sales of grain. The tax reductions which had been granted to the poor and middle peasants also meant that the constraint to sell imposed on them by their fiscal obligations was now less acute. Another immediate reason for the fall in procurement from the autumn of 1927 on is connected with a certain degree of negligence on the part of the state and cooperative organs, which in 1927 showed particular passivity. This was due to the fact that the official organs were now less afraid of competition from private traders, who had been subjected to more severe restrictions than previously. Their passivity also resulted from the contradictory directives issued by the central authority to 93. The official procurement agencies, whereas Gosplan called on them actively to encourage the peasants to sell their crops, at the same time directives from the party and the government warned them against possible competition among themselves. The Soviet authorities were indeed concerned to prevent such competition among the procurement organs from bringing about a rise in the price of grain. One of the consequences of these directives was that most of the buyers on behalf of the procurement organs waited for the peasants to come on their own initiative to offer them grain, which the peasants did not do. 25. The shortage of industrial goods available in the countryside, the reduction in taxation and the greater passivity of the procurement organs do not, however, furnish more than a partial explanation of the fall in grain sales. To complete the explanation we need to examine more closely the conditions under which the poor and middle peasants carried out most of their selling of grain. It can be seen already from the facts given above that marketing of grain did not correspond, broadly speaking, to the existence of a surplus of grain held by the peasants. Such a surplus would imply that the basic needs of the poor and middle peasants for grain had been largely covered by their production. That was far from being the true situation. Actually, in 1927 to 1928, when weather conditions were generally poor, the bulk of the peasants, who lacked adequate means of production, harvested only a poor crop. To be sure, these peasants, taken as a whole, sold large quantities of grain, but they did so only to the extent that they were obliged to, in order to pay their taxes or to buy industrial goods, if these were to be had. 26. When this constraint or this possibility ceased to be present, they sold as little grain as they could, for, in the case of most of the poor and middle peasants, such sales 94. Entailed serious hardship. They therefore preferred to improve their level of personal consumption, and of consumption by their underfed animals, and also, if possible, to keep at least a minimum of reserve stocks. For the peasants, having such reserves at their disposal meant limiting the risk that they might be compelled to buy grain from the rich peasants before the next harvest became available, and, since such purchases usually had to be made on credit, to become ever more dependent on the rich peasants. Investigations carried out in 1926 to 1927, a year of good harvest, showed that even in the so-called surplus zones, the needs of agriculture itself were not being adequately met, as regards personal consumption by most of the peasants, feeding of their animals, and maintenance of stocks of seed corn and reserve supplies. 27. This applied even more in 1927, when the harvest was considerably smaller. And it was just at that moment that the supply of industrial goods to the rural areas declined sharply and that taxes were reduced. Under those conditions, for the poor and middle peasants to have brought to the procurement agencies the same amount of grain as in the previous year would have necessitated a political willingness on their part which did not exist at that time, and which had hardly been prepared for by the history of the party's relations with the peasant masses. 28. 3. The forms of struggle of the poor and middle peasants in the NEP period. The problem of the procurement crisis cannot be isolated from the low standard of living of the bulk of the peasantry. 29. The inadequacy of the means of production at their disposal, and the struggle of the poor and middle peasants to avoid falling into increasing dependence on the rich peasants. The struggle to acquire means of production for the poor and middle peasants. The chief purpose of their sales of produce was to acquire the means needed to increase 95. Their production, and thereby to reduce their dependence on the rich peasants who owned a large proportion of the means of cultivation and of transport. On the morrow of the division of the land, which was generally not accompanied by a share out of the other means of production, 30. The poor and middle peasants were the ones worse off in this respect. Subsequently, therefore, it was they who suffered most from the meagerness of the supply of instruments of labor to agriculture. In 1927 the total number of machines and implements possessed by Soviet agriculture was only two-thirds the pre-war figure. A very large proportion of the implements and machines that were available were held by the rich peasants, who hired them out at high rates to the poor and middle peasants. Investigations carried out in 1924 and in 1927 the situation had hardly begun to change showed that scythes were in short supply and most of the peasants had to do their reaping with sickles. Iron plows were also lacking. Industry supplied very few, just as it supplied little steel to the village craftsmen. Most of the peasants had to do their plowing with a saka, a wooden swing plow. The other tools needed for cultivation were also largely unavailable, as were axes and saws. 31. As for reapers and threshers, these were mostly possessed by the rich peasants. The inadequate provision of instruments of labor to the poor and middle peasants was the underlying factor in the development of specific forms of dependence by the mass of the peasants upon the rich peasants, and the specific forms of exploitation to which the latter subjected the working peasants. This inadequacy explains the extreme fragility of the economy of the poor and middle peasants and the close interdependence between the supply of means of production to the rural areas and the amount of produce the poor and middle peasants were able and willing to supply for procurement. What happened in the agricultural year 1925 to 1926 is extremely instructive from this standpoint, as it was a sort of dress rehearsal for the crisis of 1927 to 1928, resulting, however, in different solutions. In 1925 to 1926 the harvest was a good one. During the first 96 quarter of the agricultural year, off-village sales by the peasants were considerably bigger than in the previous year, but then, as was to happen again in 1927 to 1928, these sales fell sharply during the second quarter. It was in this connection that Kamina spoke of a kulaks strike. Now, not only does analysis of the farms which sold grain at different phases of the year show that this formulation of Kamina was wrong, but, above all, the subsequent progress of sales shows clearly that it was not a matter of a strike by a minority of peasants but of a mass phenomenon mainly connected with a poor state of supply to the rural areas of the manufactured goods purchased by the poor and middle peasants. The immediate origin of this crisis lay in a mistake in the Soviet government's policy toward the peasant masses. The situation could then be quickly redressed by a simple conjunctural measure, namely, improved supply of manufactured goods to the rural areas. Eventually the government's plan for acquiring grain was fulfilled in 1925-1926 to the extent of 97%, without any need to resort to emergency measures. It was thus demonstrated that unless there was a very poor harvest, the level of grain surplus and of procurement was decided mainly by the policy of the Soviet state itself, its price policy, the organization of grain purchases, and the supply of manufactured goods to the peasant masses. 32. The supply of instruments of production to the poor and middle peasants. 33. Was, moreover, a decisive factor not only in relation to procurement but also in connection with the support rendered by the Soviet government to the struggle of the peasant masses to resist the pressure exerted upon them by the kulaks. The lack of equipment from which the poor and middle peasants suffered meant that, in many cases, they were obliged to lease part of their land to the rich peasants, to sell them their labor power, or to hire from them the means of labor. Thus, in 1926, in more than 72% of the cases where land was leased out, this was done by peasants who lacked means of 97. Production. Again, more than 52% of the wage earners employed in agriculture were poor, or even middle, peasants who were unable to cultivate their land because they had not enough implements. Very often, too, as we know, poor and middle peasants were compelled to employ the owner of a horse or of a plow, who preferred to figure as an agricultural worker. A Rabkrin report dated 1927 acknowledged that up to now, we have given little attention to the social relations engendered by the practice of lending and borrowing articles used in farming. 34 Yet these social relations weighed very heavily upon the poor and middle peasants. It was in order to escape from them that these peasants, wanting to buy implements, went so far as to sell part of the grain that they needed in order to feed themselves and create reserves. At the same time, the shortage of implements available on the market led these same peasants to cut down their sales, while it also aggravated their dependence on the kulaks. Similarly, the policy of high prices for manufactured goods, advocated by Preobrazhensky, was liable to reduce the capacity of the poor and middle peasants to equip themselves, and so to increase their dependence on the kulaks and to strengthen the latter. Two facts will suffice to show the effects on class relations in the countryside of an inadequate supply of agricultural equipment. On the one hand, according to an investigation carried out in 1924 to 1925 in the province of Penza, this inadequacy meant that the middle peasants could sow only between 29 and 37% of the sowable land which they possessed to grain crops. In the case of the poor peasants this percentage was as little as 18 or 19%, whereas for the rich peasants it was nearly 40%. Furthermore, through not being cultivated well enough to the toiling masses of the countryside. This was the concept of an alliance based on steel and not merely on textiles. Yet the policy actually followed over the years had not been that policy. Only in 1926 to 1927 did current supplies of implements to the rural areas slightly exceed their pre-war level. The struggle of the poor and middle peasants to strengthen forms of organization that would consolidate their independence of the rich peasants. The struggle of the poor and middle peasants to organize themselves so as to consolidate their independence from the rich peasants calls for special attention. We find here confirmation of Lenin's analyses pointing to the possibility of a transition to socialism through organizing the working peasants within the framework of the NEP. 39 A confirmation all the more remarkable because it resulted from a development which, as Molotov acknowledged, had not received systematic and constant support from the Bolshevik Party. 41 Of the forms under which the poor and middle peasants organized themselves was the associations for joint utilization of means of production. As a rule, these associations brought together only a small number of farms, usually less than 10. They were of particular importance in the grain-growing regions, in the steppes, in the Ukraine, the Ural region, and Siberia. They were important especially for the utilization of seeders and threshers. In the Ural region 32.9% and 28.2%, respectively, of these machines were used in common in this way, while in Siberia the corresponding percentages were 29.8 and 32.3. In the case of tractors the percentage was even 100. 41 The poor and middle peasants resorted also to traditional 100 forms of mutual aid, such as sapryaga, by which between 5 and 7 farms jointly utilized labor power, draft animals and implements, and organized themselves to obtain credit. In this setting there developed genuine collective work, which resulted in many poor and middle peasants being able to cultivate part of the land they held as a result of the agrarian revolution. This movement also engendered tens of thousands of simple producers' cooperatives which did not enjoy the status of kolkhozes and were, as a rule, not officially registered. Various investigations have revealed the dimensions of this movement. 42 But, in the report already mentioned, Molotov gave no attention to these simple forms. What he hailed was the advantages of large units of production, of the larger enterprise. 43 In the Ukraine, this form of the poor peasants' struggle was especially well developed. It was connected with the activity of the poor peasants' committees which had appeared during the Civil War. They continued to exist in that republic even after the ending of war communism, and also developed during the NEP period. In 1925 more than 14% of the peasants in the Ukraine belonged to these KNS, which meant a very high percentage of the poor peasants. Research shows that most of the KNS were solidly organized and contributed effectively to raise production and the standard of living of their members. Not only did they arrange for mutual aid among the latter, and start to introduce new methods of cultivation, but they also helped the other peasants and took part in the forming of cooperatives and of other forms of association for joint work. Other facts, too, testify to the importance of spontaneous tendencies to create peasant organizations for joint use of the soil. There was the creation of the communities for opening up remote tracts of land. When they adopted this form of association, the peasants involved decided to go in for collective forms of cultivation instead of individual holdings. These collective forms were established especially in certain regions where substantial tracts of land were situated too far from the old villages to be regularly cultivated by peasants operating from these villages. It is significant that this movement was inspired mainly by poor peasants and that instead of forming new land associations of the traditional type, they adopted collective forms of cultivation, and because of this it was possible to ensure a rotation of crops covering several years and to avoid the fragmentation resulting from the former mere. 44 True, from the standpoint of the general structure of Soviet agriculture, the existence of these various types of organization of the poor and middle peasants did not alter the massive predominance of individual peasant farming. Nevertheless, their existence, by the very multiplicity of the forms they assumed and the liveliness and depth of the tendencies they manifested, shows how great were the possibilities for transition to a socialist organization of agriculture. 45. For agricultural policy and the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928. The facts mentioned above show that the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928 was not due mainly to a kulaks strike, but was the result of a much more complex process in which some mistakes committed by the Soviet government in relation to the poor and middle peasants played their part. As a result of these mistakes, the initiative and independent class action of these peasants suffered restriction. Subsequently, the indiscriminate resort to emergency measures, by hitting the middle peasants as well as the kulaks, brought about even a shift in the alignment of class forces, and enabled the kulaks to increase their ideological and political influence over an important section of the peasantry. In this connection, the resistance put up by the peasant masses to the measures taken by 102. The Soviet government from 1928 on not only resulted from their immediate reaction to encroachment on their material interests, but also reflected the influence that the kulaks then wielded over them. It was in that sense that a kulak threat made its appearance in 1928 to 1929. 46 In order to appreciate this process and how it was linked with the Soviet government's peasant policy, we must briefly recall certain facts. The shortcomings of agricultural policy in the years 1924 to 192. The shortcomings of agricultural policy in the years between 1924 and 1927 were due, in the first place, to the inadequate supply of instruments of production to the rural areas, where it was the poor and middle peasants who had most need of them. 47 It must be observed that the cost of supplying machinery and implements to agriculture did not amount at any time during the NEP to a burden that could be thought too heavy for the Soviet economy to bear. Thus, in 1926 to 1927, the sum involved in these supplies came to 122.1 million pre-war rubles, or 0.8% of the national income. 48 It will be seen, too, that the supply of agricultural equipment to be bought by the peasants did not, in principle, impose any charge upon the state budget. As for supplies on credit, these would have called for only limited advances which could be quickly recovered through the increase in production and in money incomes. The smallness in the amount of equipment supplied was especially detrimental to the poor and middle peasants. They enjoyed, in practice, no priority in receiving this equipment, and the credit system functioned in such a way that they were not the chief beneficiaries of loans either. 49. Moreover, the importance of supplying the rural areas with traditional instruments of production, or improved versions of these, was much underestimated. 103. Thus, Molotov, in his report to the 15th Party Congress on work in the rural areas, referred dismissively to the supplying of simple means of production to the peasants as a sorry progress. 50. The lack of an economic effort to give priority aid to the poor and middle peasants entailed serious consequences. Such priority aid was needed from the political standpoint, because support for the Soviet government from the poor and middle peasants was indispensable if the dictatorship of the proletariat was to be consolidated, and from the economic standpoint as well, because it was the farms of the poor and middle peasants that held the biggest potentialities for increasing production. Since they were under-equipped, a large proportion of their land was not even being cultivated, and, because they had no implements of their own, the yield from what was cultivated was lower than anywhere else, and so most susceptible to rapid increase. The underestimation of the potentialities of the poor and middle peasants' farms, generally speaking, the shortcomings of agricultural policy in 1924 to 1927 were bound up with a definite underestimation of the potentialities of the poor and middle peasants' farms. 51. In 1928 and 1929, even within the setting of the NEP, the potentialities of Soviet agriculture were still considerable, provided that the peasants were properly supplied with instruments of labor and helped in their efforts to extend the area under cultivation and increase yields, and to organize themselves more effectively. The image of the Soviet peasant as routine-minded and lazy is false. To be convinced of this, one has only to note that in 1925 to 1926 gross agricultural production reached the pre-war level, even though there were fewer means of production in the countryside than at an earlier date. 52. The under-equipment of agriculture was due to old equipment wearing out and the crying inadequacy of supplies of 104. New equipment. It was not due at all to any so-called indifference or indolence on the part of the peasantry. On the contrary, statistics show that in 1927 expenditures on purchases of equipment were 70% greater than they were before the war. 53. The economist Oganovsky observed how much greater the potentialities of agriculture in this period were than they had been before the revolution. He wrote, "Neither the economic and social facts nor the importance and role of the cauters and the factors of production are comparable. And if the contexts are incommensurable, there cannot, either, be anything in common between the results obtained then and those obtainable at the present time, as we can observe here and now." 54. Some estimates made at that time sought to take account, partly at least, of the potentialities of NEP agriculture, especially with a view to forecasting the agricultural production and the net balance. 55. Thus, Osvik estimated the grain harvest that could be obtained in 1931 at 87.8 million metric tons, an increase of 14.9% on 1926, which should provide a net balance of 14.6 million metric tons, 56% more than in 1926, which meant a net market availability of 18.7%. This estimate was actually based on a very low estimate of the yield to be obtained in 1931. It assumed that this yield would be the same as in 1928, so that only the area cultivated would be larger. It was all the more certainly an underestimate in that, already in 1926, the yield per hectare was higher than the pre-war average, 56, despite the under-equipment from which Soviet agriculture still suffered. If sales of means of production to agriculture had continued at the same rate as in 1925, it would have been reasonable to expect a grain harvest of about 92 million metric tons, which would have given a net balance in the region of 17 million metric tons. 57. The actual potentialities of NEP agriculture at the end of the 1920s were all the greater in that the poor and middle peasants were at that time ready to enter step by step upon the road of cooperation, of collective labor and production. These forms of labor and production implied, if the peasants entered into them voluntarily, great possibilities of increased harvests. They made possible a fuller utilization of the land area, with employment of machinery and carrying out of cultivation work with the minimum loss of time. This was confirmed by experience during that period. However, the party leadership tended to underestimate the possibilities of NEP agriculture and not to reckon with the real requirements for developing it along the cooperative and collective road. The small amount of aid given to the development of collective farming and cooperation from the beginning of the NEP to the 15th Congress, the efforts made by the poor and middle peasants to undertake various forms of collective labor or production remained without systematic support. Molotov recognized this fact, though omitting to draw any practical conclusions from it, when he declared, "It is now important to realize that we are lagging behind, that we are not keeping pace with the new socialist elements now developing in the village. What we lack now is courage and perseverance in stimulating the collectivization of the village, primarily because we do not know enough about it." 58 At that time, Molotov did not conclude from this observation that a substantial acceleration of development towards collective farming was really possible. He said, on the contrary, that the development of individual enterprise along the socialist path is a long and tedious process. It will require many years to pass over from individual to communal farming. 59 This underestimation of the possibilities of collective farming was accompanied by inadequate backing of the cooperative movement. We know the role that Lenin ascribed to cooperation as a 106 form leading to socialist organization of production. 60 Yet by 1927, despite the undeniable development of cooperation, the Bolshevik Party had failed to give it all the necessary aid, being influenced in this by the idea that cooperation mainly served the interests of the rich peasants, whereas experience showed how important it was for the poor and middle peasants. Here, too, Molotov, in his report to the 15th Party Congress, noted the insufficiency of the work accomplished. After quoting Lenin on cooperation, he said that the statement made by Lenin has not yet been fully appreciated by us. At any rate, it has not been sufficiently reflected in our practical work. 61 And yet a number of party resolutions had already drawn attention to the role that development of the cooperatives should play. I may mention, in particular, a resolution adopted by the 12th Conference of the CPR, in August 1922, which emphasized the importance of agricultural credit, and a resolution of the 13th Party Congress, which pointed out that the development of cooperative trade would enable the poor peasants to increase their production and sales while limiting the power of the kulaks. 62 In April 1925, the 15th Party Conference reaffirmed the need to organize agricultural credit. It called on the cooperatives to take over the processing and marketing of agricultural produce and the supply of means of production to the peasant masses. This resolution also appealed to the cooperatives to encourage the development of all possible forms of collective working of the soil. In fact, despite these resolutions, and Lenin's statements about the role to be played by the cooperatives, 63 The development of the cooperatives was not supported by the Soviet state with all the necessary vigor. The cooperatives were not drawn firmly in a direction that would have strengthened within a short time the farms worked by the poor and middle peasants, thereby also ensuring growth and regularity in grain procurement. 107. On October 1, 1927, nearly 40% of the Soviet peasants were, nevertheless, members of state cooperative societies, but these societies were much more concerned with buying agricultural produce from the peasants than with selling them means of production, which meant that the poor and middle peasants took relatively little interest in them. 64 As regards the credit cooperatives, their activity benefited less than 20% of the peasants, they charged relatively high rates of interest, and from 1925 on they granted loans only for comparatively large amounts, exceeding the needs and capacities of the poor peasants, so that the latter got almost no advantage from the existence of these cooperatives and had to turn to the usurers. 65 The situation that existed at the end of the NEP was due both to the inadequate attention paid to the needs of the poor and middle peasants and to the corruption and negligence that reigned very widely in the grassroots administration of the cooperative system. The funds placed at the disposal of the cooperatives by the state for the purpose of making loans to the poor peasants remained practically unused. The local cooperatives did not take the steps needed for these funds to be employed. Moreover, they were too remote in their activities from the conditions in which the peasants lived, and were often held back by the bureaucratic control exercised by the district soviets. 66. The state of affairs was, of course, related to the feebleness of the party's roots in the countryside, a crucial problem to which I shall return. The aggravation of the contradictions through the peasant and agricultural policy followed in 1928 and 1929. In the light of the facts which have been mentioned, the procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928 thus appears as not at all the result of an inevitable economic crisis but as the outcome of political mistakes. These were due to the feebleness of the 108 party's roots in the countryside and also to ideological reasons which led the party to underestimate in practice the aid that should have been given to the peasant masses, and to concentrate nearly all its efforts on industry. The procurement crisis of 1927 to 1928, unlike that of 1925-1926, did not lead to a rectification of agricultural policy. The increasing stress laid on large-scale industrialization blocked the way to any serious and rapid improvement in the supply of manufactured goods to the rural areas. At the same time, fulfilling the industrialization program required that procurement be maintained, at all costs, at a sufficiently high level. The immediate consequence was the imposition of the emergency measures at the beginning of 1928, and the impossibility, despite attempts made by the party, of giving them up. Yet the renewal of these measures did not help to improve the situation in agriculture, quite the contrary. There was something worse, however. The renewal of the emergency measures was felt by a large section of the peasants to signify an abandonment of the worker-peasant alliance as it had existed until then, while the worsening of the economic situation in the countryside also caused them discontent. This determined a realignment of class forces in the village, and increased the ideological and political influence of the kulaks. A crisis of the worker-peasant alliance thus resulted, and during 1929 caused the party to abandon the NEP suddenly and completely. This abandonment took place, as we shall see, in conditions that were unfavorable to the functioning of the kolkhozes, from which ensued, among other things, the very grave crisis of agricultural production that marked the first half of the 1930s. The fact that through 1928 and 1929 the emergency measures continued to be enforced meant that these measures could no longer be regarded as merely emergency measures, as they had been described at the beginning of 1928. They became, on the contrary, ordinary measures. What was happening, in practice, was transition to a policy different from the NEP, a transition which entailed a series of consequences. 109. The chief economic effects of the situation created by the procurement crisis and the protracted application of the emergency measures. The procurement crisis and the protracted application of the emergency measures had negative repercussions on grain production, and then on agricultural production generally. These consequences proceeded from two types of sequence of cause and effect. On the one hand, the technico-economic, when requisitioning deprived some peasants of even the grain they needed for sowing, that led directly to a subsequent fall in production. On the other hand, ideological and political, when the peasants thought the amount of grain that would remain at their disposal depended not on what they produced but on decisions to be taken by the administrative authorities, they were not disposed to increase their production. Reciprocally, the fall in production and the economic consequences of the application of the emergency measures had, in turn, political effects. At this level economics turned into politics, as Lenin had noted at the time of the peasant revolts in the last phase of war communism. This transformation of economics into politics was the most serious result of the introduction and then renewal of the emergency measures. The fresh decline in grain production in 1928, the renewal of the emergency measures in 1928 to 1929, and the decline in procurement. All the tensions provoked in the rural areas by the application of the emergency measures of 1928, and by the way in which they were applied, had a negative effect on grain production. In 1928 this production was down again as compared with 1927 it came to only 73.3 million metric tons. 67 as compared with 1926, the decline in production was 3.1 million metric tons. This fall in production entailed a tendency for procurement to fall. The Soviet government dealt with the situation by 110. Continuing, as we know, to resort to emergency measures. However, under the combined effects of the decline in the harvest and the exhaustion of the peasants' reserve stocks, the amount of grain procured now suffered a real collapse. It came to no more than 8.3 million metric tons, or about 78.4% of the procurement obtained without emergency measures in 1926 to 1927. 68 This had important consequences for the Soviet economy as a whole. A particularly notable sign of the exhaustion of the peasants' reserve stocks was the sharp drop in the amount procured in the first half of 1929. During those 6 months, the amount procured came to no more than about 2.6 million metric tons of grain. 69 At the same time prices of grain on the private markets reached new peaks. 70 The severe fall in the quantity of grain held by the state and cooperative organs threatened more gravely than ever before the supplying of the towns and the regularity of exports. There was something even worse. The impact of the emergency measures upon the peasantry was such that their production effort declined again. Thus 1929 saw a fresh fall in the grain harvest. It came to no more than 71.7 million metric tons. 71 As compared with 1926, the reduction was 4.7 million metric tons. This decline was all the more catastrophic because it occurred at a moment when the struggle for industrialization was in full swing and called, if it was to be carried on without subjecting the economy as a whole to excessive tension, for an increasing supply of agricultural produce, primarily grain. The emergency measures thus did not help really to overcome the initial difficulties. On the contrary, they contributed to disrupting the working of the NEP and broke the dynamism that Soviet agriculture had shown until 1926 to 1927. It was the collapse of the harvest and of the grain procurement in 1928 and 1929 that induced the Bolshevik Party to go over to collectivization on a 111. Vast scale at the end of 1929. The immediate aim of the turn thus made was to stop the decline in procurement. The turn took place in conditions where it was no longer possible to rely on agricultural successes previously obtained, or on persuasion of the peasants, and their enthusiasm. The large-scale collectivization begun in the autumn of 1929 was thus carried out essentially from above, by means of administrative measures. It did indeed make possible imposition on the kolkhozes of relatively high delivery quotas, even when their harvest had been poor, which was the case for several years. On the morrow of collectivization as thus carried out, from 1931 on, the grain harvest often fell by 12 or 14% below the level of 1926. The maintenance and increase of the exact ions from grain production were thereafter effected at the expense of the peasants' own consumption, but these facts already belong to another period, that of the so-called revolution from above. 72 It will be observed that the measures taken in 1928 and 1929 did not affect overall agricultural production as badly as they affected grain production. The reason for this was that the emergency measures hardly affected, directly at any rate, crops other than grain core. 73 The primordial importance ascribed by the Bolshevik Party to the procurement problem was due to the decisive role that the net grain balance of agriculture played in the provisioning of the town population and in maintaining exports. The problem of the grain balance. The most significant figure in this connection is that for the net grain balance from agriculture, meaning the net amount of grain definitively marketed outside the village. 74 Even in 1926 to 1927 this balance came to no more than 10.5 million metric tons, as compared with about 19 million metric tons in 1913. 75 The contraction of the net grain balance in comparison with that before the war was bigger than the decline in production, although the peasantry had not quite recovered. 112. Their pre-war standard consumption of grain. 76. In general, however, 1926 to 1927 food consumption by the mass of the peasantry had reached a level markedly higher than in the years preceding the revolution. The distribution of income among the peasants was much less unequal than before, and a certain increase was observed in the intake per head of products rich in protein. 77. In relation to pre-war, the decline in the net grain balance of agriculture gave rise to a series of grave problems. While this balance had fallen by about 44% between 1909 to 1913 and 1926 to 1927, 78. Consumption by the towns and industry had risen by about 28% between 1913 and 1927. 79. The resort to emergency measures did not bring about any improvement in this aspect of the situation, for the grain balance of agriculture declined in 1927 to 1928. It then stood at only 8.33 million metric tons. In 1928 to 1929 the emergency measures enabled the grain balance to be kept at the same level 80 as in 1927 to 1928, despite the decline in the harvest, but this result was secured only by reducing consumption in the villages, which had to bear the whole brunt of the fall in grain production. A reduction in their consumption of grain had thus been forced upon the peasants by means of the emergency measures. Already in 1928 the application of these measures had led to the peasant masses being deprived of some of the grain they needed for subsistence and for sowing for the next season. Stalin noted this in his report of July 13, 1928, to the plenum of the CC, when he said that it had proved necessary to press harder on certain regions and to take from the peasants' emergency stocks. 81. In the regions affected by such exact ions, many peasants had tried to obtain from the towns the grain that they needed. 82. The distribution of grain in the towns was thereby disorganized. The urban population, fearing that its consumer needs would not be met, tried to hoard, and this made it necessary to introduce rationing in certain towns. 83. The effect of this was to prevent the peasants from supplying themselves. 113. From the shops. In some cases the Soviet administration was even obliged to sell part of the grain procurement back to the peasants. Altogether, after 1927, the supply of food to both town and country worsened, and the amount of grain available for export fell sharply to such an extent that symptoms of crisis appeared also in the sphere of external trade. The procurement crisis and foreign trade. The suddenness with which the emergency measures were applied was due above all to the fact that the Bolshevik Party was poorly represented among the peasantry and its concrete knowledge of peasant and agricultural problems was very inadequate. However, the rigidity shown in the application of these measures was due also to the seriousness of the impact which this decline in procurement had on Soviet foreign trade. The figures are self-explanatory. Whereas in 1926 to 1927 grain exports amounted to 2,160,000 metric tons, 84 in 1928 they fell to 89,000 metric tons. 85. And it needs to be added that this was the figure for gross exports. They were made possible only by drawing on the state's reserves, which fell to a level so low that the Soviet Union had to reconstitute its emergency stocks by importing grain itself in the summer of 1928 to the amount of 250,000 metric tons. 86. A tremendous effort was therefore required in 1928 to make up for the fall in the exports of grain. The results of this effort were positive. The total value of exports increased, in spite of everything, by about 3.8%, reaching the figure of 799.5 million rubles. 87. This increase was achieved through a substantial boosting of exports of oil, butter, eggs, timber, furs, etc. 88. Only the centralization of exports by the Commissariat of Trade made such an effort feasible, and it was paid for by the appearance of fresh shortages on the domestic market. However, the launching of the industrialization program 114 came up against difficulties as a result of the poor progress in exports. The latter were not sufficient to secure the growing amount of imports needed. The Soviet Union, which had a surplus in its foreign trade balance in 1926 to 1927, in 1928 showed a deficit of 153.1 million. If the emergency measures were renewed in 1929, this was done also in order to redress the foreign trade situation. It was decided, in fact, to increase grain exports, regardless of the fall in procurement, hence the aggravated shortages. The procurement crisis thus came into violent contradiction with the demands of the industrial plan. This is the principal economic aspect of the crisis at the end of the 1920s. It is an aspect which cannot be separated from the form of industrialization policy which was developed at that time. The political consequences of the procurement crisis and of the measures taken to cope with it were closely interwoven with the economic consequences. They conditioned each other. For the future of the worker-peasant alliance, and so for the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the political consequences were of decisive importance. They were at the heart of the overall process of the class struggles of this period. It is these consequences that we must now study. The principal effects on class relations in the countryside of the situation created by the procurement crisis and the protracted application of the emergency measures. The political consequences for the worker-peasant alliance of the situation which developed after January 1928 were, of course, complex and contradictory. The statements made at the time by the party leaders, and what appeared in the press, reflect these contradictions. At certain moments stress was laid on the increased influence of the party among the peasant masses which was supposed to have resulted from the operation of the emergency measures. At other moments, mention 115 was made of the negative effect of these measures, which were said to have enabled the kulaks to rally broad sections of the peasantry around them. Stalin's writings also reveal divergent appreciations, reflecting both the contradictions in the objective situation and the effects of the struggles going on within the party leadership. Some formulations by Stalin regarding the consequences of the application of the emergency measures during the first half of 1928. During the plenum of April 1928, Stalin emphasized the strengthening of the party's leading role which was supposed to have resulted from the application of the emergency measures. After declaring that these measures had enabled us to put an end to the procurement crisis and to render the local party organizations more or less sound by purging them of blatantly corrupt elements who refused to recognize the existence of classes in the countryside, he added, "We have improved our work in the countryside, we have brought the poor peasants closer to us and won the allegiance of the overwhelming majority of the middle peasants, we have isolated the kulaks and have somewhat offended the well-to-do top stratum of the middle peasants." 89. We know, however, that in practice the emergency measures were far from having affected only the kulaks. Indeed, as early as February 1928 Stalin had sent out a circular warning the party's local organizations against excesses, affecting strata of the peasantry other than the rich peasants, which might create new difficulties. 90 with these other strata. At the beginning of the summer of 1928, while remaining in favor of the emergency measures which he thought were impossible to renounce, Stalin took a much more pessimistic view of the situation developing in the countryside, from the standpoint of the political and ideological relations between classes. This found expression in his statements of July 1928. 116. Particularly his report to the Leningrad Party organization on the results of the plenum held at the beginning of that month. In this report Stalin acknowledged that the procurement crisis had not ended in March, and that in April-June it had been necessary to extend the emergency measures to the point of taking from the emergency stocks held by the peasants, with, as the result, renewed recourse to emergency measures, the arbitrary administrative measures, the infringements of revolutionary law, the house-to-house visitations, the unlawful searches and so on. Having described these measures and the form they had taken, Stalin added that they had worsened the political situation in the country and created a threat to the Bund. 91. Dealing with the same problem, the resolution adopted by the July 1928 plenum noted the discontent among certain strata of the peasantry, expressed in demonstrations against the arbitrary administrative measures adopted in a number of regions. 92. 9 months later, to be sure, at the plenum of April 1929, when Stalin attacked Bukharin for the first time before the CC, 93, he again spoke of the need to resort to emergency measures, asserting that these measures were backed by the popular support of the middle and poor peasant masses, 94, a claim that was not confirmed by the actual way in which procurement was carried out in the months that followed. Thus, Stalin's appreciations of the class consequences of the emergency measures varied a great deal. They do not enable us to discover the answer to the real question: what was the principal aspect of the contradictory effects of these measures? In order to answer this question, we need to take an overall view of the situation in the countryside. An overall view of the situation in the countryside in 1928. When we take this overall view, we see clearly that what constitutes the principal aspect of the situation is the worsening in the relations between the Soviet government and the peasantry during 1928, a worsening that involved a large pro-117 portion of the middle peasants and even some of the poor peasants. The symptoms of this worsening situation were undeniable, for example, the contraction in the sown area and in the number of cattle. The latter was due not merely to the shortage of fodder but also to the fear felt by some of the middle peasants lest they be regarded as rich peasants. 95. More broadly, the confidence of many peasants in the continuance of the NEP was shaken. They no longer believed in a secure future, and were also placed in an objectively difficult position through the less and less adequate supply of means of production. The climate of uncertainty developing among the peasantry was also connected with the closure by administrative means of thousands of small-scale enterprises, while the production and distribution previously provided by these enterprises was not replaced by state and cooperative industry and trade. The reduction in the number of livestock, which led to a crisis in the supply of milk, butter, and meat, added to the grain crisis. 96. It was especially during the farming season of 1928 to 1929 that relations between the Soviet government and broad strata of the peasantry deteriorated. On top of the measures taken at the beginning of 1928 came other measures of a fiscal character. Henceforth a section of the peasantry were to be taxed no longer on the basis of norms fixed in advance but on individual bases estimated by the agents of the revenue authority. In theory, taxes levied in this way were to affect only the richest of the peasants. Actually, they also affected the middle peasants to a large extent, for a number of reasons: lack of a strict definition of the peasants who were to be taxed in this way, lack of familiarity with rural realities on the part of the revenue service, and opportunity for some of the kulaks to hide themselves, so that the burden of taxation fell upon peasants who ought not to have been taxed in this way, etc. 118. After November 1928, Stalin mentioned mistakes made in the application of the individual tax. He said that only 2 or 3% of peasant households should have been affected by it, whereas there were several districts where 10, 12, and even more % of the households are taxed, with the result that the middle section of the peasantry is affected. 97. Following a wave of protests from the rural population, some of the peasants who had been wrongly taxed got their money back. Nevertheless, considerable harm had been done to the relations between the Soviet government and the middle peasants. Thereafter, some of the latter tended to line up with the rich peasants for joint resistance to administrative decision. Furthermore, the economic weakening of the middle peasants increased their dependence on the kulaks. In this situation, toward the end of 1928, the TSIK adopted an important decision regarding the general principles of the possession and distribution of land. 98. This legislative text made serious changes in the Agrarian Code of 1922-99 which were significant from 2 points of view. They facilitated transition to collective forms of agricultural work and production, and they restricted the possibility of land grabbing by the kulaks. However, the arrangements made in it regarding the General Peasant Assembly in the village showed that the Soviet government was obliged to cut down the powers of this assembly and to subject it to control by the administrative organs. Thereafter, decisions taken by the Skod, in which the middle peasants held the majority, could be annulled by the Rural Soviet, in which these peasants were increasingly reduced to minority status. Politically, this measure meant a decisive break with the NEP, which had accepted the middle peasant as the central figure in the Soviet countryside. It showed that there had been a rupture between the middle peasants and the government, since it took away from these peasants the power of autonomous decision hitherto allowed them within the framework of the Code. This change of direction implied a profound worsening in the relations of confidence which the NEP had 119 begun to establish between the Soviet government and the middle peasantry. It showed that there was a divergence between the orientations of the latter and those of the former. And, however justified some of the new orientations of the Soviet government might be, the introduction of means of constraint which were to be used to bend the will of the basic mass of the peasantry could not but result in grave political crises. Let us recall that only a little over 2 years before the adoption of the decision subjecting this code to tutelage, and this decision was to be one of the instruments of what has been called the revolution from above, that is, of a collectivization not decided upon by the peasant masses themselves. Stalin, referring to Lenin, had said, "For carrying out a revolution it is not enough to have a correct party line. For carrying out a revolution a further circumstance is required, namely, that the masses, the broad mass of the workers, shall have been convinced through their own experience that the party's line is correct." 100 As Lenin had forecast 6 years earlier, 101 evoking circumstances similar to those of 1928, the weakening of the worker-peasant alliance was splitting the party more and more into a tendency which was determined to go ahead even if the peasantry was not satisfied, and one which sought to prevent the rupture of the worker-peasant alliance. The supporters of the first tendency, who were led by Stalin, were convinced that only rapid industrialization and collectivization would enable the difficulties to be overcome by providing the worker-peasant alliance with a new material foundation and unifying the technological conditions of production by introducing machinery into agriculture. It was, of course, the representatives of the other tendency who gave most attention to the weakening of the worker-peasant alliance and to the way in which the fight against the kulaks was being transformed into a fight against the middle peasants. 102 However, representatives of the first tendency were themselves 120 obliged to acknowledge the increased political and ideological influence of the kulaks over the middle peasants and the manifestations of discontent on the part of the latter. This was true of Kaganovich, although he advocated a hard line as the only way of ensuring the industrialization of the Soviet Union. In a statement made in 1928 he said that the Serednyak is sometimes influenced by the kulak and expresses his dissatisfaction by rather heavy taxation, and by our inability at the present time to offer him prices for his grain which are commensurate with the prices of manufactured goods. In the process of taking action against the kulaks, he admitted, we have penalized the middle peasants. 103. The procurement campaign of 1928 to 1929 began badly. From October on, pressure by the procurement organs was again brought to bear over a very wide area. Pravda of December 2, 1928, denounced the pressure and harsh measures that were being applied to the middle and poor peasants. The attempts made to organize them had had little success, and these two classes did not constitute a force upon which the party could really rely in the countryside. At the same time, the poor peasants were also becoming more and more discontented because of the increasing gap between the prices paid by the state and the prices prevailing on the free market. 104 Under these conditions, since there was no solid organization or political consciousness of a sufficiently high level among the peasantry, part of the harvest was marketed outside the official channels, not only by the kulaks but also by the poor and middle peasants. Although sales on the free market were not, as a rule, actually forbidden, the local authorities often penalized them, so as to facilitate their own procurement plans. The penalties affected the middle and poor peasants as well as the kulaks, and their discontent consequently increased. 121. The peasants' resistance in 1929 and the development of coercive measures. At the beginning of 1929 there were many signs that a peasant resistance was developing against procurement measures that were being imposed with ever greater severity. From January 1929 on, the Soviet press mentioned more and more often additional categories of peasants who were acting as enemies of the Soviet power. The press spoke of little kulaks, who dance to the tune of the kulaks, and sub-kulaks who carry out sabotage on their behalf. 105 These expressions did not relate to socio-economic categories but to ideological ones. Their appearance reflected a reality, the growing influence of the kulaks over the poor and middle peasants whose direct interests were being harmed. They reflected also an attitude of mistrust toward the peasantry in general which was widespread in the party. 106 This attitude toward wide sections of the peasant masses was in line with the way that the local authorities interpreted the directives they received from the center. In any case, it weakened still further the worker-peasant alliance, and helped to cause a growing proportion of the peasantry to fall under the ideological and political influence of the kulaks. In his speech at the party's 16th conference, Surtsov, chairman of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR, who supported the line of maintaining and extending the emergency measures, or other similar measures, described how the relation of forces was evolving in the countryside. We can literally feel, sense, how things are taking a certain shape, how the kulaks are becoming conscious of themselves as a class, how their own class demands are being put forward. 107. The counteroffensive thus being waged by the kulaks was obviously possible only because they had succeeded in drawing behind them a sufficient body of peasant support. One of the resolutions adopted by the 122. 10th Conference, while not recognizing that the worker-peasant alliance had been gravely shaken, nevertheless raised the problem of maintaining this alliance. The question whether the peasant masses will remain faithful to the alliance with the working class, or will allow the bourgeoisie to separate them from it, depends on the line of development that agriculture is to take, the socialist road or the capitalist road, and, in conformity with that, on who is going to direct the way the economy will develop, the kulak or the socialist state. 108 It is significant that the problem thus presented was not expressed in terms of a mass line to be carried out among the peasantry, a task of ideological and political work aimed at persuading the peasants of the correctness of the socialist road, that it was expressed not in political terms, but in economic terms, in terms of the direction of the economy by the state. Actually, this direction of the economy by the state was assumed to be dependent essentially on the accelerated development of industry. The 16th Party Conference adopted the figures for the first 5-year plan which were put before it. The future industrial results of that plan appeared as the condition required for transforming agrarian relations through the spread of collective and state farms, so that the spread of this type of farming was still treated very cautiously by the 16th Conference. 109 But the immediate political requirements for strengthening the worker-peasant alliance were neglected, owing to the de facto priority accorded to industrialization seen as the condition for this strengthening. The priority development of industry at all costs was at that time regarded as the fundamental task of the hour. This resulted from the conjunction of a number of factors which will be examined later. Among them was the shortage of industrial goods and an increase in unemployment, for which rapid industrialization seemed the only answer. On the political plane, Exceller 123. Aided industrialization was seen as a means of consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat through increasing the numbers of the working class, and also through the strengthening of the country's military potential which this industrial development would make possible. The importance ascribed one-sidedly to the development of industry, and heavy industry in particular, led to little account being taken of the negative consequences of the postponement of the solving of the problems involved in the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance. Within the framework of the prevailing interpretation of the basic task of the hour, the worsened situation in the countryside, far from impelling the party to rectify the political line which had brought this about, led on the contrary to the adoption of fresh measures of coercion, applied, in practice, to the peasantry as a whole. These were considered necessary for the rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union. The most serious indication of the worsening situation in the countryside was the sharp fall in the procurement of grain during the first half of 1929. 110. Faced with this fall, the party and the government tried to apply measures of a new type, so as to have as little recourse as possible to Article 107, 111 since they had promised this to the peasants after the many protests and demonstrations in 1928. One of these measures took the form of a voluntary undertaking, a sort of self-fixing by the Skode itself of the amount of grain to be procured. Actually, the Skode was confronted with the obligation to ratify the procurement figure laid down by the state organs. A decision taken in July 1929 by the CC shows plainly that the quantities which the village assemblies thus undertook to deliver were taken in excess of their capacity and had to be reduced. This exposes the fictitious nature of the so-called self-fixing of the amount of the grain procurement. The use of such methods proved a new source of discontent among the 124 peasantry, including the poor peasants to whom these measures were applied, and who, moreover, were supposed to have been consulted through poor peasants' committees which actually had no real existence, and often disappeared almost as soon as they had been formed. 112 The most serious source of the increased tension between a large part of the peasantry and the Soviet government was constituted, however, by the measures taken against peasants who failed to deliver to the procurement organs the amounts of grain laid down. These peasants were subjected to various penalties. One of these penalties was expulsion from the cooperative society, which meant that those expelled had to buy on the private market, where prices were much higher than in the cooperative shops. The effect of this was to oblige these peasants also to sell their produce on the private market, thereby risking prosecution as speculators. Another penalty applied when the amounts laid down were not delivered as the imposition of a fine equivalent to 5 times the amount not delivered, known as the piatokratka. In principle, the application of this fine was to be decided by the Skode, but, in view of its frequent refusal to do so, in April 1929 power to apply the fine was given to the Rural Soviet, which meant, in practice, to an organ in which the peasants carried little weight and which was dominated by officials. In June 1929 the government of the RSFSR decided, furthermore, to expand the applicability of Article 61 of the Penal Code. Henceforth, refusal to deliver grain in fulfillment of the voluntary undertaking entered into by the village, a joint refusal by a group of rural households, and offering resistance to the implementation of the plan for building up reserves of grain in accordance with Part 3 of this article. This part of Article 61 provided for penalties of up to 2 years' imprisonment, confiscation of property and, in some cases, exile. Exiling and imprisonment, which had already begun to be employed as penalties, were thus made legal. During the campaign of 1929 to 1930, these measures were applied with increasing frequency. 113 This was also true of 125. The hard tax, which meant to impose upon kulaks, or peasants treated as kulaks, a contribution in grain to be paid within 24 hours. Since the rate at which this tax was levied often exceeded what the peasants could pay, they could find themselves sent into exile for failure to meet their obligation. The application of Article 61 did not affect the kulaks alone, but often struck at the middle peasants. This was so also with the decision taken by the CC in July 1929 to forbid the sale by state shops of goods in short supply to peasants who had not delivered the amounts of grain laid down for procurement. 114 A measure already practiced at the local level, and at first condemned as unjustified, was now given legal force. The local authorities were supposed to apply the various penalties with discrimination, that is, to avoid hurting the middle and poor peasants, except in exceptional cases. In reality, as shown by the many decisions by the CC condemning the abuses committed by local authorities, this was not so. The party leadership tried to draw a distinction between the line laid down, the correctness of which they reaffirmed, and its application, which they recognized as often being mistaken. In principle, this distinction would be justified if the formulation of the line and the demands imposed upon the local authorities had not led the latter to multiply decisions which were unacceptable owing to their class consequences. Such decisions became more and more frequent during 1928 and 1929, so that the situation grew increasingly to resemble what Lenin had described and denounced in March 1919, when he said that blows which were intended for the kulaks very frequently fell on the middle peasants. In this respect we have sinned a great deal. 115 During 1929 the peasants' resistance to the various coercive and penal measures developed and took many different forms. It was no longer merely a matter of passive resistance, expressed in reduction of the sown area and slaughtering of some of the cattle, but of offensive reactions of one kind or another. One of these forms of resistance, which implied col. 126. Lective action, was called Valinka. Certain villages simply refused to supply anything whatsoever to the procurement organs. These Valinki were punished severely. In 1929 peasant revolts were reported in a number of regions. The most important of them occurred in the mountains of Georgia and in the Pskov region. There were also attacks on procurement agents by kulaks or peasants under kulak influence. 116 When the party leadership drew up the balance sheet of the procurement campaign of 1928 to 1929 at the beginning of July 1929, they came to the conclusion that the measures which had been taken down to that time were not providing a real solution to the problem of supplying the towns, and not enabling a sufficient quantity of grain to be centralized for export. From then on, the leading bodies of the party, especially the General Secretary's office, were led to reformulate the problem of collectivization. Previously, this problem had been regarded as one to be tackled with care, as a task which it was essential to carry out with wide backing and confidence on the part of the peasant masses. Thereafter, collectivization tended to appear as the immediate means of solving the problems created by procurement difficulties and by the fall in grain production. As we shall see, 117 The party then committed itself to a policy of accelerated collectivization for which neither it nor the peasant masses were ideologically or politically prepared. This policy was carried out in such a way that it proved the starting point of a serious rupture in the worker-peasant alliance and an unprecedented crisis in agriculture, especially grain production and stock breeding. The supply of foodstuffs to the towns could then be ensured only through a further fall in consumption by the peasantry. 2. The economic and social conditions governing the reproduction and transformation of production relations in agriculture during the NEP. Once war communism had been abandoned, the transformation into commodities of a large part of agricultural production, together with the peasants' need to buy on the market nearly all their implements and a large proportion of the consumer goods they required, had the effect of causing the reproduction of production relations in agriculture to depend heavily upon the conditions governing the circulation of commodities. Under the NEP, the system of production for the market and the supply of goods to the rural areas, and particularly the relative levels of agricultural and industrial prices, were therefore to exert a far-reaching influence on the reproduction and transformation of production relations in agriculture. They affected the structure of production and brought about a series of class consequences, weakening or strengthening differentially the various strata of the peasantry and categories of producers. The systems of production for the market, of sale and purchase, together with industrial and agricultural prices, constituted a totality of social relations, the characteristics and transformations of which were, for their part, subject to the overall effects of the class struggles in general and, in particular, to those of the political line adopted by the Bolshevik Party and the way this line was implemented. The line was materialized in the shape of price policy and planning. In these planes, the class struggles developing among the peasantry became linked with the class struggles between the proletariat and the various sections of the bourgeoisie, and this 136 is why it is important to analyze the conditions under which agricultural products entered into circulation, and also the conditions governing the supply of industrial goods to the peasantry. Preliminary remarks. During the NEP period, the changes that the class struggles brought about in exchange conditions had a considerable influence on the concrete practice of the worker-peasant alliance and on the differential class effects of this practice, and especially on relations between the poor, middle, and rich peasants. Analyzing the social conditions of exchange means also revealing the characteristic features of the economic practices in which the various agents of the exchange processes were involved, and the constraints to which they were subject. These constraints were themselves bound up with the totality of class relations and practices. Whether they assumed the appearance of constraints exercised by the market or of regulatory constraints, they always possessed an ideological dimension, and this usually played a dominant role. Ideological relations subordinated exchange, in a way not always directly visible, to the effects of the class struggles, including those struggles which were fought out on the ideological level. The constraints upon buying and selling. Later we shall see, in concrete terms, how these various constraints operated. In order, however, to make clear from the start what is meant, it may be useful to give some indications. The reader will recall, for example, that during most of the NEP period the degree to which the majority of the poor and middle peasants participated in exchange, and the ways in which they did this, were determined by a combination of economic, ideological, and political constraints. These were 137. The constraints which obliged them to dispose rapidly of the greater part of the products they marketed, thereby receiving prices much less advantageous than those which the rich peasants were able to obtain some months later. The constraints which were thus brought to bear upon the majority of the poor and middle peasants and which constituted one of the factors in the information of market prices were due not only to the taxes they had to pay and to their indebtedness but also to ideological and political relations in which they were integrated. On the one hand, there was at the beginning of the NEP no apparatus of coercion capable of forcing the poor and middle peasants as a whole to pay their taxes and repay their debts, and, above all, to do so quickly. The constraint, which at that time weighed upon the peasant masses, was essentially ideological. It was constituted by the peasants' integration into ideological relations which made them see it a duty to settle their tax and debt obligations quickly and forbade them to undertake collective actions to escape from the exigencies of their creditors and of the fiscal authority. On the other hand, these same ideological relations, profoundly different in this respect from those to which the mass of peasants had been subject before the revolution, encouraged them to increase their production to market in order to equip their farms better, even that part of their crops required to satisfy their physiological needs. Lenin noted this in the autumn of 1922, when he said that the overwhelming majority of the population of Russia are small peasants, who have now thrown themselves into production with extraordinary zeal, and have achieved enormous, almost incredible success, particularly if we bear in mind the unprecedented devastation caused by the civil war, the famine, and so forth. The small peasants have been so successful that they delivered the state tax amounting to hundreds of millions of poods of grain with extraordinary ease, and almost without any coercion. 138. The ideological relations in which the peasant masses were integrated in the NEP period, and which largely determined the way they participated in exchange, were extremely complex in nature, and changed as the years went by. At the outset of the NEP, an essential element in these ideological relations was the confidence which the peasant masses felt in the Soviet government's will to help them and improve their lot. This confidence accounted for the ease with which the peasant masses, though poor, paid their taxes, and the speed with which they sold part of their production so as to meet this kind of obligation. That same confidence, combined with their idea of what was needed in order to improve their lot, also led them to sell even what might have been considered necessary for their own consumption, so as to be able to buy new means of production. Indeed, the poorest peasants sold most of what they produced not so much under the pressure of taxation as for the purpose of acquiring manufactured goods. This was a constraint to sell which resulted from class ideological relations, in particular from relations which stimulated the poor and middle peasants not to go on accepting their lot as fate but to escape from kulak domination by equipping and, to a lesser extent, by organizing themselves. This was one of the objective bases of the dynamism of NEP agriculture. For it was also one of the forms of the participation of the peasantry in exchange, forms which exercised a certain effect on the actual conditions of exchange, especially as regards the selling prices of agricultural goods and the fluctuation of these prices. These prices were also bound up with class relations, both because those relations determine the conditions of production and the conditions of exchange. Toward the end of the NEP period, especially from 1928 on, the system of constraints to sell affecting agricultural produce underwent change. On the one hand, the apparatus of coercion present in the countryside was strengthened. It intervened in a real way, first in order to secure the payment of taxes, and then to secure the deliveries required under the 139 system of planned contracts or the emergency measures. On the other hand, the frequently experienced shortage of industrial goods in the rural areas caused the poor and middle peasants to become more hesitant about selling their produce, since they were not sure of being able to buy the means of production and the consumer goods they needed. The procurement crisis of 1928 and 1929 can therefore be analyzed only if we take account of the changes in the ideological and political relations to which the different strata of the peasantry were then subject. The class effects of the price policy during the NEP, as we shall see, prices were in part free and in part fixed administratively. Actually, even free prices depended very largely on measures taken by the state on the magnitude of its purchases and sales, and on the level of costs of production in state-owned industrial enterprises. Thus, prices, which affected the conditions of reproduction in agriculture, were in considerable measure the result of the overall policy followed by the Soviet government. This policy, therefore, produced class effects. It was a particular form of the class struggle, connected especially with the development of this struggle at the level of the state machine and the ruling party. The actual class effects of the price policy could be very different from those expected by the party leadership. This observation is especially important in relation to the NEP period, when the class effects of the social conditions governing exchange often differed from the effects that had been expected or aimed at. Analysis of the social conditions of exchange must endeavor to discover the reasons for such differences. In the NEP period, these differences resulted from the weakness of the ties that linked the ruling party with broad sections of the masses. They also resulted from the weakness of the theoretical analyses carried out by the party, being themselves consequences of Mission 140. Their standing due to ideology and so, of class ideological relations. This can be seen clearly if we study the way in which relations developed between town and country, and the class contradictions fostered by this development, contradictions which came to a head in the final crisis of the NEP. 2. The conversion of agricultural produce into money. A study of the overall evolution of the exchange of agricultural produce and the conditions under which this exchange took place enables us to perceive the influence exerted by exchange conditions upon class relations and upon the final crisis of the NEP. The overall evolution of the exchange of agricultural produce and the economic and social significance of this exchange, the way in which the exchange of agricultural produce evolved, compared with the way agricultural production evolved, shows the extent to which the peasant farms were linked with the market, the extent to which these farms had moved from a subsistence economy to one linked with the Soviet, or even the world, market. It is to be noted that in the course of the NEP period the connection between the peasant economy and the market developed rapidly. Even by 1923-1924 this connection had increased as compared with the pre-revolutionary period. This fact refutes an opinion which is rather widely held to the effect that the agrarian revolution, by multiplying small farms, had resulted in an increase in subsistence farming. Already in 1923 to 1924 the total marketed share of agricultural production was 25% larger than pre-war, and during the following years this progress continued. 5. As regards grain, which possessed decisive importance, the total 141 marketed share came to 36.1% in 1924 to 1925, compared with 32% in 1913. 6. From the political and social standpoint, we need to note that, in the chief grain-producing areas, the total marketed share of the grain produced was higher in the case of the poor peasant farms than in that of the farms of the well-to-do or rich peasants, which explains why the fluctuations in agricultural prices, especially grain prices, and the forms of marketing, were so important for the less prosperous sections of the peasantry. Another noteworthy point is that the net marketed share of agricultural production 7 increase more slowly than the gross marketed share. Thus, in 1924 to 1925 the net marketing of agricultural produce was, in absolute figures, 46.6% less than pre-war. 8. As a whole, the agricultural balance tended to increase a little faster than gross agricultural production, but this was not so in the case of grain, a fact that had important economic consequences and contributed to the final crisis of the NEP. 9. The participants in the exchange of agricultural produce. A study of the principal direct participants in exchange is necessary if we are to understand some of the contradictions which exploded toward the end of the NEP period. A fundamental aspect of the exchange of agricultural produce under the NEP was that an important fraction of those who sold this produce consisted of poor and middle peasants who were obliged to buy later on more or less substantial amounts of the same produce that they themselves had sold previously. Since they were usually obliged to make their purchases at prices higher than those they had received, these operations signified for them a loss of real income. Such operations were forced upon them by their need to obtain money as soon as possible after the harvest, so as to repay their debts, buy indispensable manufactured 142 goods, and pay their taxes. Their subsequent purchases of produce similar to what they had themselves previously sold were often effected with money obtained by means of auxiliary activities, or by contracting fresh debts. At the beginning of the NEP, about 1/5 of the wheat marketed was sold in this way by peasants who had later to buy wheat in order to meet their needs as consumers. Those who bought agricultural produce directly, and the prices they paid, were also very diverse. A section of the buyers consisted of the peasants themselves. Some bought produce for their own consumption, while others bought produce in order to sell it later at higher prices. 10. The non-peasant purchasers of agricultural produce were private traders, state and cooperative organizations, and individuals who came to buy in the peasant markets. In 1924 to 1925 these groups of purchasers absorbed 28, 37.1, and 34.9%, respectively, of this part of market production. 11. In the years that followed, the share accounted for by private traders fell rapidly. Throughout the NEP period the Soviet government strove to develop the activity of the state and cooperative purchasing organs, in particular to ensure so far as possible the regular provision of supplies for the towns, the army, industry, and foreign trade, and to reduce fluctuations in prices for the consumer. The operations carried out by these organs were based mainly on purchasing plans, and their fulfillment constituted what was called planned procurement of agricultural produce. 3. The supply of industrial goods to the peasantry. Supplying industrial goods to the peasantry played an essential part in the reproduction of the material and social. 143. Conditions of agricultural production. In order to ensure the continuity of their production, the peasants had to be able to obtain, at a price compatible with what they received when they sold their own produce, the articles they needed to provide their farms with means of production and to cover that part of their consumption which was not covered by agricultural produce. The circulation thus realized had also to ensure a certain equilibrium between the ebb and flow of cash. To this end it was necessary that the net cash receipts of the country dwellers should, taking one year with another, be convertible into town-made goods, once taxes payable in cash had been discharged and such savings as the peasants were disposed to make had been provided for. The first problem that arose in this connection was that of ensuring a satisfactory supply of industrial goods for the countryside. In the NEP period this supply might come from a variety of sources. It could be provided by private industry or by state-owned industry, and it could originate in the towns or in the countryside itself. Indeed, a substantial proportion of private industry was at that time accounted for by rural handicrafts. Their existence was a source of difficulty for the state sector. On the one hand, they enabled the countryside to survive, to some extent, without the towns, whereas the towns could not survive without the countryside. On the other, the prices at which the rural craftsmen could supply consumers' requirements set an upper limit to the prices at which state industry could sell its own products unless it managed to control the provision of supplies to rural industry so as to keep within strict limits the competition coming from the latter. Private industry and rural handicrafts. The measures taken at the start of the NEP made possible a relatively large-scale revival of the activity of rural crafts. These crafts were of great importance to the peasantry. They provided a large proportion of the peasants' consumption of 144 manufactured goods, implements, building materials, consumer goods. Furthermore, they ensured incomes not to be frowned on to a large number of poor and middle peasants who spent part of their time working as craftsmen, and, through the sale of craft products in the towns, they were a source of cash receipts for the rural sector. Toward the end of the NEP period, small-scale industry employed 4.4 million people, or about 60% of the total number of workers in industry. Nearly 3.6 million of these workers belonged to craft production units in the villages, 12 and 90% of them were also peasants. In 1926 fewer than one-tenth of these rural craftsmen were organized in officially recognized cooperatives. Approximately another tenth were organized in unofficial cooperatives. The rest were independent craftsmen. Actually, those craftsmen who did not work for a local clientele but for a distant market were often dependent, in this period, upon private traders, the NEPmen. The Soviet economist Lerin estimated that in 1927 1/4 of the craftsmen's gross production was more or less controlled by private capital, 13 which came on the scene either to buy up part of the craftsmen's production in order to sell it in other localities, or else to sell raw materials to the craftsmen. Though Lerin's estimate is doubtless exaggerated, it remains true that a section of those who were classified as rural craftsmen were, in reality, dependent on private capital. This situation was to a large extent the consequence of the poor functioning of state commercial organs. During the NEP the Bolshevik Party was, in principle, in favor of the rural crafts, which it wished to guide to an increasing degree along the path of cooperation. The resolution adopted by the 15th Party Congress, laying down directives for the preparation of the 5-year plan, still stressed the role to be played by the craftsmen. This resolution stated that the crafts must be developed as a necessary complement to large-scale industry, as a means of eliminating the shortage of goods and of reducing unemployment. 145. This orientation, in principle favorable to the crafts, especially the rural crafts, went on being reaffirmed down to the end of 1929. In that year it was still being emphasized that, in a number of branches of industry, the crafts made it possible to obtain large quantities of goods while requiring very much smaller investments than large-scale industry. 14. Thus, for the production of footwear, the crafts needed only 1/10 as much investment for the same volume of production. Actually, the crafts came up against increasing hostility from the heads of large-scale state industry. The latter saw in the craftsmen so many competitors for markets, supplies, and credits, and they often contrived to ensure that supplies to craftsmen provided by the state's commercial organs were kept at the minimum. 1929, the year of great change, was also the year of the downfall of the crafts and of rural industry. Thereafter, the maximum of material and financial resources were concentrated on large-scale industry, which also drained away the labor force available for the crafts. The rapid decline of rural industry entailed a series of negative consequences for country life, affecting the supply of goods and the incomes of the country folk. Nevertheless, until the end of the NEP, the existence of rural handicrafts and, more broadly, of small-scale private industry, constituted an important aspect of the social conditions governing production and exchange. But this aspect came more and more into contradiction with the policy followed from 1928 on, and this contradiction, too, was to manifest itself in the final crisis of the NEP. 15. Retail trade in industrial goods in the rural areas. The rural areas were supplied with industrial goods not only by the rural craftsmen but also by state and cooperative trade and by private trade. Down to 1926 to 1927 the turnover of private trade was increasing in absolute terms, even though declining relatively. In 1928 the closing of a number of shops, 146, and stalls and the cancelling of many peddlers' licenses brought about its decline, both absolute and relative. 16 In the rural areas this decline was such that it was far from offset by the increased sales of the state and cooperative sector. 17 In all events, in 1928 state and cooperative trade was far less developed in the countryside than in the towns. The official network of retail trade made less than 34% of its turnover in the villages, though that was where more than 80% of the Soviet population lived. 18 Thus, during most of the NEP period the peasants were at a great disadvantage regarding opportunities for obtaining industrial goods of urban origin. Furthermore, the necessity of getting their supplies largely from private traders helped to reduce the peasantry's purchasing power. While the private traders sometimes paid prices for some of the agricultural produce they bought higher than those paid by the official organs, they sold industrial goods at prices that were a great deal higher than those charged by state and cooperative suppliers. In 1927 the prices of cotton goods prevailing in the sphere of private trade exceeded by more than 19% those charged by the state organs. The differences amounted to nearly 57% for salt, 14% for kerosene, and nearly 23% for nails. 19 Naturally, if the peasants paid such high prices to private traders, the reason was that the state and cooperative network was unable to meet their demands. The closing of many private shops from 1928 on did not improve matters for the peasants, given the increasing shortage of industrial goods and the inability of the official trade network to quickly take the place of the private traders who had been eliminated. In November 1928 a Soviet economic journal depicted the situation, pointing out that the shortage of industrial goods was even worse than that of agricultural produce. There are enormous queues. The demand being huge, no more than 20 to 30% can be covered by the supply. The 147. Same applies to leather goods and to footwear. There is no roof iron. On the textile market a great tension prevails. The peasants go to the towns for goods, stand in queues. Peasants produce receipts acknowledging deliveries of grain ranging from 50 to 500 poods, they would each of them buy 100 to 200 rubles worth of industrial commodities, but all they are given is 20 rubles worth. 20. From 1928 on the disorganization of the trade network and the goods famine, as it was called at the time, thus contributed considerably to the procurement crisis, and then to the final crisis of the NEP. For the conditions governing the fixing of purchase prices for agricultural produce, and the problem of the scissors. The relative movement of agricultural and industrial prices was an essential factor in the changes affecting reproduction in agriculture. The role played by the problem of the scissors 21 in the destiny of the NEP leads us to study the way in which the state intervened, or refrained from intervening, in the determination of agricultural prices. The conditions governing the fixing of purchase prices for agricultural produce. During most of the NEP period the prices at which agricultural produce was purchased were, in principle, market prices in the sense that the peasants were not legally obliged to surrender part of their production to the procurement organs at a price fixed one-sidedly by the Soviet government. In fact, the conditions under which the purchase prices paid by 148. The procurement organs were established were subject to considerable variation. Generally speaking, where the principal agricultural products destined for industrial processing were concerned, the state organs were almost the only purchasers. These organs thus held a sort of monopoly in the purchase of these products. 22. This situation enabled them to buy at prices that were particularly favorable to them. However, agricultural policy was at that time aimed at developing technical crops, and so relatively high purchase prices were fixed for them, so as to encourage their development, and this procedure did indeed result in a rapid increase in the production of technical crops. In a number of regions this proved advantageous mainly to the rich peasants, who were in the best position to cultivate these crops. During the NEP, the conditions under which the official trading organizations fixed prices varied a great deal. At first, they were authorized to negotiate freely the prices at which they would buy agricultural produce. Nevertheless, these prices had to be between a ceiling and a floor fixed by the central trade organs. The latter altered their prices each year, and varied them as between different regions. Later, this system was gradually replaced by a system of contracts which were negotiated between the state organs and the peasants at the beginning of the campaign. These contracts became elements in the purchasing plan of the state organs. They specified the quantities to be supplied by the peasants, the prices, the quality, the delivery dates, and so on. In return, the state organs undertook to grant certain credits and to ensure the supply of certain means of production. The prices paid for purchases made under these conditions were called convention prices, since they were, in principle, negotiated between the peasants and the state organs. However, the latter had to work from a basic price which was fixed each year by Narkomterg for the various products and regions. The convention prices actually paid might be between 5 and 10% above or below the basic price. 23 For products other than grain, the basic price was usually 149. Fixed at a high level so as not to discourage production, and to prevent too considerable a share of this production finding its way into the handicraft sector. The procurement organs had not only to fulfill their plan as regards quantity, they had also to operate in such a way as to contribute to keeping prices as stable as possible. This task was especially important where grain was concerned, since grain prices had a serious bearing on the cost of living and the level of real wages. In the last years of the NEP this task was given greater and greater priority, and the prices paid for grain procured tended to be lower than market prices. 24 The development of this tendency undermined the worker-peasant alliance. It was all the more harmful because it was above all the poor and middle peasants who were affected by the low prices imposed by the procurement organs. Generally, indeed, it was the least well-off of the peasants, who, already in the autumn, sold directly to the state organs a large part of the produce they took to market. The overall effect of this price policy was not only detrimental to the firmness of the worker-peasant alliance, but also unfavorable to grain production. Combined with the poor supply of industrial goods to the rural areas, it was to contribute to the explosion of the final crisis of the NEP. The contradictions in which the agricultural price policy was caught were reflected in the frequent changes made in the conditions governing the fixing of the prices at which the state organs bought various products, and in the treatment of the private traders who competed with the procurement organs. For most products of agriculture the state organs began by fixing mainly Convention 25 or negotiated prices which took fairly direct account of the prices prevailing in the private sector. Later, they fixed mainly firm prices, which were lower than those paid in the private sector. The role of these firm prices increased more and more, and the state sought to lower them, especially in the case of grain in 1926 to 1927. 26 Subsequently, partial upward readjustments of procurement. 150. Prices were decided on. However, these readjustments were limited, so that the gap tended to grow, all the same, between the market prices and the procurement prices. 27 This was one of the immediate causes of the growing difficulties in procurement and an important factor in triggering off the final crisis of the NEP. Under these conditions, for want of being able to organize procurement better and reduce the expenditure connected with it, the Soviet government was led with a view to stabilizing as much as possible the prices at which it supplied the towns, and to having at its disposal quantities of grain that would not shrink catastrophically to restrict further and further, and eventually to eliminate altogether, all private trade in grain. Along with this move, the contract system was also used to an increasing extent for the procurement of grain. In the last years of NEP the Soviet government made these contracts obligatory in practice. This meant that they were no longer more than nominally contracts. 28 In fact, thereafter, what the peasants had to deliver largely amounted to compulsory deliveries. The NEP, which was supposed to leave it to the peasants to dispose of that part of their production which they did not need for their own subsistence or to pay the agricultural tax, was now virtually abandoned, and under conditions which led to the adoption of measures of constraint from which the peasants tried to escape. Consequently, instead of isolating the rich peasants, these measures helped to ensure that a growing number of peasants tended to unite in order to resist what they saw as measures of requisition. The scissors disparity between agricultural and industrial prices. The policy followed by the Bolshevik Party in the matter of the evolution of agricultural in comparison with industrial prices was, in principle, one aimed at reducing the prices of 151 industrial goods and closing the scissors. 29. Such a policy was necessary if the worker-peasant alliance was to be consolidated, and if agriculture was to develop on the basis of its own forces. A judicious application of this policy would enable the poor and middle peasants to strengthen their positions in relation to the rich peasants, to equip their farms better, and to organize themselves, with the party's aid. The following figures show that this policy appears to have achieved considerable positive results between 1923 and 1928. Ratio of agricultural prices to retail prices of industrial goods 31 1913 100.0 1923 to 24 33.7 1927 to 1928 79.0 1925 to 1926 71.8 1928 to 1929 90.3 1926 to 1927 71.1 1929 to 1930 76.9. These figures inspire the following comments. 1. In 1923 to 1924 the purchasing power of agricultural products had been reduced to about one-third of what it was before the war. 2. Between 1923 to 1924 and 192 to 1928 the purchasing power of agricultural products appears to have been multiplied by 2.3. 3. The same line of progress seems to have continued in 1928 to 1929, when the ratio shown by the index was only 10% short of what it had been pre-war. 4. In 1929 to 1930 the situation was sharply overturned, with the index falling below the level it had reached in 1927 to 1928. Some corrections need to be made to this picture. 1. The way that the situation of the poor and middle peasants evolved cannot be judged from these figures alone. Most of them enjoyed a situation that was definitely better than before the war, since they had more land. After 1923 they improved their situation still further, by increasing the proportion of land they held. 2. While grain production was crucially important, the peasants who produced mainly grain were particularly disfavored. 152. Vored by the evolution of the ratio between prices for grain delivered to the procurement organs and the retail prices of industrial products. This evolution proceeded as follows. Ratio of prices of grain procured by the state to retail industrial prices 32 1913 33 100.0 1923 to 1924 29.1 1927 to 1928 65.2 1925 to 1926 68.7 1928 to 1929 76.1 1926 to 1927 56.6 1929 to 1930 76.934.3. The unfavorable effects of the high level of industrial prices were felt seriously by those peasants who had to buy from private traders, since the latter charged especially high prices. Thus, in December 1927, the retail prices of industrial products exceeded the 1913 level by 88% in the official sector, but by 140% in the private sector. 35. In order to present a more concrete picture of the relative price levels, here are the quantities of various products obtained by the peasants in 1927 in exchange for the price that the procurement organs paid for 100 weight of rye. 36 quantities obtained in 1927 in the cooperative private sector in 1913 textiles 12.99 10.91 23.72 sugar 7.65 7.45 14.60 kerosene 44.25 38.75 41.53 salt 135.5 86.5 165.8 nails 16.90 13.77 24.36. 4. For the period from 1928 on, it is not sufficient to consider merely the evolution of agricultural and industrial prices. To confine oneself to this means giving a falsely embellished picture of the peasant's situation. From that date, in fact, a large proportion of the peasant's cash income could 153. No longer, in practice, be exchanged for industrial products, owing to the goods famine that prevailed at the time, especially in the countryside. 37. This situation, which had already been experienced in the winter of 1925 to 1926, was severely detrimental to the poorest peasants and those whose holdings were least well equipped, as they could not improve their equipment and so remained dependent on the rich peasants. To sum up, the policy of closing the scissors enjoyed comparative success down to 1927. Thereafter a skid occurred, parallel with the procurement crisis and partly accounting for the latter. This skid was a consequence of the mistakes made after 1926 to 1927 in the orientation of industrial policy, as regards both current production and investments. It revealed that, in the concrete conditions in which it was then situated, the Soviet government did not possess that power to control prices which it supposed itself to wield. The sudden confrontation with this truth, combined with the increasing predominance of conceptions that were unfavorable to the NEP, led to the development of the emergency measures, the deepening of crisis phenomena, and, finally, the complete and unprepared for abandonment of the new economic policy. V. The problems of accumulation and the evolution of peasant consumption during the NEP period. The preceding analyses have shown that what is meant by the expression complete abandonment of the NEP is, in fact, abandonment of what was left of the NEP in 1929. Actually, before 1929, the NEP as it really was consisted of a combination of contradictory measures, some of which were in conformity with Lenin's conception of the NEP while others were not. It was a sort of combination of the NEP and the non-NEP. In practice, from 1925 on, the non-NEP aspect assumed increasing importance, and it became predominant toward the end of 1929. 154. From 1922 to 1927, however, respect was shown to some fundamental principles of the NEP, in particular the absence of measures of constraint imposed on the peasant masses, the levying of a fixed agricultural tax payable in cash, and the effort to be made to close the scissors. The problems of accumulation and the increasing abandonment of the principles of the NEP starting in 1925, the magnitude of the problems arising from the need for accumulation on a scale sufficient to ensure the re-equipment of the economy, and the terms in which these problems were conceived, resulted in the adoption of a series of measures which contradicted the NEP and jeopardized the improvement in the standard of living of the peasant masses. Such improvement was one of the aims of the NEP as a road to socialism, being intended to help reduce the disparity between the living conditions of the workers and the peasants. Certain measures adopted during 1925 involved the risk of transforming the NEP as it really was into a sort of road to private capitalism. These measures resulted from a resolution adopted by the CC which met between April 23 and 30, 1925. 38. They were concerned mainly with extending the right to lease land and extending wage relations in agriculture. On the first point, the resolution authorized wider use by the peasants of the right to lease land. Contracts of lease could, in certain cases, be made for a period of 12 years. 39. The resolution thus confirmed a decision taken on April 21, 1925, by the Presidium of the VTSIK, modifying by making more flexible the provisions of Article 28 of the Agrarian Code of 1922. Thereafter, cases of authorized leasing of land grew so numerous that it was possible for this practice to become relatively normal, whereas the 1922 code had allowed it in only exceptional cases. 40. On the second point, the resolution of the CC ratified a decree adopted by the Sovnarkom on April 18, 1925, lifting 155. Nearly all restrictions on the employment of wage labor by peasants. 41. These provisions were to remain in force in the following years, but from 1928 on they tended to become increasingly pointless. To lease land or hire wage workers meant defining oneself as a kulak and so attracting special danger from the emergency measures. Nevertheless, between 1925 and 1928 these measures contributed to a certain reinforcement of the positions of the rich and well-to-do peasants, as well as to an increase in the accumulation they accomplished. This was, moreover, one of the purposes aimed at, and it was very explicitly shown by some statements that were made on the eve of the adoption of the resolution mentioned above. The clearest passage to this effect is found in Bukharin's speech of April 17, 1925, when he said, "The well-to-do upper stratum of the peasantry, the kulaks and, to some extent, the middle peasants too, are at present afraid to accumulate. If the peasant installs an iron roof, the next day he will be denounced as a kulak, and that will mean the end of him. If he buys a machine, he does it in such a way that the communists won't notice." Improvement in agricultural technique has come to be surrounded by an atmosphere of conspiracy. If we look at the various strata of the peasantry, we see that the kulak is discontented with us because we are preventing him from accumulating. At the same time, the poor peasants sometimes grumble against us because we do not let them take employment as agricultural workers in the service of that same kulak. Our policy towards the rural areas should develop towards a reduction and partial abolition of the many restrictions which hold back the growth of the farms belonging to the well-to-do peasant and the kulak. We ought to say to the peasants, to all the peasants, get rich, develop your farms. Paradoxical as it may seem, we must develop the farm of the well-to-do peasant so as to help the poor peasant and the middle peasant. 42. In this speech Bukharin was obviously preparing the party to accept the measures that were to be adopted a few days. 156. Later. What he said shows how at that time the problem of accumulation was linked with a line that relatively favored the well-to-do strata of the peasantry. According to this line, some of the savings accumulated by the well-to-do peasants were also to be drained off by the state through loans, and made to serve accumulation in state-owned industry. The measures thus taken did strengthen the kulaks to some extent, but their contribution to increased accumulation, especially in the state sector, remained negligible, and this caused the turn in policy in 1926 toward promoting growth in state sector accumulation through credit expansion, currency inflation, and an evolution of prices which especially affected, as we have seen, the poor and middle peasants. Various figures show that the way in which the NEP was implemented had the result that it failed in one of its purposes, which was to reduce the gap between town and country, particularly as regards consumption of industrial goods. The growing gap between rural and urban consumption of industrial goods. Between 1923 and 1927 the rural population's share of the consumption of industrial goods fell steadily. 43 In the middle of the NEP period, consumption per head of population in the rural areas, where almost all industrial goods were concerned, was lower than pre-war, amounting to barely 1/4 of consumption per head in the towns. 44 The level of consumption of the less well-off strata of the peasantry was, of course, a good deal lower than what is revealed by average figures. This state of affairs expressed the weaknesses of NEP as it really was. It was due partly to failure to close the scissors, partly to the smallness of the net marketed share of agricultural production, and also to the shortage of goods in the rural areas. This last point calls for clarification, especially because, according to the interpretation of the crisis of the NEP given 157 by Preobrazhensky and the Trotskyists, the crisis was due to excessive demand from agriculture, that is, to a situation which dictated priority development for industry, the financing of which must be accepted as a burden by the peasantry. Let us see how the overall peasant demand for industrial goods evolved. the agricultural surplus and the demand for industrial goods. 45 According to Groskopf's estimates, the net balance of peasant sales, after deduction of taxes and other charges, fell from 1,347 million pre-war rubles in 1912 to 1913 to 980 million pre-war rubles in 1925 to 1926. 46 Taking 1912 to 1913 as 100, the index for this balance stood at 72.7 in 1925 to 1926. Leaving aside the cash income which the peasants could get from non-agricultural activities, and savings in cash, the balance in question represents the peasants' demand for industrial goods. Between 1912 to 1913 and 1925 to 1926 this demand thus declined by 27.3%. Moreover, what this shows is the monetary expression of demand, not its volume, which was affected by the increase in the retail prices of industrial goods. In 1925 to 1926 these prices were 2.2 times what they had been before the war. 47 The peasants' demand for industrial goods in terms of volume was proportionately less, so that we must substitute 33 for 72.7. The subsequent years saw a certain improvement. If we accept that the net balance of agriculture, after deduction of taxes and other charges, grew in proportion to the net sales of agricultural produce, we get the following picture. 48, Index of peasant demand for industrial goods 1926 to 1927 75.2 1927 to 1928 80.2 The volume of peasant demand for industrial goods obviously increased a little more rapidly during those last 158 years because industrial prices fell. Indeed, in 1928, as we know, the peasants' demand for industrial goods could not be satisfied. 49 These few facts suffice to show the formal and abstract character. 50 Of the interpretations of the crisis of the NEP put forward by Preobrazhensky and the Trotskyists, who attributed the shortage of industrial goods to the increase in peasant incomes and the lag of industry behind agriculture. Actually, peasant demand does not account in the least for the shortage of industrial goods. The respective dynamics of industrial production and of the monetary demand from the rural areas for industrial goods reveal this clearly. Taking 1913 as 100, the index of industrial production reached the following levels: 51, 1925 to 1926 89.9 1926 to 1927 103.9 1927 to 1928 119.6 In 1925 to 1926 the index of industrial production thus surpassed that of peasant demand for industrial goods by 12.2 points. The gap grew larger in the following years, to 28.7 in 1926 to 1927 and 39.4 in 1927 to 1928. If there was a shortage of industrial goods, the reason for it must be sought above all in the conditions of reproduction characteristic of the urban sector, and not in the countryside. The role thus played by the urban sector had consequences that were all the more negative because the links between the Bolshevik Party and the peasant masses were weak, and the ideological and political relations in which the peasantry itself was caught were not, on the whole, favorable to the strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance. Notes 1. Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, pages 407 to 408. 159. 2. Hence the expression so often used by Lenin when describing the Soviet peasant, hard-working and zealous. 3. Groskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière, p. 169. 4. See above, pages 94 ff5. The total marketed share means the ratio between total amount sold and gross production. This share must be distinguished from that of net amount marketed, which is obtained by deducting the amount of purchases of agricultural produce made by the peasantry from the total amount sold, and relating this figure to that for gross production. The net share marketed does not represent the evolution of the connection between the peasant farms and the market but the demand for non-agricultural goods emanating from these farms. The estimate given here is taken from L. N. Litoshenko's article, Kresťanskoj hozjaistvo I rynok, in ekonomikaskoj obozrení, number 5, quoted in Grosskopf, L. Allianceouvrière, p. 167. 6. Grosskopf, L. Allianceouvrière, p. 168. 7. For some figures, see above, p. 157. 8. Calculated from Control Nichtziffrei, p. 73. 9. On these points see Grosskopf, L. Allianceouvrière, pages 67 ff, 347 ff, above, p. 157 ff 10. Down to 1927 to 1928 the quantity of produce exchanged between peasants was of about the same order of magnitude as that of off-village sales. 11. These percentages are fractions of the total turnover, so that their magnitude is affected by the prices at which the produce was bought, and these prices were higher for buyers on the peasant markets than for the state's purchasing organs. In 1926, for example, a pud of rye was sold for between 1.03 and 1.44 ruble on the peasant markets, but was bought for 0.94 ruble by the state. In March 1928, in the Ukraine the price of rye on the peasants' market was 126.3% of that paid by the procurement organs. In March 1929 it rose to 369.2% of that price. 12. The others were either urban craftsmen or workers employed in small-scale capitalist industry. 13. U. Larin, Chostny Kapital v SSSR, pages 119 to 120. 160. 14 Torgovo Promyślenia Gazeta, July 5, 1929. 15. See below, p. 205 ff 16. See below, p. 203 ff 17. The protracted incapacity of state and cooperative trade to replace private trade in the villages was due particularly to the circumstance that the peddlers and shopkeepers were content with installations that were simpler than those required by the managers and officials of the state and cooperative organs. The latter very often insisted on having a proper shop and a van, where their rivals had made do with a mere shed and horses for transport. 18. Bakov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 242. 19. Ibid, p. 67. 20. Ekonomikeskias Hisn, November 14, 1928, quoted in Bakov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 70. Peasants who could produce the receipts mentioned were supposed to be given priority in supplies. 21. The term scissors was used with reference to the picture presented by the graphs showing the movement of industrial and agricultural prices. It was said that the scissors are opening, when these prices diverged, whereas when they came closer together, the scissors are closing. The scissors were regarded as having closed when the relative level of prices in 1918 was reached. 22. In 1927 to 1928 planned state purchases corresponded to the following fractions of marketed production: 100% of cotton and sugar beet, 98% of flax and tobacco, 92% of furs, 80% of skins, and 70% of wool. In the case of some important agricultural products, such as hemp and flax, marketed production was less than pre-war. 23. Bakov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 63. 24. In 1926 to 1927 the tendency to fix low procurement prices for grain was especially marked. In that year the index of procurement prices stood at 118.7 for grain, whereas it was 133.9 for state-procured products as a whole, and the average index of prices for all agricultural produce, including purchases by individuals and private traders, stood at 149.3. Other. 161. Examples of substantial differences between procurement prices and market prices have been mentioned above, for the years 1926, 1928, and 1929. 25. See above, p. 148. 26. In 1926 to 1927 procurement prices were reduced by 20% for grain, and then stood at 25% less for wheat and 50% less for rye than the peasants could get on the private market. 27. Grosskopf, L. Alliance ouvrière, p. 335. 28. Especially because the procurement organs did not as a rule succeed in providing the peasants with the amounts of fertilizer, selected seed, etc., which they had undertaken to provide when the contracts were signed. This aggravated the one-sided character of the obligations to which the peasants had to conform. 29. See Note 21 above, p. 160. 30. There was talk at that time of a scissors crisis. 31. These figures have been calculated from the last column in Table 11 on p. 119 of Kerblay, Les Marches Paysannes. The index shows the evolution of the ratio between agricultural prices as obtained by the producer and retail prices of manufactured goods. The way that the weighting has been performed obviously affects the way the indices evolve, and the fact that the public sector's share was smaller in the villages than in the towns has not been taken into account in the table given here, so that the peasant's situation was even worse than is shown. For a calculation which takes this factor into account, see Grosskopf, L. Alliance ouvrière, pages 195-196. 32. Calculated from the same source as the table on p. 151. 33. For 1913 the prices recorded were, of course, market prices. 34. Rye only. 35. An Malafiev, Historiatsanubrazovani USSR, 1917 to 1963, pages 384 to 385. Coefficients calculated from indices with 1913 to 100. 36. Baikov, The Soviet Economic System, p. 67, quoting inland trade of the USSR. During 10 years, p. 82. The 1913 figures show, of course, market prices. 37. See above, p. 147. 38. KPSSV Rizzoli Utzik, Volume I, pages 922 to 932. 39. Ibid, p. 927. 40. On the Agrarian Code of 1922, see Volume I of the present work, pages 235 to 237. On the Reform of 1925, see Sobranio Zakonii, number 27, Art. 191, Ankar, Socialism, Volume I, pages 257 to 258. 162. 41. KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, p. 927, Ankar, Socialism, Volume I, p. 268. 42. Pravda, April 24, 1925. A revised version of the speech of Bukharin's was published in Bolshevik, April 30 and June 1. In this version the word kulak was in most instances replaced by well-to-do peasant. There is a French translation in N. Bukharin etal, La Question Pays en URSS, pages 139 ff. 43. Between 1923 to 1924 and 1926 to 1927 it fell from 59.4% to 53.2%. 44. On the other hand, thanks to the division of the land, the peasant population's consumption per head of food products was somewhat greater in 1925 to 1926 than it had been before the war, and had definitely improved so far as the less well-off sections were concerned. Nevertheless, consumption per head of wheaten flour, sugar, meat, bacon, fat, and eggs was still less in peasant families than in the families of manual and office workers. 45. See also some other observations on this question, above, pages 141 ff. 46 Grosskopf, L. Alliance Ouvrière, p. 197. 47 Calculated from Kerblay, Les Marches Paysannes, p. 119. 48 These figures take the percentage increase in net agricultural sales as being as shown in the series of control figures for the years under consideration, that is, assuming as constant the rate of taxation and other charges. This introduces a slight inaccuracy which seems hard to rectify. 49 See above, pages 146, 152. 50 In March 1922, the CC of the Russian Communist Party had examined Preobrazhenskiy's theses on work in the rural areas and rejected them after discussing the criticism made by Lenin, who blamed Preobrazhensky for his abstract formalism. 163. 3. The reproduction and transformation of ideological and political relations in the rural areas. The problems discussed in this chapter are especially large and complex. Furthermore, the information available concerning them is, as a rule, inadequate and unreliable. We shall therefore not deal with these problems in a thorough way here, but merely point out the outlines and main aspects, as these become apparent in the light of the information we possess. It is plain that only far-reaching additional research will make it conceivable to subject to really systematic treatment questions which we can only touch upon here. From the standpoint of ideology and politics, the situation of the Soviet countryside during the NEP was characterized by the poor integration of the peasantry into the Soviet system and the feeble penetration of socialist ideas among them. These circumstances were connected with the low level of activity by the party and the Soviets in the villages and the reproduction, in hardly altered form, of the old ideological relations embodied in the mir, the family, and the church. The party's implantation among the peasants. We know that at the end of the Civil War relations between the Bolsheviks and the organs of Soviet power on the one hand, and the peasantry, on the other, were extremely strained. One of the immediate aims of the NEP was, pre. 164. Seizely, to reduce this tension, and thereby to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance. There can be no doubt that between 1921 and 1927 the NEP was a success as regards strengthening the peasants' confidence in the Soviet government. This applies especially to their confidence in the government's capacity to get the economy back on its feet. Between 1923 and 1927 considerable progress was achieved in this respect, progress that was to a large extent compromised in 1928 to 1929 by blind application of the emergency measures. However, there was a big difference between the peasants having confidence that the new government was capable of managing the economy and their being ready to give active support to this government or, going even further, to join the Bolshevik Party. Yet, unless a sufficient number of genuine peasants joined the party, it could neither exert effective ideological influence in the rural areas nor, without real inside knowledge of their problems, effectively take the peasants' interests in hand, and thereby become capable of developing its own conception of the peasantry's place in the economy and politics of the Soviet power. As regards the number of peasants joining the Bolshevik Party, and the party's work in the countryside, the situation left a great deal to be desired. During the NEP period, the party's implantation in the rural areas remained slight. In his report to the 14th Party Congress, Stalin mentioned that the number of party members belonging to village cells related to the total adult rural population showed that the percentage of communists in the rural areas had increased from 0.26 at the time of the 13th Congress to 0.37 at the time of the 14th. Two such low proportions make a contrast with the importance of the tasks which the Bolshevik Party had to carry out in the countryside, in a mainly rural country. This organizational situation was, in part, a heritage from the past, but it also reflected the weaknesses in the party line on peasant questions. Commenting on the figures quoted, Stalin said, "Our party's growth in the countryside is terribly slow. I do not mean to say that it ought to grow by leaps and bounds, but the 165% of the peasantry that we have in the party is, after all, very insignificant. Our party is a workers' party. Workers will always preponderate in it. But it is also clear that without an alliance with the peasantry the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible, that the party must have a certain percentage of the best people among the peasantry in its ranks. From this aspect, matters are still far from well. 3. Nor do the figures quoted fully expose the party's weakness among the peasantry, because not all members of a rural cell were peasants. According to the CC statistics of January 1927, less than half of the members of rural cells were actual peasants, the others were officials of Soviet institutions, employees of the cooperative societies, teachers, and so on. For among these members some might be of rural origin, but they were no longer peasants. We need to reduce the numbers quoted by about one half if we are to form an estimate of the party's implantation among the peasantry in the middle years of the NEP period. It should be added that in 1927 genuine peasants made up only 10% of the party's total membership in a country where the peasantry made up more than 80% of the population. 5. Throughout the NEP years the party's implantation in the rural areas remained extremely slight. In 1928 there were only 186,000 party members in rural cells, and in 1929, 242,000. 6. However, the scope of the crisis that the country and the party were then experiencing was such that, in order to tackle the tasks before them, the 16th Party Conference considered it necessary to purge the membership, especially in the rural cells. This conference declared that only a purge could transform these cells into points of support for the Communist Party in the countryside, strengthen confidence in the party, bring into the party's ranks the best communist elements, and promote the collectivization of agriculture. 7. Actually, the purge was already underway, and the rural cells had not been reconstructed, when the Soviet Union entered the period of mass collectivization. On the whole, Collect 166. Collectivization was carried out without the local organs of the party being in a position to control the way it developed. At the end of the NEP period the social composition of the party's rural cells was far from satisfactory. The proportion of rich and well-to-do peasants was actually higher than their proportion in the rural population as a whole. 8. An inquiry carried out in 1929 among the rural communists showed that in the RSFSR 1/4 of these party members possessed assets exceeding 800 rubles, whereas among the peasantry as a whole such assets were held by only one peasant in 6. Of the peasants who joined the party, many became officials. Apart from them, it was mainly middle peasants, perhaps employers of wage labor, who had the time needed to participate fully in the party's activity. 9. The qualitative weakness of the rural cells was partly the reason for the exceptional sweep of the purge carried out among the communists of the countryside. Between 1929 and 1930, 16% from rural cells were expelled as against 8% from factory cells. 10. However, the magnitude of this purge was due not only to the circumstance mentioned, but also to the distrust felt by certain party cadres toward peasants in general. Indeed, one is struck by the fact that the purge was much less severe in the non-productive cells, although a party resolution had described these as the ones where the most serious abuses occurred. 11. The ones in which everyday forms of decay were to be observed and in which elements alien to the proletariat, bureaucratized elements, and persons who, having come from other parties, retained their old ideological conceptions were concentrated. So massive a purge of the rural cells was due also to the incompetence and routinism of many of the party members then working in the countryside. Numerous reports show that even politically reliable elements, devoted to the Bolshevik party, were not up to the tasks that devolved upon them. They issued more orders than explanations, and, owing to their lack 167 of roots in peasant life, the explanations they gave remained abstract, remote from reality, often even failing to deal with concrete problems. Frequently they were unable to convince people or made decrees which were inappropriate and caused discontent. 12. However, the major causes of expulsion from the party were corruption and nepotism, or a way of life and conduct that were incompatible with membership in the party. 13. Altogether, the conditions under which the party operated in the countryside failed to correspond, both quantitatively and qualitatively, with the demands of the situation. From the quantitative angle, toward the end of the NEP the members of rural cells who were really peasants amounted to only about 0.1% of the peasantry. Therefore, the party could fulfill only with difficulty its role as the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the countryside, as the apparatus for introducing proletarian ideas among the peasantry, the link between the Soviet power and the peasant masses. This weakness of the party affected the conditions under which the rural Soviets operated. They worked badly, and, in turn, their bad work reflected negatively on the party itself. To the rural Soviets. At the outset of the NEP period, when the peasant revolts of 1921 were still recent and movements of discontent among the peasantry not uncommon, the rural Soviets were hardly linked with the masses at all. Their composition was frequently determined by party decisions that were confirmed by elections in which only a minority of peasants took part. The rural Soviets were not genuine mass organizations. In 1924 the Bolshevik Party leadership applied itself specially to the problem of the rural Soviets. On October 26 Stalin spoke to the CC on the party's tasks in the countryside. 14 He drew attention to the peasants' mistrust of the towns, the discontent that still prevailed in many rural areas, the fact that 168. There was still risk of peasant revolts, and the need to develop the rural Soviets. He linked this need with the flourishing of non-party organizations, peasant committees, cooperatives, young communist organizations, which was a feature of the period. 15 In his eyes, the flourishing of these organizations involved a danger that they might escape from the party's guidance, whereas development of the rural Soviets would enable the working class to fulfill completely its role of leadership in relation to the peasantry. 16 A few days earlier, on October 22, Stalin had already discussed these questions before a conference of secretaries of rural party units. 17 He emphasized particularly the need for revitalizing the Soviets. Referring to the revolts which had occurred in several rural localities in Georgia, he said, "What happened in Georgia may be repeated all over Russia if we do not radically change our very approach to the peasantry, if we do not create an atmosphere of complete confidence between the party and the non-party people, if we do not heed the voice of the non-party people, and, lastly, if we do not revitalize the Soviets in order to provide an outlet for the political activity of the toiling masses of the peasantry." 18. The revitalizing of the Soviets was seen as a means of forming nuclei of activists, among whom the party would be able to recruit, while the peasants would learn how to manage their own affairs. In order to carry this task through, according to Stalin, a radical change would have to be made in the way in which the party dealt with peasant problems. There must be no domineering, and an atmosphere of mutual confidence must be created between party and non-party people. The rural Soviets must be given a material basis for their revitalization through the institution of local budgets, with authority to collect taxes. 19 Although ratified by the CC, 20 and considered now a party practice, the orientations expressed in these speeches were in reality pursued very unevenly. They were to be reiterated again and again until the end of the NEP period. Thus, after 169. The 14th Party Conference, Stalin repeated in May 1925 what he had said in 1924, but he put some points more sharply. When presenting a summary of these tasks that the 14th Party Conference had decided upon to an assembly of activists of the Moscow Party organization, he described the position like this: the second task consists in gradually but steadily pursuing the line of eliminating the old methods of administration and leadership in the countryside, the line of revitalizing the Soviets, the line of transforming the Soviets into genuinely elected bodies, the line of implanting the principles of Soviet democracy in the countryside. 21 The party's rural cadres put up considerable resistance to the line of extending Soviet democracy. This is proved by some phrases in Stalin's report, where he criticizes the style of work of these cadres and at the same time shows how the peasants were awakening to political life. He begins by denouncing the behavior of a certain district secretary, whose attitude he depicts like this: "What do we want newspapers for? It's quieter and better without them. If the peasants begin reading newspapers, they will start asking all sorts of questions and we shall have no end of trouble with them." Then he adds, "And this secretary calls himself a communist. It scarcely needs proof that he is not a communist but a calamity." 22. That these declarations and resolutions had any extensive effect is far from evident, since it was considered necessary to go on restating them right down to the end of the NEP period. Nevertheless, changes did take place. For example, more peasants took part in elections. The proportional voting, which was only 30% in 1923, reached 45% in 1925, and rose to more than one-half of the peasant electorate during the second half of the 1920s. 23. We must not, however, overestimate the significance of such figures. The increased proportion of peasants taking part in elections resulted to some extent from a certain pressure that was brought to bear on them. It was not always followed by corresponding increase in the activity of the rural Soviets, or in the interest taken in this activity by the peasant masses. 170. One of the obstacles in the way of the development of genuine Soviet power in the countryside was the influence exerted by the kulaks over a section of the peasant masses during the NEP period. Another was the inadequacy of the financial resources at the disposal of the village Soviets, which prevented them from undertaking any really useful activity. Meanwhile, the traditional forms of peasant organization continued to exist, and were usually endowed with material and financial means 24 that the Soviets lacked, so, they often seemed more effective than the latter, and they were frequently dominated by the rich peasants. Finally, the attitude taken up by the local party cadres and Soviet officials, their authoritarianism, contributed to holding back the activity of the village and district Soviets. This authoritarianism did not result from the psychology of the officials in question but from their class attitude. Having to a large extent centralized in their own hands the reality of power in the locality, the officials of the Soviet apparatus occupied a politically dominant position, and, unless they were true revolutionaries, would not spontaneously let go of it, subject themselves to control by the masses, or permit the latter to run their own affairs. Only class struggle by the peasant masses could alter such behavior, but it was hard for such a struggle to develop, owing to the insufficient presence of the party among the peasantry, and so the latter tended to look after their affairs through their traditional organizations, like the Skod. In his speeches of June 1925 at the Sverdlov University, Stalin noted that the situation in the rural Soviets was highly unsatisfactory. He said that until now, the situation was that quite a number of rural districts were governed by small groups of people, connected more with the uyezd and gubernia administrations than with the rural population. The result of this was that those who governed the rural districts mostly looked to the top, the uyezd, and least of all looked to the bottom, to the rural population. They felt responsible not to the villages, not to their electors, but to the uyezd and gubernia administration. The result of this was unchecked. 171. Arbitrariness and tyranny of the rulers, on the one hand, and discontent and murmuring in the countryside, on the other. We are now putting an end to this state of affairs. 25. Stalin observed that frequently the elections to the rural Soviets were not genuine elections, but a bureaucratic procedure which made possible smuggling in deputies by means of all kinds of trickery and of pressure exercised by the small groups of rulers who were afraid of losing power. 26. As a result of the situation thus described, fresh elections were organized in 1925 and 1926. So as to combat the electoral practices previously operative, the right to vote was extended to some categories of the rural population which had hitherto been deprived of it. 27. Actually, given the ideological and political balance of forces that obtained in the countryside at that time, together with the weakness of the party's rural cells, rich peasants often succeeded in getting into the rural Soviets, which obviously did not render the latter more capable of responding to the real needs of the peasant masses. Penetration of the rural Soviets by the kulaks was exposed in articles published in the Soviet press. One of these articles noted that since the Soviets have begun to take a share in village life, the kulaks have increased their efforts to subordinate them and bring them within the sphere of their influence. Though party organizations have shown more strength in these elections than in previous years, yet in some cases the directives not to apply pressure or administrative measures were interpreted as an order to stop party interference in the election campaign. 28. The consequence had been penetration of the Soviets by rich peasants, or their representatives. This situation was due at that time to the ideological influence wielded over a section of the middle peasantry by the well-to-do peasants. At the beginning of 1925, Stalin noted the existence of such influence in a number of rural districts, 29 at a time when he was warning against the temptation to stir up class struggle against the kulaks. 30. The infiltration of the kulaks into the rural Soviets was also 172. Due to the economic pressure that the rich peasants could bring to bear on the poor and middle strata of the peasantry. This pressure was made possible by the position that the kulaks held in the economic life of the village, by the fact that they leased land, hired out means of production, and were creditors of some of the poor and middle peasants. These bonds of dependence on the rich peasants were reflected in both the composition of the rural Soviets and their activity. The slogan of revitalizing the Soviets enjoined the party's rural cells to do everything possible to help the peasant masses emancipate themselves from the influence of the well-to-do strata of the peasantry and take their affairs in hand for themselves. The fact that this slogan remained on the agenda all through the NEP period shows that the task assigned was still unaccomplished. Thus, in November 1926, Kalinin said to the Executive Committee of the Soviets of the RSFSR, "Our chief task is to draw the broad masses into Soviet construction, i.e., to revitalize the Soviets." 31. Actually, at the beginning of 1929 the activity of the village Soviets was still very inadequate. The village Soviet was seen by the peasants as an artificial creation enjoying none of the prestige or efficacy of the traditional indigenous peasant unit, the Mir. 32. At that time there were upwards of 72,000 rural Soviets, each of which covered several villages or inhabited localities. Each rural Soviet had an average of 18 members, but their meetings were very irregular and, usually, only between 5 and 7 of the deputies attended. It even happened quite often that there would be only 1 or 2 plenary meetings a year, while the Soviet's work was carried on by the chairman and secretary elected by the Soviet. These men were paid very little, mere pittances to supplement other sources of livelihood, and often gave up their jobs to take better paid ones. It was not uncommon for the chairman of a rural Soviet to be barely literate and scarcely capable of reading the documents sent out by the central government or by the district or regional Soviets. 33. 173. To sum up, during the second phase of the NEP period, apart from the role played by the rich peasants, there were a number of obstacles in the way of a real revitalizing of the rural Soviets: the party's weakness in the countryside, the distrustful attitude of many cadres toward the peasantry, and the existence of a contradictory peasant ideology, which could have been changed only by a policy pursued actively by the party, a policy aimed at strengthening the influence of revolutionary ideas and speeding up the advance along the socialist road, uniting the initiatives of the poor and middle peasants, and transforming the way in which the land communities and the Skod functioned. 3. The contradictions in peasant ideology and the role played by ideological centers outside Bolshevik party control in the rural areas. Owing to the existence of distinct and conflicting classes among the peasantry, peasant ideology was deeply divided. A number of notions that were mutually contradictory together made up the form of ideology to which the peasants were more or less subject, and in the name of which they waged their struggles, becoming either receptive or obstructive to the activity of the Bolshevik party. Religious ideas, as reproduced by the Orthodox Church, by the religious sects, and by the peasant family, constituted a tremendous force for social conservatism which the Bolshevik party was often at a loss to combat. Very often party members tried to launch frontal attacks on this force for social conservatism, instead of getting around it and preparing the development of its contradictions. Such frontal attacks usually ended in defeat. In his speech of October 1924 on the party's 174. Immediate tasks in the countryside. Stalin spoke of the problem in these terms. Occasionally some comrades are inclined to regard the peasants as materialist philosophers and to think that it is enough to deliver a lecture on natural science to convince the peasant of the non-existence of God. Often they fail to realize that the peasant looks on God in a practical way, i.e., he is not averse to turning away from God sometimes, but he is often torn by doubt. Who knows, maybe there is a God after all. Would it not be better to please both the communists and God, as being safer for my affairs? He who fails to take this peculiar mentality of the peasant into account totally fails to understand what the relations between party and non-party people should be, fails to understand that in matters concerning anti-religious propaganda a careful approach is needed even to the peasant's prejudices. 34. At the beginning of the NEP period, frontal attacks on religion were, as a rule, abstained from, and the obstacles that religious ideas were capable of presenting to the party's activity were avoided. This was not so when the period was reaching its close. The frontal attacks that were launched at that time ended more often than not in a negative result, with many peasants grouping around the rich peasants and the defenders of religion. The Skod and the Mir, the idea of the peasantry being capable of existing independently of the towns and the state, was also an element in peasant ideology. This idea was materialized in the Mir and the Skod, or General Assembly of the Peasants in each village. These were ideological centers possessing very great political importance. Their existence contributed to weakening the village Soviets, and gave support to a set of practices of resistance to the worker-peasant alliance which brought grist to the kulak's mill. It will be recalled that the Soviet Agrarian Code of 1922 recognized the legal existence of the land community and 175. Land association. This was, in practice, a continuation of the former village community or Mir. It was managed, in principle, by the General Assembly of the Peasants, or Skod. Article 54 of the Code granted legal personality to these land communities. Each of them owned communally what had belonged by tradition to the Mir, which meant that it possessed material and financial resources that the rural Soviet lacked. These resources were derived mainly from the dues paid for use of the common lands, woods, and ponds. 35. The land community could also tax its members, and it was regarded as the owner of the smithies, sawmills, etc., belonging to the village. The Skod's authority was accepted by the majority of the peasants, so that the Mir enjoyed much greater power than the village Soviet. The Skod was often dominated by the kulaks, as was made clear in reports given to the Communist Academy in 1926. Frequently the poor peasants did not even see any point in attending the meetings of the Skod. When they did, they were hardly listened to and even sometimes were ejected. At the 13th All-Russia Congress of Soviets, in 1927, delegates complained that at that time only between 10 and 15% of the peasants who had the right to take part in the Skod actually did so, and this minority consisted mainly of the better-off elements in the villages. 36. In December 1927 the 15th Party Congress tackled the problems presented by the existence of the Skod and the other traditional peasant organizations playing a similar role. One of the rapporteurs noted that the total annual revenue of these organizations came to between 80 and 100 million rubles, whereas the village Soviets had at their disposal only 16 million rubles. 37. In a document prepared in 1927 for the Orgburo, the Communist Academy's Institute for Building, the Soviets arrived at the following conclusion: the economically independent land community takes the village Soviet under its guardianship. The material dependence of the village Soviet on the land community puts a brake on the further development and revitalization of the work of the Soviet and of its sections, and on the other hand is the basis for 176. The taking over of the work of the village Soviet by the land community Skod. 38. At the 15th Party Congress, delegates spoke of the presence of dual power in the countryside, the power of the rural Soviet, and that of the Skod. 39. A resolution passed by this Congress called for an improvement in relations between the Soviets and the land communities, aimed at ensuring that the former play the leading role. 40. In practice, however, this resolution remained ineffective. Thus, a year and a half later, the 14th All-Russia Congress of Soviets, meeting in May 1929, heard an official report which stated that the village Soviet remains dependent on the land communities, receiving very large grants from them. 41. The fight to strengthen the village Soviets, despite the successes it obtained when the village Soviet was provided with certain financial resources. 42. And obtained material results, remained in general an unequal struggle in which the Skod even managed sometimes to add to its power, turning itself into an electoral commission which went so far as to draw up the list of electors to the village Soviet. 43. The dominant role played by the traditional forms of organization had considerable ideological consequences. The system of practices to which the Skod gave support underlay the reproduction of a set of contradictory ideological and political relations. In particular, there were the ideas of village autonomy, of equality, and of solidarity within the Mir. The idea of village autonomy, the fact that the Mir and the Skod controlled lands, woods, smithies, mills, etc., gave rise to the illusory notion of village autonomy, of the village existing as a world on its own, sufficient unto itself. 44. 177. This idea erected serious obstacles to intervention in village life by organizations outside the Mir. Thus, the tendency to subordination of the village Soviet to the Skod, though politically overdetermined by the role of the well-to-do peasants in the Skod, was inherent in the ideology of the Mir. It could be combated only by specific forms of class struggle. At the same time, the idea of village autonomy produced relative indifference to the disparities in standard of living between town and country. These were seen as two worlds, between which there was no common yardstick. Putting in the foreground the task of aligning the standards of living, the material conditions of existence of these two worlds could easily be seen as signifying renunciation of the specific character of village life. The inequalities between town and country were looked upon, to a certain extent, as being the inevitable counterpart of village autonomy. To be sure, this did not rule out the advancing of economic demands, but these were not formulated in terms of reducing gaps. The tendency for the differences between conditions in village and in town to increase did not, in itself, give rise during the NEP period to a struggle aimed at countering its effects. This needs to be taken into account when evaluating the factors which explain why this tendency was able to develop in that period without encountering large-scale resistance. Finally, the idea of the autonomy of each village constituted an obstacle to any alliance between the peasants of several villages in order to fight for common aims. This aspect also contributed to creating a situation in which the growth of inequality between townspeople and country people did not spontaneously engender struggles aimed at checking this differentiation. In these circumstances, the struggle of the poor and middle peasants to improve their conditions by improving the terms of exchange remained weak. Paradoxically, the relative autonomy of the village, which was a reality, and the dependence of the towns upon the countryside, which was greater at that time than the dependence of the countryside upon the towns, did not, as a rule, appear as a weapon which the 178 villagers could use in order to secure better conditions of exchange and a better supply of industrial goods. The reproduction of the ideology of village autonomy thus played a negative role in relation to the attempt made by the Bolshevik Party to organize the struggle of the poor and middle peasants for better living conditions. Of course, this role was only relative, not absolute. Nevertheless, the idea of autonomy served as a vehicle for the idea of development by relying on one's own resources, but the Bolshevik Party did not lay much stress on that. To conclude discussion of this point, it is perhaps appropriate to justify use of the word illusion to characterize the idea of village autonomy. It was indeed an illusion, for in the NEP period the village did depend on the town and urban activities for survival and economic development. It was dependent in respect to metals, part of its equipment, selected seeds, and so on. However, this dependence was still fairly secondary in character, so that the illusion in question corresponded to a certain material and social reality, from which it drew its strength. And this illusion, if not effectively combated by the party's political and ideological work, tended to block the path to a real alliance between the workers and the peasants, an alliance without which the poor and middle sections of the rural masses could not overthrow the dominance of the rich peasants. 45. The idea of equality within the mere one of the components of the peasant ideology as it was reproduced by the Skode was the idea that all peasants were equal within the mere. The material basis of this idea what underlay it was the periodical redivision of land carried out by the Skode. 46. However, this equality was, in fact, more of an illusion than it had ever been before. We have seen already that possession of means of production other than the land, and of financial resources, was a source of real inequalities, the F-179. Effects of which were intensified by the political inequalities that they engendered. Thus, at the head of the mere there usually stood members of rich or well-to-do families, and this was especially true of the headman, the starosta or elder, who played the leading role in the Skode. Given the division of the land without any corresponding redistribution of the instruments of labor, and given the wear and tear suffered by the most rudimentary of these instruments, the social and political power of the rich peasants was maintained and sometimes even increased. 47. The very way that the commune functioned served to assist the reproduction of egalitarian illusions. While the redistribution of land actually favored the rich peasants, it also enabled the group of middle peasants to grow stronger in accordance with the process of social differentiation characteristic of the NEP period. Investigations carried out during this period showed that the Skode continued, mainly, to function as in pre-revolutionary times. Its assemblies were usually convened and conducted by the same families as before, with the same men, or their descendants, in the role of starosta. 48. While the idea of equality within the mir was an illusion, the presence of this idea among the peasantry could have been used as a weapon by the Bolshevik party to transform the mir and the Skode from within, by striving to ensure that the poor and middle peasants did in fact enjoy all the rights that they possessed in theory. Actually, however, examples of struggles along these lines are few and far between. The party sought above all, and without much success, to breathe life into the rural Soviets, for it saw the mir as an archaic institution doomed to wither away and incapable of serving as framework for revolutionary activity. This attitude was due partly to ideological reasons, 49, but mainly to the circumstance that the party's weak basis among the peasants made it harder for it to operate in the Skode, a purely peasant assembly, than in the Soviets, where workers, peasants, and office workers were all represented together. It needs to be added that very early the Bolshevik Party 180 developed a tendency to treat with suspicion all egalitarian notions, doubtless through a one-sided interpretation of Marx's statements emphasizing the limits to the demand for equality and pointing out how the idea of equal right belonged within the limited setting of bourgeois right. 50. This one-sided interpretation was not unconnected with the ideological pressure exercised by the specialists, engineers, etc., who were paid high salaries. In the case under consideration, it led to an inability to draw petty bourgeois notions into the wake of proletarian ideology and so to transform them. The associated ideas of independence of the farm and solidarity within the mir, the ideology of the Skode and the mir, and the practices reproduced by these ideological organizations, nourished two ideas which were both contradictory and interconnected, the idea of the independence of the farm assigned to a particular family and that of solidarity within the mir. The first idea was linked with the division of the land of the commune among families, which implied that a farm was an independent economic unit. It constituted the material basis of the reproduction of the patriarchal family and of its relations of domination and subordination, of the domination of the young by the old, for it was to families and in practice to heads of families and not to individuals, that the divided up land was assigned. The idea of solidarity within the mir was materialized in the various obligations imposed upon the members of the land association and in the forms of mutual aid which they were expected to provide. It was on the basis of this second idea, the ultimate expression of which would be a decision not to redivide the land but to form agricultural communes, for joint cultivation of the land, that a struggle for socialist forms of labor and production was possible within the Skode. 181. There did exist, in fact, quite a few examples of development of collective forms of labor and production, under the impulsion of the poor and middle peasants, especially through some of the members of a commune breaking away in order to establish a collective farm. 51. On the whole, though, this movement took place in only a limited way. It was not until the end of 1927 that the Bolshevik Party really began to give it backing, and even then only hesitantly, because it did not result in the large farms which the party favored, both for reasons of principle and because they lent themselves better to mechanization. The Bolshevik Party failed to exploit seriously the contradictions characteristic of peasant ideology in the NEP period. It sought above all to work directly upon the contradiction which set the poor and middle peasants against the rich, but in this way it achieved only limited results. It allowed the traditional forms of organization to survive de facto, and when they broke up it was in only rare cases that this produced new collective forms. On this basis traditional ideological centers continued to exist, in barely altered forms, the patriarchal family, the church, the religious sects. Similarly, and this deserves special attention, the Soviet school was transformed, becoming more and more openly bourgeois. The Soviet school and the ideology of the school at the village level, it was the primary school that was the main center for reproducing and transforming the ideology of the educational system. In the first years of Soviet power, this school was the subject of ambitious projects for revolutionary change. 52. However, owing to lack of means, and also to resistance from the teachers, such projects had practically no impact on reality. In 1923, 2 years after the beginning of the NEP, these projects, which had never materialized except in a few pilot experiments, were put aside. In the words of Kalashnikov. 182. Author of a work on the sociology of education published in 1928, the romanticism of the early years was channeled into the bed of practical achievements. 53. In other words, the exigencies of re-establishing the economy and of carrying out the bourgeois democratic revolution in the countryside prevailed. While in the towns reform experiments went on in the kindergartens and the primary and secondary schools. 54. What predominated in the rural areas was the return to serious education, to a school of social advancement based on selection and the ideology of competition, leading to the restoration of the school as reproducer of bourgeois ideology. 55. This type of school was what was wanted by the NEPmen and by most of the cadres of the economic and administrative apparatuses, and it also conformed to the ideology of the bulk of the teachers. In the reproduction of the conservative ideas that dominated the village in the NEP period, the school that was returning to life. 56. Played its part along with the family, the church, the mir, and the skod, and even with the economic organizations that had been penetrated by elements that were carriers of bourgeois ideology. The ideas that dominated the Soviet village at that time were not, of course, held by all the peasants, but nevertheless they did ensure, broadly, the authority of the rich and powerful among the peasants and respect for the social hierarchy of the village. The ground was, therefore, relatively favorable for the continued influence of petty bourgeois ideas. 57. Since the Bolshevik Party, through failing to treat correctly the contradictions that existed among the peasantry, developed only very slowly its implantation in the countryside. Finally, from 1928 on, the Soviet government found itself confronted with contradictions which it could not cope with and which became exacerbated as a result of the specific form of industrialization to which the country was increasingly committed. 183. Thereafter, the conditions were ripe for the explosion of the final crisis of the NEP. However, the factor which acted as the motive force in this crisis was not to be found among the peasantry. It was constituted by the contradictions in the towns and by the way in which these were met. Part 3. The contradictions and class struggle in the industrial and urban sectors. The procurement crisis may look as though it was an internal crisis of Soviet agriculture. Interpreted in this way, it seems to have been due, fundamentally, to the state of the relations between classes and of the productive forces in the countryside toward the end of the 1920s, the relations between classes were marked by the dominant position held by the kulaks at that time, which enabled them to dictate their conditions for supplying food to the towns, and the productive forces in agriculture which had reached a ceiling that could be surpassed only by means of a rapid change in the conditions of production by mechanization of agricultural work, which, if it was not to benefit mainly the kulaks, required collectivization. According to this way of seeing the problem, the procurement crisis necessarily entailed the emergency measures, followed by a rapid process of collectivization, which one had to be ready to impose on the peasants should they prove unwilling to accept it voluntarily, hence the thesis of the economic necessity of a revolution from above. 1. This economistic interpretation of the procurement crisis assumes that the NEP was not a road that allowed the middle peasants to assume really the central position in the countryside, that it did not enable the Soviet government to help the poor and middle peasants to improve their conditions of production while gradually taking the road of cooperation and collectivization, or else that economic exigencies made it impossible to show patience in dealing with the peasantry. As we have seen, this economistic interpretation is false. 2. At the end of the 1920s the kulaks did not hold a dominant economic position in the countryside and production by the 188. Poor and middle peasants could have been increased considerably by helping these peasants to organize themselves and by following a different policy with respect to supplies and prices. The procurement crisis was not a crisis inherent in agriculture, but a crisis of relations between town and country due to mistakes committed in the practice of the worker-peasant alliance. This crisis was bound up with the internal contradictions of the industrial and urban sectors, the fashion in which these contradictions were understood, and the way with which they were dealt. Notes. 1. This economistic thesis is usually complemented by a thesis regarding the military necessities dictated by the international situation, both of these theses being upheld at the present time in the USSR. The economistic thesis is also defended in West Germany by W. Hoffmann, in Die Arbeitsverfassung der Sowjetunion, p. 8, and Stalinismus und Antikommunismus, p. 34. It coincides with the position of J. Elienstein, in his Histoire de l'URSS, Volume 2, Le Socialisme dans un seul pays, p. 118, who adds, however, that the whole problem lay in deciding the pace at which this program was to be carried out, and the methods to be employed. 2. Furthermore, as is known, neither the emergency measures nor collectivization, as it was carried out, enabled the difficulties in agriculture to be quickly overcome. On the contrary, agricultural production declined and stagnated for more than 10 years. 189. 1. The direct manifestations of the contradictions in the industrial and urban sectors. The internal contradictions of the industrial and urban sectors manifested themselves directly in the spheres of prices, wages, accumulation, and currency. The phenomena in question were not, of course, due solely to these contradictions, the results of which need to be analyzed, but also resulted from a particular policy that was followed. This in its turn was a consequence of the ways in which reality was perceived of the class struggles, that is, that were waged around real relations and the ways in which these struggles were perceived. In the present chapter we shall confine ourselves to describing the direct effects of the contradictions and the way with which these were dealt. Selling price and cost of production in industry. One of the immediate purposes of the NEP was to improve the living conditions of the peasant masses and strengthen the conditions under which the poor and middle peasants carried on their farming. By realizing this aim it was hoped to consolidate the worker-peasant alliance, reduce the economic, political, and ideological roles played by the kulaks, and create conditions favorable to the development of cooperatives and of large-scale collectivization. Among the economic conditions required for the realization of this aim was a closing of the scissors, by lowering the prices of industrial goods and supplying the countryside with 190. The industrial goods the peasant masses needed. As we have seen, this aim had been attained only partially and provisionally, and toward the end of the NEP period there was even a serious setback to its realization. 1. An important point needs to be made here. In 1928 to 1929 the retail prices of industrial goods, which until then had been falling, started to rise. If the scissors still tended to close, this was due to the fact that agricultural prices were rising faster than industrial prices. 2. The rise in industrial prices did not accord with the aims of the price policy. It resulted, in the first place, from an increase in demand to which no adequate increase in supply corresponded. The inflationary nature of the increase in industrial retail prices is clearly shown by the fact that it occurred despite a fall in industrial wholesale prices. 3. This fall was dictated to the state-owned industries by a policy still aimed at closing the scissors and stabilizing prices. After 1926 to 1927 an imbalance began to appear. Already in that year the percentage increase in the cash income of the population exceeded that of the increase in industrial products available for sale by 3.8 points. 4. The process thus begun continued in the following year, which explains why a new period then opened in the evolution of prices. As we know, the imbalance between the supply of and demand for industrial products affected the peasantry more than any other section. The situation we have described was bound up with the contradictions in the industrial policy pursued by the Bolshevik Party from 1926 on. This accorded increasing priority to growth in accumulation and production by heavy industry, while at the same time increasing urban incomes, especially wages. On the one hand, this was a source of increased demand to which there was no adequate material counterpart. On the other hand, for lack of a parallel increase in the productivity of labor, costs of production in industry were swollen, and this prevented the simultaneous realization of two aims which were then being pursued by the Soviet government: an increase in industry's capacity to finance a substantial proper 191 of investment, which was being increased at a rapid rate, and continued pursuit of the policy of reducing the production costs and the wholesale prices of industrial goods. The reduction in costs of production in industry was, on the whole, much less than had been provided for by the plans, and much less than was needed to meet the requirements of the policy being followed in the sphere of wholesale prices and the financing of investment in industry. The following table illustrates the problems that arose: increase or reduction of industrial costs 1925 to 1926, 1926 to 1927, 1927 to 1928, 1928 to 1929 planned, 7 to 5, 6 to 7 realized plus 1.7 to 1.8, 5.1 to 4 to 4.5. A considerable proportion of the reduction of costs of production in industry was due either to factors external to industry or to accounting adjustments. 6. So that the share represented by wages in costs of production tended to increase. It should be noted that in 1926 to 1927 average cost of production in industry was twice as high as pre-war, whereas the wholesale prices of industrial products had not reached this level. 7. From this followed both industry's low degree of capacity to finance its own investments and the limits bounding the policy of reducing industrial wholesale prices. The high level of costs of production was due to some extent to the inflation in the members of administrative personnel in charge of production units, enterprises, and trusts. This phenomenon was denounced by the party, which issued calls for a struggle against bureaucracy. In practice, however, no such struggle was waged by the working masses. It was left to other administrative organs, which were far from effective in carrying out this task. Moreover, the attempts made to strengthen controls, by developing systems of accounting and reporting to the planning organs and establishing departments for studying and analyzing the time taken to produce goods. 192. Increased the burden of administration in the state industrial sector, while the result hoped for from these innovations were far from being achieved. However, the decisive factor in the increase in costs of production in industry during this period was the increase in wages, which was not accompanied by comparable increases in output or productivity. 2. Wages and productivity of labor in industry. According to the figures given by Stalin in the political report of the CC to the 15th Party Congress, the average real wage in 1926 to 1927 was 128.4% that of pre-war. 8. In the same period, productivity of labor in industry had not the 1913 level. 9. During the next 2 years the situation stayed approximately the same, with wages and productivity in industry increasing at roughly the same pace. 10. The increase in wages, despite the presence of a considerable body of unemployed toward the end of the NEP period, testifies to the political role that the working class now played. But, at the same time, the relation between this increase and the increase in productivity testifies to the contradictions in the economic policy then being followed. At a time when what was being emphasized was the need to increase accumulation mainly from industry's own resources, while narrowing the scissors between industrial and agricultural prices, the increase in the cost of wages borne by industrial production prevented either of these aims from being realized. As regards relations between the working class and the peasantry, the development just described had negative consequences. It helped to widen, to the disadvantage of the peasants, the disparity between economic conditions in town and country. From 1928 on this disparity was 193. Still further widened by the shortage of industrial goods and the priority given to the towns in the distribution of manufactured products. In this way, contradictions developed which at first manifested themselves in the form of a process of inflation. 3. The inflationary process and its immediate origins. The immediate origins of the inflationary process are not hard to detect. They lie in the increase in investments and unproductive expenditure which was both rapid and out of proportion with the financial results realized by the state sector. This can be illustrated by certain figures. Between 1925 to 1926 and 1928 to 1929, the total amount of budgetary expenditure, in current rubles, more than doubled, 11, which meant an increase of 30% each year. In the same years, the increase in the volume of industrial production destined for consumption and derived from census industry 12 slowed down. This production, which increased by 38% in 1926, increased by only about 18% in 1927 and in 1928. 13. It was still a remarkable increase but not enough to cope with the increase in cash incomes, especially since there was a slowing down in production by small-scale industry after 1927 to 1928. 14. Altogether, in contrast to an increase of 34% in wages between 1925 to 1926 and 1927 to 1928, a fresh increase of about 14% in the following year, 15. And to the increase mentioned in budgetary expenditure, real national income was increasing at a much slower pace, a little over 7% per year between 1925 to 1926 and 1928 to 1929. 16. Thus, the last years of the NEP period were marked by an increasing gap between the growth in distributed income and the growth in the quantity of goods available for consumption. 194. The existence of this gap was closely connected with the rapid increase in gross investment in the state sector and with the way in which this investment was financed. Investments, not all of which passed through the budget, increased 2.75 times between 1925 to 1926 and 1929. 17. The larger part of these investments would not result in increased production until several years had gone by. They therefore involved outlays of cash which, for the time being, had no counterpart in production. Here was the hub of the inflationary process, for the state and cooperative sector provided to an ever smaller extent for its own expanded reproduction, as we can see clearly when we examine the evolution of profits in state industry, and compare the resources which it contributed to the financial system with those it drew from it. Between 1924 to 1925 and 1926 to 1927, net profits evolved as follows: net balance of profits from state industries 1924 to 1925, 1925 to 1926, 1926 to 1927, 364, 536, 539. The increase was substantial in 1925 to 1926, but minimal in 1926 to 1927. In any case, these amounts were less and less adequate to meet the needs of financing the industrial sector. Down to 1924 to 1925 the latter had supplied to the financial system resources which were almost equivalent to those it obtained from the financial system in order to cover its needs. In that year, the net contribution of the financial system to the needs of the industrial sector came to only 20 million rubles, or 11.6% of the amount contributed by industry to the financial system. After 1925 to 1926, when the period of reconstruction and the policy of industrialization began, the situation was completely transformed. In 1926 to 1927 the financial system's contribution 195 to the needs of the industrial sector exceeded the contribution of industry to the financial system by nearly 35%, and thereafter the latter furnished even larger resources to industry. Current financial resources proved inadequate, and it was necessary to issue paper money. A rapid increase took place in the amount of money in circulation, which rose from 1,157 million rubles on July 1, 1926, to 2,213 million rubles on July 1, 1929. This increase was out of all proportion to the increase in the national income. It meant a real inflation of the currency, which gave rise to important economic imbalances and political contradictions. What has been described here was due, of course, to deeper underlying social contradictions, and resulted from the way with which these contradictions were dealt. It is these realities which must now be analyzed. 2. The contradictions between the private sector and the state sector in industry and trade. Between 1921 and 1925 the policy of development and accumulation in the state sector of industry laid down limited objectives which the sector was capable of accomplishing mainly from its own resources. During this period the Bolshevik Party managed to cope, without too much difficulty, with the contradictions that opposed the private sector to the state sector in industry and trade. The state sector developed, as a whole, faster than the private sector, and strengthened positions which, by and large, were already dominant. This consolidation was due principally to the dynamism shown by the state sector, which also enjoyed priority support from the banks. In that period the fundamental principles of the NEP were respected, even though in some towns the local authorities introduced regulations which more or less paralyzed the private sector. From the end of 1925 there was a change. The efforts made to develop the state sector of industry were increased, and tended to be concentrated in a one-sided way upon heavy industry and upon projects which required long periods of construction before entering the phase of production. Furthermore, as we have seen, the scale of this effort at development called for financial resources that exceeded what state industry and trade could mobilize from their own resources. Therefore, imbalances between supply and demand were created, and inflationary pressure built up. Under these conditions, the private sector in industry and trade was placed in an exceptionally advantageous position. The shortage of goods enabled private traders to increase their selling prices, while the prices they paid for supplies 198 obtained from the state sector fell as a result of the continuing policy of reducing industrial wholesale prices. Thus, private trade was able to increase its profits to a considerable extent by appropriating a growing fraction of the value produced in the state sector. Private industry also profited from the goods shortage, by increasing its selling prices while continuing to receive some of its means of production relatively cheaply from the state sector of industry. Thus, at the very moment when the gap was widening seriously between the volume of financial resources directly at the disposal of state-owned industry and what was needed in order to attain the investment aims laid down for it, profits in the private sector of industry and trade were tending to rise sharply. Moreover, this sector was using material resources which were, to an increasing extent, lacking in the state sector. Although the NEP was not officially abandoned, in order to cope with this situation, from 1926 on ever more numerous measures were taken to cut down the activity and resources of the private sector in industry and trade. Some of these measures were financial, taking the form of increased taxes and forced loans exacted from the private industrialists and traders. The amounts taken from them in this way rose from 91 million rubles in 1925 to 1926 to 191 million in 1926 to 1927. Two other measures assumed the form of regulations, even penal measures, on the ground that many traders and industrialists were violating Soviet law. After 1926, the administrative organs responsible for approving leases and concessions and issuing patents withdrew some of the authorizations they had previously granted. However, these measures were introduced without any overall plan, and, in particular, without the state and cooperative sector being fully in a position to take the place of the private enterprises whose activity was being brought to a halt. Consequently, there was a worsening of the shortages from which the population suffered, and in the unsatisfactory supply of goods to certain localities and regions. This deterioration affected principally the rural areas. In order to appreciate what it meant, we must examine some figures. The different forms of ownership in industry and how they evolved. Soviet industrial statistics of the NEP period distinguished between four sectors, in accordance with type of ownership of enterprises: state, cooperative, private, or foreign concession. In census industry, on the eve of the final crisis of the NEP, the state sector was predominant, followed, a long way behind, by the cooperative sector. In percentages, production by the different sectors of census industry 3 was as follows: percentages of gross production, in current prices, furnished by the sectors of census industry in 1926 to 1927 for state industry 91.3, cooperative industry 6.4, private industry 1.8, industry operated as foreign concessions 0.5. In census industry, the state and cooperative sectors thus predominated massively. As a result, the Soviet government possessed, up to a certain point, the power to dictate momentarily, at least, a reduction in the wholesale prices of most industrial products, despite the inflation of costs and of demand. Actually, this power was far from being absolute. Its effect was mainly to delay increases in wholesale prices of industrial products. It is to be observed that by 1928 to 1929, as a result of the measures taken from 1926 on, the place occupied by the non-state sectors in census industry was reduced to less than 1%. 200. In small-scale industry, the non-state sector played a major role in 1926 to 1927. Here are the figures: percentages of gross production, in current prices, furnished by the sectors of small-scale industry in 1926 to 1927, state industry 2, cooperative industry 19, private industry 79. The big place occupied by private industry prevented the Soviet government from exercising sufficient control over the prices of its products. Some additional information is called for here. 1. In 1926 to 1927, the value of private industry's production was far from negligible. Taking industry as a whole, it amounted to 4,391 million in current rubles, which represented about 19.7% of that year's productions. 6.2. However, and this is a vital point, within private industry, production was mainly handicraft production and thus not based upon the exploitation of wage labor. According to a study by the economist D. Shapiro, 85% of the small-scale enterprises employed no wage workers. 7.3. From the angle of employment, small-scale industry played a considerable role. 8. But the earnings of the craftsmen contributed little to the inflation of demand. Their incomes were of the same order as those of the peasants. A large proportion of small-scale industry was not urban but rural. It was an important complement to the urban sector of industry, but it was also in competition with the latter. As we know, the principle governing the policy followed during the NEP period was favorable to small-scale industry. This orientation was inspired by what Lenin wrote at the beginning of the NEP, when he emphasized the need for generating the utmost local initiative in economic development in the gubernias, still more in the uyezds, still more in the volosts and villages, for the special purpose of immediately improving peasant farming, even if by small. 5. 201. Means, on a small scale, helping it by developing small local industry. He pointed out that moving on to a further stage would necessitate the fulfillment of a number of conditions, in particular a large-scale development of electric power production, which would itself demand a period of at least 10 years to carry out the initial phase of the electrification plan. 9 In 1926, and even in 1928, they were still a very long way from having fulfilled this condition, and small-scale industry was still absolutely indispensable. The small-scale industry of the NEP period assumed extremely diverse forms: handicraft, private capitalist, or directed by local organizations. Lenin was, above all, in favor of the last. 10 He also favored small commodity producers' cooperatives, which, he said, were the predominant and typical form in a small peasant country. 11 Down to 192 to 1927 The development of small-scale industry encountered only relatively limited hindrances, the purpose of which was to prevent the spread of a private industrial sector of a truly capitalist sort. However, the aid given to small-scale industry remained slight, and small producers' cooperatives and the initiatives of local organizations developed only slowly, mainly under the authority of the land associations. Actually, small-scale industry, and handicraft industry in particular, had not recovered its pre-war level of production. 12 Craft enterprises had difficulty in getting supplies, owing to competition from state-owned industry, which enjoyed a certain priority. In this matter the policy recommended by Lenin was not fully implemented, and the practices which developed from 1926 on departed farther and farther from that policy. This made it increasingly difficult for the peasants to obtain consumer goods and small items of farm equipment. As principle, however, Lenin's directives remained the order of the day right down to 1927. Thus, in May of that year the Sovnarkom denounced the unpardonable negligence shown by the public economic services in face of the problems of small-scale industry and the handicrafts. 13 Nevertheless, 202. The problems in question were not solved. In fact, the small enterprises found themselves increasingly up against the will to dominate shown by the heads of state-owned industry. The latter fought to increase their supplies, their markets, and the profits of the enterprises they directed. In this fight they enjoyed the support of the economic administrative services, whose officials were closely linked with the leadership of the state enterprises. Starting in 1927 to 1928, regardless of the resolutions officially adopted in favor of small-scale industry and the handicrafts, the organs of the economic administration took a series of measures whose effect would deprive small-scale industry of an increasing proportion of the raw materials it had been receiving until then, and would cause the complete closure of some of the small production units. This slowing down of production by small-scale industry took place without any preparation, and under conditions which aggravated the difficulties of agriculture, since the activities of the rural craftsmen had helped and stimulated agricultural production and exchange. In practice, the final phase of the NEP period was increasingly marked by the dominance of a type of industrial development that was centered on large-scale industry. This development was profoundly different from what Lenin had recommended for decades. It was costlier in terms of the investment required, demanded much longer construction periods, was qualitatively less diversified, and entailed bigger transport costs. The dominance of this type of industrial development was supported by the trade unions, which saw in it the guarantee of an increase in the number of wage workers and, as has been mentioned, it was also favored by the heads of the large-scale enterprises and the state administration. The pressure exercised in favor of this line of development assumed several ideological forms. The superiority of large-scale industry was regularly invoked, together with the idea that an enlargement of the working class would ensure consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The need for struggle against 203. The petty bourgeoisie was also a favorite theme of the partisans of large-scale industry. Thus, in this period many small producers were doomed to unemployment, while the administrative apparatus was being enlarged and the power of the heads of large-scale industry increased. Between 1927 and the end of 1929, 14 then, the growing difficulties of small-scale industry resulted mainly from the practices of the state organs and the heads of large-scale enterprises, and not from the policy which had been affirmed by the Soviet government in 1927. These difficulties were connected with a class struggle which set the nascent state bourgeoisie, indifferent to the needs of the masses, against the small producers, and the craftsmen in particular. Thus, the policy actually followed was in contradiction with the principles proclaimed, and it enabled large-scale industry to put rural industry in a more and more awkward situation, by reducing the peasants' opportunities for obtaining supplies and by contributing to the gravity of the final crisis of the NEP. Here, too, this crisis is seen to be bound up with the de facto abandonment of some of the principles of the new economic policy. 2. The different forms of ownership in the sphere of trade, and how they evolved. During the NEP period, trade also was shared among several sectors. In wholesale trade, private enterprises realized only 5.1% of the total turnover in 1926 to 1927, and this share was quickly reduced in the following years. The major part of wholesale trade was in the hands of the state and cooperative organs, which accounted for 50.2 and 44.7%, respectively, of the total turnover in 1926 to 1927. 15. As for retail trade, the share taken by the private sector was still an important one in 1926 to 1927. It then stood at 36.9%, cooperative trade dominated the sphere, with 49.8. 204% of the turnover, while state trading activity played a minor role. 16. In retail trade, moreover, the cooperatives were less subject to control than in the sphere of wholesale trade. In an inflationary situation, the relatively important role played by private retail trade meant that reductions in wholesale prices brought little benefit to consumers. The years 1922 to 1928 even saw the retail prices of industrial goods rising while wholesale prices were still falling. These practices on the part of private traders explain, to some extent, the administrative decisions to close down a number of private sales points and the decline to 13.5% in 1928 to 1929 of the private share of the retail trade turnover. 17. Here, too, the measures were taken without any preparation, either by withdrawing licenses to trade or by creating difficulties for transport by rail of goods being marketed by private traders. From 1926 to 1927 on, tens of thousands of commercial units disappeared in this way, most of them being peddlers or petty itinerant merchants who mainly served the rural areas. In the RSFSR alone, the number of private commercial units declined from 226,760 in 1926 to 1927 to 159,254 in 1927 to 1928. But the number of state and cooperative commercial units also declined in the same period. 18. This development contributed to the worsening of relations between town and country and to the procurement crisis. It was also one of the factors in the final crisis of NEP. The measures taken to close down sales points without replacing them were contrary to the policy which had been officially proclaimed. Not only had the 13th Party Congress, in May 1924, already warned against measures taken in relation to private trade which would hinder the development of Exchange 19 and perpetuate, or even widen, the blank spaces, 20, but these same warnings had been included in a resolution of the CC which met in February 1927. 21. They were repeated by the 15th Congress in December 1927, which stressed that the ousting of private trade by state and cooperative trade must be adapted to the material and organizational capacities of these forms of trade, so as not to cause a break in the exchange network or to interrupt the provision of supplies. 22. 205. In practice, these warnings were ignored, partly for ideological reasons by small-scale industry, local organizations, and relatively simple techniques was gradually lost sight of. Also forgotten were Lenin's views regarding the need to work out plans which 207 took account of the needs of the masses and the material assets actually available, especially in the form of agricultural products. 25 Instead of an industrialization plan in conformity with these indications, the conception which increasingly prevailed gave one-sided priority to large-scale industry, heavy industry, and the most up-to-date techniques. It thrust the needs of the masses into the background, giving ever greater priority to accumulation, which the plan sought to maximize, without really taking account of the demands of the development of agriculture and of the balance of exchange between town and country, the material basis of the worker-peasant alliance and, therefore, of the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. This process brings us back to consideration of the production relations in the state sector and the class consequences of these relations. Here, we are at the heart of the contradictions that developed during the years preceding the procurement crisis and the complete abandonment of the NEP. The importance of these contradictions and their fundamental character require that they be subjected to specific analysis. This analysis cannot confine itself to an examination of forms of ownership, but must focus upon the structure of the immediate production process itself and the conditions for reproducing the factors in this process, and also upon the ways in which the production relations were perceived, and their effects upon the class struggles. Notes 1. C. N. Valentinov's article, De la NEP à la collectivisation, in Le Contrat Social, p. 79. 2. Ibid, p. 79. 3. On the concept of census industry, see Note 12, p. 196 above. 4. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 950. 5. A. Bakoff, The Soviet Economic System, p. 124. 208. 6. Volume I, pt 2, pages 947, 950. 7. Shapiro, Kustarno Remeslenie a Promyślność, in Planovoy Hozyaistwo, No. 6, p. 70 ff, quoted in Grosskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière, p. 334. 8. See above, p. 144. 9. Lenin, C.W., Volume 32, pages 350, 352. In On Cooperation, Lenin wrote that incorporation of the whole population in cooperatives could be achieved, at best, in 1 or 2 decades. 10. In the conclusion to the pamphlet quoted, Lenin returns to this theme, calling for the development of local initiative and independent action in encouraging exchange between agriculture. 364. 11 Ibid, p. 347. 12 Bakoff, The Soviet Economic System, p. 122. 13 Izvesty ya VTSIK, No. 103, quoted in Grosskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière, pages 366 to 367. 14 After 1929 the policy of shutting down private production units became quasi-official, as a prolongation of the policy of dekulakization which prevailed at that time. 15 Control Nyitzifry 1926 to 1927 GG, p. 484, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 961. 16 Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 962. 17 Ibid. 18 Voprosi Torgofli, No. 4, pages 64 to 65. 19 KPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume 1, pages 840 ff. 20 Meaning the areas where private trade had been eliminated without being replaced by state and cooperative trade. 21 KPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume 2, pages 224 ff. 22 Ibid, pages 351 ff. 23 Thus, in his speech to the CC on July 9, 1928, Stalin declared, "We often say that we are promoting socialist forms of economy in the sphere of trade. But what does that imply? it implies that we are squeezing out of trade thousands upon thousands of small and medium traders. An industry to be given the fullest scope at all costs, organs that were independent of the industrial enterprises. However, during the NEP period, state-owned industry also developed its own organs for wholesale trade, and sometimes even for retail trade. These were usually organized at the level of the unions of enterprises, the Soviet trusts, or at the level of the organs formed by agreements between trusts, unions, and enterprises, organs known as sales syndicates. 3. Toward the end of the NEP period, industry's sales organs were gradually detached from the industrial enterprises themselves and integrated, in the form of a special administration, in the people's commissariats to which the enterprises belonged. In particular, the sale of industrial products to the ultimate consumers was to an increasing extent entrusted to state trading bodies separate from industry and operating on the levels of wholesale, semi-wholesale, and retail trade. This separation made possible, in principle, better supervision of 210 commercial operations by the central state organs. The most important trading bodies came under the People's Commissariat of Trade, while others came under the republics of the regions. For the fact that these different organs existed, and the conditions under which products circulated among them, reveal the commodity character of production and circulation. As Lenin had often emphasized, especially in his discussion of state capitalism, 5. State ownership is not equivalent to socialist ownership. Under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, statization makes possible a struggle for socialization of production, for real socialist transformation of the production relations. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, state ownership may be a socialist form of ownership, but it cannot remain so except in so far as a struggle is waged for the socialist transformation of production relations. So long as this transformation has not been completed, state ownership possesses a twofold nature. It is both a socialist form of ownership, because of the class nature of the state, and a state capitalist form, because of the partly capitalist nature of the existing production relations, the limited extent of transformation undergone by the processes of production and reproduction. If this is lost sight of, the concept of ownership is reduced to its juridical aspect, and the actual social significance of the juridical form of ownership, which can be grasped only by analyzing the production relations, is overlooked. 6. The starting point for this analysis has to be clarification of the structure of the immediate production process, which can be perceived at the levels of forms of management, discipline, cooperation, and organization of labor. The forms of management in the state-owned factories. As regards the forms of management in the state enterprises, we need to recall that at the end of the NEP the measures 211 adopted in the spring of 1918 were still in force. We have seen that these measures introduced a system of one-person management of each enterprise, with the manager appointed by the central organs and not subject to workers' control. 7. These measures had been adopted provisionally, in order to combat what Lenin called the practice of a lily-livered proletarian government. 8. In 1926 the difficulties initially encountered in the management of enterprises had been overcome, but the forms of management adopted because of these earlier difficulties remained in force. These forms were not socialist forms, they implied the existence of elements of capitalist relations at the level of the immediate production process itself. Lenin had not hesitated, in 1918, to acknowledge this reality quite plainly. He had defined the adoption of the principle of paying high salaries to managers as a step backward, leading to a strengthening of capital, since, as he put it, capital is not a sum of money but a definite social relation. This step backward reinforced the state capitalist character of the production relations. Speaking of the establishment of individual dictatorial powers, he referred to their importance from the point of view of the specific tasks of the present moment. He stressed the need for discipline and coercion, mentioning that the form of coercion is determined by the degree of development of the given revolutionary class. 9. The lower the level of development of this class, the more the form assumed by factory discipline tends to resemble capitalist discipline. We must ask ourselves why the Bolshevik Party maintained high salaries for managers and the form of one-person management adopted a few months after the October Revolution, when the conditions which had originally caused these practices to be adopted had passed away. The maintenance of this system was clearly connected with the class struggle, with the struggle waged by the heads of enterprises to retain and even strengthen their power and their privileges. However, the way in which this struggle developed, and its outcome, cannot be separated from certain. 212. Features of the Bolshevik ideological formation and the changes which it underwent. These changes led, especially, to decisive importance being accorded to forms of organization and ownership and to less and less attention being given to the development of a real dialectical analysis that could bring out the contradictory nature of reality. The outline of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovetyanov gives a specially systematic expression to the non-dialectical perception of social relations which was characteristic of the Soviet formation at the end of the 1920s. We shall have to come back to a number of aspects of this way of perceiving the economic and social reality of the USSR. For the moment, let us confine ourselves to the following formulation. We were guided mainly by the fact that the relations in the two main branches of Soviet economics, the socialist state relations on the one hand, and the simple commodity relations in agriculture, on the other, are fundamentally not capitalist. 10. The writers do not deny that there were at that time state capitalist and private capitalist elements in the Soviet system. 11. But they recognize their presence only in the private capitalist enterprises. They thus renounce attempting any analysis of the internal contradictions of the state sector. Such a simplified conception of the production relations prevented correct treatment of the contradictions and socialist transformation of the production relations in the state enterprises. It was all the more considerable an obstacle in that, toward the end of the NEP period, this simplified conception was generally accepted in the Bolshevik Party. After 1926, the state-owned enterprises, instead of being seen as belonging to a state sector whose contradictory nature called for analysis, were all described as forming part of a socialist sector in which the production relations were not contradictory. Here we see one aspect of the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation. These changes were connected with the struggle of the managers of state enterprises to strengthen their authority and increase their political and social role. 213. They cannot be separated from the fact that the increasing extent to which the heads of enterprises were of proletarian origin tended to be identified with progress in the leading role played by the proletariat as a class, whereas this class origin of the managers offered no guarantee of their class position and could, of course, in no way alter the class character of the existing social production relations. The nature of the social relations reproduced at the level of the immediate labor process was manifested not only in the type of management exercised in relation to the workers, but also in the way that work norms were fixed, in factory discipline, and in the contradictions that developed in these connections. 2. The fixing of work norms from above. Where work norms are concerned, it is to be noted in the first place that their observance or non-observance by the workers was to an ever greater extent controlled by variations in the wages paid to them, especially after the extension of peace work approved by a CC resolution of August 19, 1924. 12. Large-scale application of this resolution began in 1926, in connection with the demands of the industrial plan, and owing to the tendency for wages to increase faster than productivity. In August 1926, the question of revising the norms was brought up by the heads of enterprises and by the VSNKH, who denounced the increasing spread of the scissors between productivity and wages, with the latter rising faster than the former. 13. In October 1926, the 15th Party Conference affirmed the need to revise production norms upward. It also called for a strengthening of labor discipline, so as to deal with the resistance that certain groups of workers were putting up against increased norms, and to combat more effectively absenteeism and negligent work. 14. At the 7th Congress of the Trade Unions, held in December 1926, several delegates complained that managers 214 were using these resolutions as a pretext for intensifying work to an excessive degree. However, while denouncing abuses which led to a worsening of the material situation of the workers. 15 The leaders of the trade unions emphasized mainly the need to raise productivity. In 1927 the current in favor of increasing the work norms imposed from above became stronger. It was shown especially in the adoption by the CC, on March 24, 1927, of a resolution devoted to rationalization. 16 This resolution was used by the managers and by the economic organs in an effort to impose ever higher work norms, determined by research departments and services specializing in time and motion study. This procedure tended to reduce the role of collective political work among the workers and to give greater and greater ascendancy to work norms decided upon by technicians. The resistance with which this tendency met explains why, during the summer of 1927, Kuibyshev, who then became chairman of the VSNKH, called upon that organ to engage more actively in the revision of norms, and not to hesitate in dismissing redundant workers. 17 At the end of 1927 the revision of work norms was going ahead fast. At the beginning of 1928 the trade unions complained that in the great majority of cases, the economic organs are demanding complete revision of the norms in all enterprises, which is resulting in wage cuts. 18 Closely linked with the question of norms and the way they were fixed was the question of labor discipline and the relations between the workers and the management personnel in the enterprises. From the beginning of the NEP period this question had given rise to a struggle between two paths, a struggle that was especially confused because what was really at issue in it, namely, the nature of production relations in the state enterprises, was not clearly perceived. This confusion explains the contradictory nature of the political line followed in the matter by the Bolshevik Party. When we analyze this line we observe a crisscrossing of two paths, one that could lead to a transformation of production relations through developing the initiative of the masses, and 215. Another that tended to maintain and strengthen the hierarchical forms of labor discipline in the name of the primacy of production. From 1928 on, the second of these paths became stronger, and it triumphed decisively in April 1929, with the adoption of the maximal variant of the first five-year plan. The crisscrossing of these two paths demands that, for the sake of greater clarity, we examine each of them separately. 3. The class struggle and the struggle to transform the production relations. At the level of the party leadership, the first explicit manifestation of a line aimed concretely at modifying the relations between the managements of enterprises and the mass of the workers appeared in a resolution adopted by the 13th Party Conference in January 1924. In order to understand the significance of this resolution, however, we need to go back a little and see in what terms the problems dealt with by this resolution had previously been discussed. Managements and trade unions. The problems explicitly presented were, in the first place, those of the respective roles to be played in the functioning of enterprises, by the management and by the trade unions. It was in this form that the 11th Party Congress had adopted certain positions, in particular by passing a resolution which approved Lenin's theses on the role and functions of the trade unions. 19. This document dealt with the role to be played by the trade unions in the running of enterprises and the economy as a whole. In the document we can distinguish between a principal aspect, referring to the present situation in Soviet Russia, and a secondary aspect, referring to the future. 216. As regards the present, the document stressed the need to cope as quickly as possible with the consequences of post-war ruin, famine, and dislocation. It declared that the speediest and most enduring success in restoring large-scale industry is a condition without which no success can be achieved in the general cause of emancipating labor from the yoke of capital and securing the victory of socialism. And it went on, to achieve this success in Russia, in her present state, it is absolutely essential that all authority in the factories should be concentrated in the hands of management. 20. From this the conclusion was drawn that under these circumstances, all direct interference by the trade unions in the management of factories must be regarded as positively harmful and impermissible. 21. It is clear that Lenin's theses are concerned with the present state of Russia. and that the very way in which he deals with it implies that once the country has emerged from this situation, the principles set forth as relevant to it will cease to apply. The present state he was writing about was dominated by famine and poverty, from which the party was trying to rescue the country as soon as possible, leaving a certain number of capitalist relations untouched for the time being. The resolution on the trade unions which was adopted by the 11th Congress warned, however, against the notion that, even in the immediate present, the trade unions were to be pushed out of the sphere of management altogether. What it condemned was direct interference, and it made its position clear by saying that it would be absolutely wrong, however, to interpret this indisputable axiom to mean that the trade unions must play no part in the socialist organization of industry and in the management of state industry. 22. The resolution outlines the forms that this participation is to take. The trade unions are to participate in all the organs for managing and administering the economy as a whole. There is to be training and advancement of administrators drawn from the working class and the working people generally. The trade unions are to participate in all the state planning organs in the drawing up of economic plans and programs, and so on. 23. 217. Here, too, the text states clearly that the forms of participation listed are for the immediate period, 24, which implies that other forms may develop later on. So that it is one of the party's tasks deliberately and resolutely to start persevering practical activities calculated to extend over a long period of years and designed to give the workers and all working people generally practical training in the art of managing the economy of the whole country. 25. The production conferences. The position adopted at the 11th Congress makes clear the significance of the resolution passed in January 1924 by the 13th Party Conference. It was a first step taken toward according a bigger role to the workers in the state enterprises in defining production tasks and the conditions for their fulfillment. This resolution urged that regular production conferences be held, at which current problems concerning production and the results obtained should be discussed and experience exchanged. The resolution stated that the conferences should be attended by representatives of the economic organs and of the trade unions and also workers both party and non-party. 26. This decision thus tended to subject the managerial activity of the heads of enterprises to supervision no longer by the higher authorities only, but also by the trade unions and the workers, whether party members or not. The 6th Trades Union Congress and the 14th Party Conference confirmed this line. However, its implementation came up against strong resistance, mainly from the economic organs and the heads of enterprises and trusts. On May 15, 1925, a resolution adopted by the CC recognized that the production conferences had not developed in a satisfactory way, that they had not succeeded in bringing together really broad strata of the workers. 27. The CC issued instructions which it was hoped would improve the state of affairs. Actually, 1925 was a year of economic tension during 218. Which the power of the trade union organizations was in retreat. At the 14th Party Congress, Tomsky, the chairman of the Central Trades Union Council, described the difficulties encountered by the production conferences because of the hostility of the heads of enterprises. Molotov reported that fewer than 600 conferences had been held in Moscow and Leningrad, bringing together about 70,000 workers. A resolution on trade union matters adopted by the CC in October 1925 had taken an ambiguous line on this problem, reflecting the strong pressure then being exercised by most of the heads of enterprises and those who supported their views within the party. While confirming the need to develop production meetings, this resolution warned against a management deviation, in the sense of interfering directly and without competence to do so in the management and administration of enterprises. 28. This document refers several times to the resolution adopted by the 11th Party Congress, which was then nearly 4 years old, and which, as we have seen, did not rule out direct intervention by the trade unions and the workers in the management of enterprises except in the present state of Soviet Russia, whereas the situation at the end of 1925 was very different from what it had been then. 29. A resolution passed in December 1925 by the 14th Party Congress remained very cautious regarding production meetings. reminding all concerned that the ultimate aim of such meetings was to give practical instruction to the workers and all the working people in how to run the economy of the country as a whole. 30. At the beginning of 1926 a fresh impulse was given to the line, aimed at giving the workers a bigger role in defining the tasks of production. In a report on April 13, Stalin forcefully stressed the need to put a mass line into effect in order to solve the tasks of industrialization. The part of his report devoted to this problem emphasized the need to reduce unproductive expenditure to the minimum. It thus 219 went against the ideas of the heads of enterprises, who emphasized above all intensification of labor, raising of norms, reduction of wages, and strengthening of labor discipline imposed from above. What Stalin said on this subject was organically linked with the will to develop industry by means of its own resources, these being constituted first and foremost by the workers themselves. In this connection, certain passages in his report of April 13, 1926, were of great importance. Thus, after examining some of the principal tasks to be accomplished in order to advance industrialization, Stalin asked, "Can these tasks be accomplished without the direct assistance and support of the working class?" And he replied, "No, they cannot. Advancing our industry, raising its productivity, creating new cadres of builders of industry, establishing a regime of the strictest economy, tightening up the state apparatus, making it operate cheaply and honestly, purging it of the dross and filth which have adhered to it during the period of our work of construction, waging a systematic struggle against stealers and squanderers of state property, all these are tasks which no party can cope with without the direct and systematic support of the vast masses of the working class. Hence the task is to draw the vast masses of non-party workers into all our constructive work. Every worker, every honest peasant must assist the party and the government in putting into effect a regime of economy, in combating the misappropriation and dissipation of state reserves, in getting rid of thieves and swindlers, no matter what disguise they assume, and in making our state apparatus healthier and cheaper. Inestimable service in this respect could be rendered by production conferences. The production conferences must be revived at all costs. Their program must be made broader and more comprehensive. The principal questions of the building of industry must be placed before them. Only in that way is it possible to raise the activity of the vast masses of the working class and to make them conscious participants in the building of industry. 31. This speech of Stalin's was followed by a re-examination of the problem of the production conferences by the Central Trades Union Council and by the VSNKH. In a note which he signed on June 22, 1926, only a few days before his death, Dzerzhinsky did not shrink from declaring that the lack of success of the production conferences was due to our managers who have not hitherto shown active goodwill in this matter. 32. As a result of this note, a joint resolution was adopted by the Central Trades Union Council and the VSNKH, calling for the establishment of production commissions in all the factories, with the task of preparing proposals and agenda for the production conferences. 33. In the second half of 1926 and at the beginning of 1927 the struggle between a line directed toward mass participation in management and a line tending to consolidate the dominant position of the heads of enterprises in matters of management, economy, labor discipline, and so on, seems to have become more intense. Nevertheless, neither of these two lines was ever openly counterposed to the other. The conflict proceeded in terms of shifts of emphasis, with the substitution of one word for another having real political significance. Thus, the 15th Party Conference passed two resolutions which again underline the importance of the production conferences. 34. These documents looked forward to increased activity by production meetings, with extension of their field of competence alike in general questions and questions of detail, so as to achieve a form of direct participation by the workers in the organization of production. 35. For this purpose it was provided that temporary commissions for workers' control in a given enterprise could be set up, and that their functions be defined by the Central Trades Union Council and the VSNKH. 36. The resolution on the country's economic situation condemned the line that had been followed by the economic organs. They were accused of having distorted the party's directives, with the result that attempts had been made to effect economies at the expense of the essential interests of the working class. 37. The resolution demanded that the personnel of the economic organs be decisively reduced in numbers, together with administrative costs, that systems of Man 221. Agement and decision-making be rationalized, and that a struggle against bureaucracy be launched. The 15th Conference dealt with the problem of increasing the productivity of labor by stressing the immense significance of the production meetings. The resolution adopted said that without active participation by the worker masses the fight to strengthen labor discipline cannot fully succeed, just as without broad participation by the worker masses it is not possible to solve successfully any of the tasks or to overcome any of the difficulties that arise on the road of socialist construction. 38. The adoption of these resolutions was strongly resisted. Some managers feared a reappearance of workers' control in the form it had taken in October 1917, while others complained that the controls they already had to put up with constituted an excessive burden. 39. In the 2 months following the 15th Conference the heads of enterprises and the VSNKH seemed to have strengthened their positions. The 7th Congress of Trade Unions, held in December, dealt only cautiously with the question of production conferences and control commissions. The principal resolution voted by this Congress even stressed that the organizing of commissions must in no case be interpreted as a direct interference in the functions of administrative or economic management of the enterprise concerned. 40. In practice, the temporary control commissions elected by the production conferences usually consisted of 5 or 7 skilled workers, who dealt with relatively limited questions: analysis of the reasons for a high cost of production, shortcomings in the utilization of labor power, fight against waste. 41. Applying the resolutions of the 15th Party Conference, the VSNKH and the Central Trades Union Council jointly decided, on February 2, 1927, to set up temporary control commissions, but subsequent events showed that the commissions thus created did not do very much during 1927. At the 15th Party Congress the negative attitude of the economic leaders and heads of enterprises was mentioned as the reason for this. The plenum of April 1928. 222. Also blamed the trade union cadres for the poor organization of the production conferences, the infrequency of their meetings, and the lack of interest in them shown by many workers. 42. For whatever reason, in April 1928 the production conferences were still not playing the role that the resolutions adopted up to that time had assigned to them. The criticism movement of 1928. The April 1928 session of the CC returned to these same problems. In his report of the session, given on April 13, 43, Stalin dwelt upon the need to develop criticism and self-criticism of a really mass character. 44. What he said in this connection concerned especially the heads of enterprises, engineers, and technicians. We must see to it that the vigilance of the working class is not damped down, but stimulated, that hundreds of thousands and millions of workers are drawn into the general work of socialist construction, that hundreds of thousands and millions of workers and peasants, and not merely a dozen leaders, keep watch over the progress of our construction work, notice our errors and bring them into the light of day. But to bring this about, we must develop criticism of our shortcomings from below, we must make criticism the affair of the masses. If the workers take advantage of the opportunity to criticize shortcomings in our work frankly and bluntly, to improve and advance our work, what does that mean? It means that the workers are becoming active participants in the work of directing the country, economy, industry. And this cannot but enhance in the workers the feeling that they are the masters of the country, cannot but enhance their activity, their vigilance, their culture. That, incidentally, is the reason why the question of a cultural revolution is so acute with us. 45. This passage thus linked together the theme of the need for class criticism coming from the rank and file with the theme of a cultural revolution and active participation by the working people in the work of running the economy and the country. 223. The way in which these themes were expounded by Stalin shows that at the beginning of 1928 the contradiction between the demands of the preceding stage of the NEP and the demands of the new stage had reached objectively a high degree of acuteness. Industry could no longer advance by its own resources unless the workers attacked the practices and social relations characteristic of the previous phase. If this attack did not take place, if the workers did not revolt against the existing practices and social relations, and if this revolt was not correctly guided, but dispersed itself over secondary targets, then the growth in the contradictions that resulted must inevitably obstruct the development of industry by means of its own resources, leading either to a crisis of industrialization or to a type of industrial development very different from that which the Bolshevik Party wished to promote on the morrow of its 15th Congress. The year was marked by a serious development of the workers' struggle, but also by the dispersal of this struggle over a variety of targets owing to the Bolshevik Party's inability to concentrate it on the main thing, namely, transformation of production relations. What happened in the spring of that year was particularly significant in this connection. The beginning of 1928 saw several affairs coming to a head, affairs which gravely undermined the authority of the heads of enterprises, engineers, and specialists, and also some local and regional party cadres. Two of these affairs were especially important, those of Shukti and Smolensk. Stalin alluded to them explicitly in his report of April 13, 1928, mentioned above, 46, and in his speech to the 8th Komsomol Congress on May 16. 47. The first of these affairs gave rise to a trial which was held between the beginning of May and the beginning of July 1928. 48. The accused in this trial were a number of specialists of bourgeois origin who held managerial posts in the coal mines of the Ukraine. They were charged with sabotage and 224. Counter-revolutionary activity in conspiracy with foreign powers, and were sentenced to severe penalties. The second affair was more important politically, for it was provincial party cadres who were gravely implicated in it. Occurring also at the beginning of 1928, it gave rise to an inquiry by the party's Central Control Commission, and the conclusions were published in Pravda on May 18, 1928. According to these conclusions, a number of party officials in Smolensk region had become sunk in corruption and depravity. The results of the investigation were put before a gathering of 1,100 party members, 40% of whom were production workers. The report of the inquiry and the discussion at this meeting show that, at the request of political leaders in the region, 60 persons had been arrested although there were no criminal charges to be brought against them, and there had been cases of suicide on the part of workers whose urgent applications had been met with indifference by the leadership, and so on. As a result of these revelations, about 60% of the cadres in the Smolensk region were relieved of their posts, and were replaced mainly by worker militants. However, the punishment meted out to the former cadres was not very severe, and the rank-and-file workers were unhappy about this. 49. The Smolensk affair was not the only one involving cadres at a regional level and which presented similar features, but it was mainly in connection with this affair that Stalin expounded important themes which found a wide echo in the working class. These themes were set forth principally in the speech to the 8th Komsomol Congress. In this speech Stalin stressed that the class struggle was still going on, and that, in relation to its class enemies, the working class must develop its vigilance, its revolutionary spirit, its readiness for action. 50. He returned to the need for organizing mass control from below. 51. What was particularly significant in this speech was that he called for control from below to be developed in relation not only to specialists and engineers of bourgeois origin but also to the party cadres themselves and the engineers of working class origin. He denounced the idea that 225. Only the old bureaucracy constituted a danger. If that were so, he said, everything would be easy. He emphasized that it is a matter of the new bureaucrats who sympathize with the Soviet government, and, finally, communist bureaucrats. 52. Stalin then referred to the Smolensk affair and some others, asking how it was that such shameful cases of corruption and moral degradation could have occurred in certain party organizations. This was the explanation he gave: the fact that party monopoly was carried to absurd lengths, that the voice of the rank and file was stifled, that inter-party democracy was abolished and bureaucracy became rife. And he added, I think that there is not and cannot be any other way of combating this evil than by organizing control from below by the party masses, by implanting inter-party democracy. 53 later, Stalin explained that this control must be exercised not only by the masses who had joined the party but by the working masses as a whole, and by the working class first and foremost. We have production conferences in the factories. We have temporary control commissions in the trade unions. It is the task of these organizations to rouse the masses, to bring our shortcomings to light and to indicate ways and means of improving our constructive work. Is it not obvious that it is bureaucracy in the trade unions, coupled with bureaucracy in the party organizations, that is preventing these highly important organizations of the working class from developing? Lastly, our economic organizations. Who will deny that our economic bodies suffer from bureaucracy? There is only one sole way, and that is to organize control from below, to organize criticism of the bureaucracy in our institutions, of their shortcomings and their mistakes, by the vast masses of the working class. Only by organizing twofold pressure from above and from below, and only by shifting the principal stress to criticism from below, can we count on waging a successful struggle against bureaucracy and on rooting it out. The vast masses of the workers who are engaged in building. 226. Our industry are day by day accumulating vast experience in construction. Mass criticism from below, control from below, is needed by us in order that this experience of the vast masses should not be wasted, but be reckoned with and translated into practice. From this follows the immediate task of the party, to wage a ruthless struggle against bureaucracy, to organize mass criticism from below, and to take this criticism into account when adopting practical decisions for eliminating our shortcomings. 54. While continuing appeals that had been issued earlier, these declarations in the spring of 1928 signified an important step forward as compared with what had been said previously. They revealed a shift of emphasis 55 which was of considerable significance, indicating a new stage in the class struggle and in its effects on the party line. The struggle of the poor and middle management and way of training engineers and technicians. Comparison of these declarations with some others shows that new conclusions were then in process of emerging with regard to the existing social relations, their nature, and the forms of struggle needed in order to transform them, although the question of transforming social relations was not posed explicitly. In his report of April 13, 1928, Stalin questioned the existing regulations concerning managerial functions, in particular Circular No. 33 dated March 29, 1926, on the organization of the management of industrial establishments. 56. He said of this circular that these model regulations confer practically all the rights on the technical director, and that it had become an obstacle to the management of enterprises by communist leaders risen from the working class. 57. In the same report, Stalin also raised the question of economic leaders who were party members of working class origin but who had begun, he said, to deteriorate and degenerate. 227. 8. And come to identify themselves in their way of living with the bourgeois experts, to whom they were becoming mere appendages. 58. Here we see formulations appearing which suggest that within the party itself there might emerge a new bourgeoisie, taking over from the old one and forming a communist bureaucracy. However, these formulations were not developed, and even those quoted were not to be subsequently repeated with the same sharpness. It is clear, nevertheless, that the expressions used reflected the development of acute contradictions in the economic apparatuses and also in those of the party and the state. It will also be noted that in this same report of April 13 Stalin raised the question of the training of Red experts. He observed that this training was bad, poorly adapted to industry's needs, bookish, divorced from production and practical experience. He said that an expert trained in this way does not want to soil his hands in a factory. According to him, such experts were often badly received by the workers and were unable to get the upper hand over the bourgeois experts. In order to change the situation, Stalin advocated that the training of young experts be carried out differently, that it involved continuous contact with production, with factory, mine, and so forth. 59 Here, too, a step forward was being made, as compared with the way with which these same problems had been dealt up to that time. We see taking shape a critique of the bourgeois way of training technicians and engineers and a search for something different. When we analyze this passage, and some others, we can deduce that in the spring of 1928 some new and important formulations were emerging. Today, in the light of the experience of China, and, especially of the proletarian cultural revolution, we find ourselves thinking that if these reflections had been deepened and systematized, they might have led to a more profound challenge to the existing organization of industry, to the relations between the heads of enterprises, engineers, and cadres, on the one hand, and the mass of the 228 workers, on the other, to the relation between education and production practice, and, finally, to the practice of the class struggle. Actually, this deepening and systematization did not take place in the Soviet Union, owing to the turn taken by the class struggle in the second half of 1928. During that year there was a turn in the conditions of the class struggle. The first half of the year saw a rising tide of initiatives and criticisms coming from below and denouncing the authoritarian way in which many persons in leading positions were performing their tasks. Toward the end of 1928, on the contrary, these initiatives ebbed away. Let us look more closely at what happened. The rise of the mass movement. In the first months of 1928 a growing number of workers began to criticize managers and engineers, blaming them for their attitude, their decisions, and the way they tried to speed up production, even going so far as to violate the labor laws and safety regulations. 60 Before 1928 such criticism had not been made openly, for fear of punishment. The call for mass criticism helped to alter the situation. Here something needs to be said about the reasons for increased discontent in the working class at the beginning of 1928. To be specially noted are the continued pressure brought to bear to impose higher work norms from above, the serious difficulties affecting the supply of food, and the way in which the managements carried out the transition to three-shift working. This last point calls for some remarks. It should be recalled that on October 16, 1927, a party manifesto was published 61 which provided for a gradual change over from the 8-hour day to the 7-hour day, without any reduction in wages, on condition that productivity per workday was maintained or increased. This decision prepared the way for the change to three-shift working, a measure which the VSNKH had been advocating for some time on the grounds that it would make possible more intensive use of plant, and consequently, more employment. 229. The practical implementation of this measure was to be carried out on the basis of agreements made between the trade unions and the economic organizations. Actually, the heads of enterprises had taken steps already in order to arrange matters in the way that suited them. Thus, despite protests from the trade unions, in most textile mills the workers had been obliged to work 2 half shifts a day, each of 3.5 hours, which disrupted their lives. We find in the press of the time many protests against the way that shift work was being introduced, 62, and against the consequences of night work for young persons and pregnant women. 63. A new source of discontent among the workers was thus created which made them readier even than before to challenge some of the decisions taken by the heads of enterprises. Faced with this questioning of their authority, many of the latter, and many engineers, refused to accept that the workers over whom they had hitherto exercised power should dare to criticize their decisions and their behavior. They tried to take reprisals, individual or collective, which only aggravated the tension. From May 1928 on, the heads of enterprises complained increasingly of a slackening of labor discipline. These complaints arose mainly in heavy industry and the coal mines. The points most often mentioned were lower productivity and production, increased costs, poor maintenance of equipment, excessive absenteeism. 64. Between April and June the number of stoppages was greater than during the corresponding period of the previous year, but it is hard to say what the real reasons were for this phenomenon. The managers and engineers may have been responsible, either because they failed to organize the supply of raw materials to the factories, or because they were trying to prove that anything that threatened their authority was also a threat to production. Stoppages brought about in that way may have been comparatively numerous. The manager's reports certainly exaggerated the effects upon production of the tension that was developing. Production was still rising. 230. Rapidly, all the same. 65. Moreover, this period saw the advance of a movement of socialist emulation, which was most probably stimulated by the development of mass initiative which accompanied the multiplication of production conferences and the open voicing of grievances and criticism. However that may have been, the heads of the economic organs reacted aggressively to the development of the mass movement which called their authority in question. Those journals which expressed the views of the managers and the economic organizations developed a veritable anti-worker campaign, writing of the cultural and technical backwardness of the workers in general and of the low cultural level of the workers of peasant origin in particular, which signified that criticisms or proposals coming from the workers were not worth considering. The manager's journal invoked the principle of one-person management, as if this were a principle not to be touched, instead of a measure adopted at a particular moment in order to deal with conditions specific to that moment. It wrote, Soviet principles of management of enterprises and production are being replaced by the principle of election, and, in practice, by the responsibility of those who elect. 66. In the press of the VSNKH and the economic organs many articles appeared accusing the workers not only of indiscipline and absenteeism but also of plundering, larceny, drunkenness at work, and insulting or assaulting the specialists and administrators. Such things certainly did happen. They expressed the exasperation of part of the working class against the resistance offered by the managers to changes in the organization of production proposed by the workers, and also the workers' resentment of increased work norms imposed from above. In face of the rising tide of criticism by the working class and the reactions thereto of the managers and the middle cadres of the party, more and more hesitation was shown as to the line to be followed. Stalin's article against vulgarizing the slogan of self-criticism 67 gives clear expression to this hesitation. 231. The principal aspect of this article was an appeal for mass criticism to continue. Several passages say this, for instance. With all the more persistence must we rouse the vast masses of the workers and peasants to the task of criticism from below, of control from below, as the principal antidote to bureaucracy. 68. Or, again. Nor can it be denied that, as a result of self-criticism, our business executives are beginning to smarten up, to become more vigilant, to approach questions of economic leadership more seriously, while our party, Soviet, trade union and all other personnel are becoming more sensitive and responsive to the requirements of the masses. True, it cannot be said that inter-party democracy and working-class democracy generally are already fully established in the mass organizations of the working class. But there is no reason to doubt that further advances will be made in this field as the campaign unfolds. 69. This formulation thus called for criticism from below to continue. Yet the aims of the movement remained ambiguous. On the problems of discipline Stalin had this to say: self-criticism is needed not in order to shatter labor discipline but to strengthen it, in order that labor discipline may become conscious discipline, capable of withstanding petty bourgeois slackness. 70. In a way, this formulation replied to the complaints of the managers about slackening of discipline, but it did not reply completely, for it did not say in so many words that the conscious discipline mentioned implied, above all, new forms of discipline. This lack of precision left a gap affecting the orientation of the mass movement. Similarly, where problems of management were concerned, the formulations remained ambiguous, as here. Self-criticism is needed not in order to relax leadership, but to strengthen it, in order to convert it from leadership on paper and of little authority into vigorous and really authoritative leadership. 71. This formulation does not say whether the forms of leadership had to be changed or not, nor does it say who is to lead, or the 232 basis on which the authority of the leadership is to be founded. As well as these ambiguities, this document of June 1928 contained a certain number of remarks which were to be seized on by the opponents of the mass movement, remarks which reflect hesitation and fear inspired by the scope that the movement was attaining. One of these remarks warned against certain destructive criticisms, the aim of which was not to improve the work of construction. 72. The local cotters and managers were not slow to make use of such a remark to condemn as destructive any criticism or proposal that they wished to brush aside. Another remark entailed more immediate consequences for the future development of the movement, namely, it must be observed that there is a definite tendency on the part of a number of our organizations to turn self-criticism into a witch hunt against our business executives. It is a fact that certain local organizations in the Ukraine and Central Russia have started a regular witch hunt against some of our best business executives. How else are we to understand the decisions of the local organizations to remove these executives from their posts, decisions which have no binding force whatever and which are obviously designed to discredit them? 73. This remark shows the wide scope the movement had attained, and also the limits within which it was considered to be acceptable. Since these limits were being transcended, what was ultimately at issue was whether support would continue to be given to it, or whether brakes were to be applied to its development. Actually, during part of the second half of 1928 the movement still went forward, and even assumed dimensions that worried the party leadership more and more. Thus, in November 1928, Kuibyshev, addressing the plenum of the VSNKH, denounced the situation which had been created by saying, "The formula, public opinion is against him, has already become typical." He went on to explain that when the head of an enterprise or a trust found himself in this position, he has no alternative but to depart, to abandon his post. 74. 233. This statement constituted a warning against the continuance of a movement which, while becoming widespread, nevertheless threw up no new forms of organization, discipline, and leadership. For lack of proper guidance, the movement of criticism from below failed to organize itself or to bring about a real transformation of social practices and relations. The ebbing of the mass movement. Under these conditions, the mass movement began to weaken toward the end of 1928. The accounts we have of it give the impression that the workers' discontent found dispersed expression in individual acts, attacks by a few workers on particular engineers, technicians, managers, etc. The situation was, however, one in which these more or less isolated acts were not looked on with disapproval by those workers who knew about them, including some party members. Through failing to rise to a new stage and through ceasing to be supported, the movement ran out of steam. True, at the end of 1928 the 8th Congress of the Trade Unions voted a resolution providing for extension of the production conferences and temporary control commissions. 75. But these commissions played no great role, and even tended to disappear in 1929. As for the production conferences, while they were held more or less regularly, they performed only routine tasks. In 1929, then, it was the struggle to consolidate existing relations that triumphed. The speed with which the movement of criticism from below began to ebb may seem surprising. It is perhaps to be explained by the conjunction of a number of factors. First, the movement ceased to be supported by the party's basic organizations, since emphasis had been laid once more upon the importance of factory discipline, and the basic trade union organizations hesitated more and more to give their backing to initiatives which no longer enjoyed the party's approval. Seconds. 234. Ondly, as we shall see, fresh powers were granted to the heads of enterprises, so that they now possessed more effective means to restore discipline, and were encouraged to make use of them. Finally, the movement, which developed very unevenly, became divided and weakened when it no longer had support from the Bolshevik Party. For the struggle to consolidate existing relations and for a labor discipline imposed from above. What has been said already about the way with which the problem of fixing work norms was dealt has shown that, along with the struggle to transform existing relations, a struggle was also being waged for the maintenance and consolidation of these relations. From February 1929 on, it was the struggle that played the principal role. On February 21, 1929, the CC issued an appeal to all party organizations to concentrate all their efforts on strengthening labor discipline. 76 On March 6, 1929, the Council of People's Commissars increased the disciplinary powers of managers. 77 They were called upon to penalize more strictly all breaches of regulations, and to inflict severe punishment on workers who did not conform to the orders of the management. Respect for factory discipline became for the workers a condition necessary if they were to obtain any social advantages, which included securing or retaining a place to live. The authority of the managements was further increased by a ban placed on interference by party or trade union organizations in matters connected with the management of enterprises. The development of the struggle for discipline imposed from above and against any interference in the activity of management was closely bound up with the decision to go over to the realization of an accelerated industrialization plan, which was seen as the only answer to the agricultural difficulties which, from then on, the party sought increasingly to 235 solve through mechanization and collectivization. It was also bound up with the circumstance that this industrialization drive implied entry into the ranks of the working class of workers of peasant origin, toward whom the Bolshevik Party felt the same mistrust as toward the peasants in general. The terms of the circular of February 21 were very explicit. It said that labor discipline was deteriorating as a result of the attraction into production of new strata of workers, most of whom have ties with the country. Because of this, in most cases rural attitudes and private economic interests dominate these strata of workers. 78 The 16th Party Conference opened on April 26. One of the principal items on the agenda was adoption of the first five-year plan in its optimal, actually maximal version. Kuibyshev, one of the three rapporteurs on this item of the agenda, was the spokesman for the party line. One highly important aspect of his report consisted of very firm declarations regarding reinforcement of labor discipline, 79 about which he repeated statements made by Lenin in 1918 in utterly different circumstances. The toughening of labor discipline required far-reaching changes among the trade union cadres, who, in 1928, had often associated themselves with struggles against the omnipotence of management. Such changes were all the more necessary because a number of these trade union cadres had reserves about the targets of the industrialization plan, which, as they saw it, could only be carried through if an unacceptable intensification of labor and a lowering of real wages were imposed on the working class. During the last months of 1928, the party leadership attacked the positions of those who opposed increases in output norms imposed from above. In December 1928, at the 8th Congress of the Trade Unions, these opponents, including Tomsky, found themselves in a minority. Kaganovich, a supporter of the tightening up of labor discipline, entered the Trades Union Council to represent the party secretariat. 236. Tomsky wanted to resign from the CC at this moment, but his resignation was rejected. 80 Between January and May 1929, the trades councils of the principal towns were reorganized. In May 1929, Tomsky was removed from the Central Trades Union Council, along with his closest supporters, which meant almost the entire central leadership of the trade unions. In the month that followed, the changes of personnel spread to the chief trade union federations, and then to the basic organizations of the unions. 81 During 1929, the party's activity in the sphere of industry was aimed mainly at strengthening labor discipline and restoring the authority of management. The slogan of self-criticism did not disappear, of course, but hereafter it was linked closely with the slogan of emulation, and acquired an essentially productionist significance, a point to which I shall return. At the beginning of September, the CC took a decision aimed at ensuring strict application of the principle of one-person management, condemning tendencies on the part of party and trade union organizations to interfere in management matters. The manager and the administration were to be regarded as solely responsible for realizing the industrial and financial plan and fulfilling production tasks, and for this purpose full power was concentrated in their hands. The party and trade union organizations were called upon to strengthen the authority of managements. Political discussion during working hours was forbidden, enterprises must not be transformed into parliaments. 82 At the beginning of December 1929 changes were introduced into the organization of industry. All commercial and administrative functions were concentrated in large industrial unions, so as to strengthen the system of one-person management at the level of the factories and workshops. 83 Thus, the circle was closed. An end had been put to the unsettling of the system of one-person management which had accompanied the rise of the movement of criticism and self-criticism in the year 1928. The exigencies of the industrialize 237. Plan took precedence over the changing of production relations. V. Taylorism and socialist emulation. During the NEP period, the major aspect of the struggle against the reproduction of elements of capitalist production relations at the level of the immediate production process was constituted by the rise of the movement of criticism and self-criticism which developed in 1928 within the framework of the production conferences. As we have seen, however, this movement proved incapable of progressing beyond relatively narrow limits. Similar observations can be made regarding the movement aimed at developing a sort of Soviet Taylorism. The attempt to develop Soviet Taylorism at the heart of the immediate production process is the carrying out, by each worker who belongs to a production unit, of precise tasks which are linked with the tasks carried out by the other workers. The regular functioning of the production unit depends on the regularity of everyone's work. With the development of capitalism, various procedures have been perfected by capital in order to subject each worker to a particular task and ensure that he carries out this task in the shortest possible time, procedures which tend increasingly to deprive the workers of all initiative and reduce them to mere cogs in a mechanism dominated by capital. Marx revealed this inherent tendency in capital to try and subordinate the wage worker completely, intensifying its exploitation of labor power. In Capital, he notes, not only is the specialized work distributed among the different individuals, but the individual himself is divided up, and 238. Formed into the automatic motor of a detail operation. The knowledge, judgment, and will which, even though to a small extent, are exercised by the independent peasant or handicraftsman, are faculties now required only for the workshop as a whole. The possibility of intelligent direction of production expands in one direction, because it vanishes in many others. What is lost by the specialized workers is concentrated in the capital which confronts them. 84. The scientific organization of work conceived by the American engineer Taylor, and named Taylorism after him, was the most highly developed form of the capitalist labor process at the beginning of the 20th century. 85. The Soviet government was confronted from the outset, and more so than ever during the NEP period, with the problem of forms of organizing work, and of the place that might be given to a transformed Taylorism, which would acquire a new significance and become Soviet Taylorism. 86. Well before the October Revolution, Lenin produced the notion of a sort of socialist Taylorism. He wrote, "The Taylor system, without its initiators knowing or wishing it, is preparing the time when the proletariat will take over all social production and appoint its own workers' committees for the purpose of properly distributing and rationalizing all social labor. Large-scale production, machinery, railways, the telephone all provide thousands of opportunities to cut by 3/4 the working time of the organized workers, and make them 4 times better off than they are today." 87. Here we see appearing the conception of a reversal of the class effects of Taylorism. Under the domination of capital, the latter expropriates the workers' knowledge and reduces them to subjection. Under the Soviet regime, Taylorism, taken over by the workers, ensures reappropriation by the workers of a body of knowledge which they apply collectively in order to master the process of production together. 88. In Lenin's writings about the Taylor system between 1918 and 1922, 2 ideas constantly recur, that of the workers mastering technique and the science of work, whereby they 239 would dominate the production process by learning to work better, and that of a reduction in the working day, made possible by increased productivity, which would enable the workers to take charge of affairs of state in a concrete way. The attempts made to transform the tailor system into a Soviet system failed. Outwardly, this failure was due to the existing forms of labor discipline and the role played by the one and only manager and the specialists who kept the direction and organization of the production process in their hands. More profoundly, it was due to the very nature of Taylorism, which codifies the separation of manual from mental work, and is therefore incapable of doing away with this separation, for that implies collective initiative in a continuous process of transforming the production process, and not merely the appropriation of knowledge formed on the basis of the preliminary separation of manual from mental work. However, the failure to create Soviet Taylorism does not mean that the Soviet Union did not see repeated attempts to implement the Taylor system, or some elements of this system, on the initiative of various organs. These attempts were often made by the managements of large enterprises, who promoted time and motion study and, on the basis of the results obtained, altered the way work was organized in the workshops and laid down norms for the fulfillment of the various tasks. The idea of a Soviet Taylorism to be undertaken by the workers themselves or by their organizations was, nevertheless, not lost sight of during the NEP period. At the end of 1922, the Central Trades Union Council set up a Central Labor Institute for the purpose of popularizing the scientific organization of work. One of the heads of this institute, Gastev, was a former member of Proletkult. 89. Not long after the foundation of this institute, another 240. Former member of Proletkult, Kurgentsev, denounced its activity, because he saw in it the devising of an instrument to exercise pressure on every worker. Kurgentsev then formed the League of Time, which he placed under the aegis of not but with the aim of developing among the workers themselves a movement for more rational use of time. The League blamed the CLI for trying to civilize the workers from above, by creating an aristocracy of the working class, the high priest of N.O.T. 90. Eventually, in 1924, at the insistence of the party leadership, the two movements merged, but, even when thus united, they failed to play much of a role. What they actually did was concerned much more with the introduction of a sort of speeded-up vocational training than with the organization of work and the establishment of work norms. The CLI claimed to be able to train a skilled worker in 3 months, instead of the 12 months required by the factory training schools. Its methods were approved by a resolution of the party's CC on March 11, 1926. 91. What was actually involved, with a view to rapid industrialization, was the quick training of detail workers who were not given any overall view of technology. At the beginning of 1928, Gastev, who was still the head of the CLI, confirmed this orientation when he said, "The time has gone beyond recall when one could speak of the freedom of the worker in regard to the machine, and still more in regard to the enterprise as a whole. Maneuvers and motions at the bench, the concentration of attention, the movement of the hands, the position of the body, these elementary aspects of behavior become the cornerstone. Here is the key to the new culture of work, the key to the serious cultural revolution." 92. These conceptions of the CLI 93 were attacked by N. Chaplin, spokesman of the Komsomol, who declared that this institute wanted to turn the worker into a mere adjunct of the machine, not a creator of socialist production, and that Gastev's ideas were the same as those of Ford, the American motorcar manufacturer. 94. 241. However, as a result of the pressure of the industrialization process in the form which it then took, the CLI's conceptions prevailed. They were approved, in practice, by the November 1928 meeting of the CC 95. Finally, after the 16th Party Conference, in April 1929, had approved the 5-year plan. Criticism of these conceptions was no longer expressed, except episodically. Actually, the role of the CLI in the organization of work and the fixing of norms remained minimal. Thus, in 1928, the outline of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov mentioned the role which the institute could play, in raising output, in a situation when the very methods used by the workers in their work are frequently out of date. The productivity of labor also suffers by the fact that every worker executes several operations, and in doing so loses time in the changing of instruments and materials and the adaptation of machinery. 96 On the eve of the abandonment of NEP, the idea of a Soviet Taylorism had not been given up altogether, but no practical steps had been taken to implement it. What had taken shape was a wages system based on norms laid down by the heads of enterprises and the planning organs, under conditions that varied widely from case to case, and corresponding to a system of piece wages, often accompanied by bonuses. Piece wages and work norms. The question of piece wages is considered here as a factor in the immediate production process and a form whereby the agents of production are subjected to a certain pace and intensity of work. The general problem of the wage relationship, of its integration in a commodity-producing system, and of the effects of this system upon the general conditions of social reproduction will be examined in the course of subsequent chapters. The first decisions establishing the framework regulating piece wages, which continued to prevail during most of the 242 NEP period, were taken in the autumn of 1921. On September 10 of that year, a decree provided for wages to be fixed by way of negotiation between workers and the enterprises that employed them. 97 This decision was linked with the establishment of the financial autonomy of enterprises, which will be discussed later. It was explicitly aimed at relating the wages actually received by each worker to the value of what he produced. It excluded from wages everything in the nature of social maintenance, which was to be the responsibility of the state's organs and nothing to do with the separate enterprises. The state regulation of wages which existed under war communism was thus abolished, with the only regulation left in force being the state's fixing of a minimum wage. Wage negotiations permitted the making of individual contracts, but, from November 1921, collective agreements were also negotiated between the trade unions, on the one hand, and, on the other, the managements of enterprises or the economic administrations. 98 The arrangements thus made allowed the enterprises and the economic administrations to vary the numbers employed in accordance with the volume of production to be obtained, and to fix wages and work norms which would enable the enterprises to cover their costs, taking into account the prices at which they bought and sold. 99 Intervention by the trade unions did not always suffice to limit the effects on wages and norms of the right thus conferred on enterprises to vary them both. The pressure brought to bear by the heads of enterprises to revise work norms in an upward direction was felt more than once during the NEP period, even before the problems of achieving a rapid development of industry were faced. From 1924 on, the Bolshevik Party showed itself favorable to a systematic extension of piece wages. A resolution adopted by the CC in August of that year emphasized the need to 243. Increase the productivity of labor, required that there be periodical revision of work norms and piece rates, and called for removal of the existing restrictions on payment of bonuses for exceeding the norms. 100. The trade unions which, up to that time, had maintained a certain reserve where piece wages were concerned, now declared themselves more and more in favor of an extensive use of material incentives. 101. During the months that followed, the managements of enterprises carried out a general revision of work norms without any improvement in equipment or even any serious modification in the way work was organized. In 1924 to 1925, the productivity of labor per person day increased by 46%. 102. The pressure for higher productivity of labor led to a substantial increase in industrial accidents. In the mines they rose from a rate of 1,095 per 10,000 in 1923 to 1924 to 1,524 per 10,000 in 1924 to 1925. 103. The extension of piece wages and the raising of the norms imposed by managements provoked strong resistance from the working class. At the end of 1925, the 14th Party Congress recognized that mass strikes had taken place without the trade unions, the party organs, or the economic organizations having been informed. The trade unions' lack of concern for the workers was condemned, together with the unnatural block between trade unions, the party, and the Red managers. 104 The workers' resistance to revision of the norms had as its chief consequence an upward revision of wage rates. Workers' earnings increased by between 10 and 30% in 1924-1925. In September 1925 the actual average monthly wage was 51 rubles, whereas the average wage provided for by Gosplan for September 1926 was 48 rubles. 105 This is a fact of great importance. It shows clearly that the actual level of wages depended more directly upon the course of workers' struggles than upon the decisions taken by the planning organs. In fact, these increases in wages appear to have been the price that the managements of enterprises had to pay in order to get acceptance of what then seemed the main concern. 244. Namely, generalization of the system of norms and piece wages. And this generalization did indeed make progress. In 1925 between 50 and 60% of the workers in large-scale industry and mining were paid at piece rates. 106 In 1928 an inquiry carried out in a certain number of large-scale industries showed that between 60 and 90% of the workers were on piece rates. 107 The extension of piece wages also encountered a certain amount of resistance within the party. This began among the rank and file, with communists joining in unofficial strikes and being threatened with expulsion for doing so. 108 But it was expressed also in leading circles, even among those who supported the line of the majority in the political bureau. Thus, at the end of 1925, at the 14th Party Congress, A. Andreev, while supporting the resolution in favor of piece wages, described the system as a capitalist method which had to be made use of for the time being, because of the technical inferiority of our equipment. 109 During the entire NEP period, indeed, resort to payment at piece rates was basically regarded as a transient measure dictated by circumstances. This attitude was still being given clear expression in 1928 by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, when they wrote that lack of labor discipline among the workers forces the Soviet organs to ensure that the very forms of wages should incite them to increased diligence. This explains the existence of standards of output and piecework payment in Soviet state industry. Obviously, in distinction from the capitalist system, these measures are of a temporary character in Soviet Russia, as the socialist consciousness of the worker is developed and as the old individualist outlook is outlived. Both piecework and the compulsory minimum standard will become unnecessary. 110 The implications of the system of norms and piece rates obviously varied in accordance with the concrete conditions under which the norms and rates were determined. From this point of view the year 1926, the first year of the Reconstruction period, which saw the start of a policy of accelerated industrial development, was a decisive year. 245. Until then, the norms and the wage rates corresponding to them had mainly been fixed by collective agreements which gave rise to very little argument between the economic organs and the trade unions, and had to take into account the reactions of the workers concerned, who were probably consulted at production conferences, for instance. The fixing of rates and norms was thus directly influenced, up to a certain point, by the concrete conditions in which the production units functioned and by the attitudes taken up by the workers in these units. In spite of this, the economic organs were far from heeding the workers' aspirations, to which the unions gave only partial expression, and so it happened that the norms were increased to such an extent that the workers' monthly earnings suffered reduction. This was the case in 1926, when the party, in a declaration issued on August 16, denounced the masked wage reductions which had been effected in this way. 111 The party then decided to take charge of the decisive factors in the fixing of wages, so that the establishment of norms and wage rates became the result of decisions taken previously at the highest level, and the role of the collective agreements was considerably reduced. After September 1926 the procedure followed was formally this. The PB, after discussion with the VSNKH and the trade unions, fixed the growth rates for the coming year so far as productivity and wages were concerned, together with the relations between them, and these rates then became part of the economic plan. Collective agreements came into the picture only in a second phase. They were concluded between the industrial trusts and the corresponding unions, and took account of the planned targets, being concerned not merely with wages, as had been the case up to then, but also with productivity and production norms. As a result of this procedure, norms came increasingly to be fixed without regard to the concrete conditions under which 246 enterprises functioned, and their actual organization. They tended to become a constraint imposed from above upon the agents of the production process. Collective agreements became mainly a mere means of confirming and specifying the targets which had been laid down as a whole by the planning organs. During the last months of 1926, the trade union press published a number of articles expressing fear lest collective agreements be transformed into instruments for imposing on the workers wage rates, norms, and working conditions which had been decided, in practice, by the economic plan, without regard to any negotiations. 112 What was to be seen, in fact, in 1926, the first year of the period of industrial reconstruction, was a process of increasing restriction of the role played by the trade unions and the trade union committees in the enterprises in the fixing of wages and working conditions. In 1927 there were conflicts over this issue between the unions and the VSNKH, which were settled by the Commissariat of Labor. In October 1927 the VSNKH and the Central Trades Union Council declared their intention to solve by common consent the problems arising from the roles played by the plan and by collective agreements, respectively, in the fixing of wages and norms. Collective agreements continued, in principle, to be discussed in the factories, but at meetings which were held in order to impart information, not to take decisions. During 1927 to 1928 these workers' meetings exercised a certain amount of influence upon the content of the collective agreements, but from the autumn of 1928 on, when the principle of one-person management was reinforced, their role was reduced. In autumn 1928 the preeminence of the plan over collective agreements was affirmed by Gosplan and the Commissariat of Labor. Thereafter, when collective agreements were concluded, discussion of norms and wage rates played only a secondary role. 113 Nevertheless, the reduction in the role of the trade unions and the collective agreements in the fixing of norms and wages cannot be equated with establishment of control by the planning organs over the movement of wages and of product. 247. Activity. The workers, though no longer called upon to participate concretely in the fixing of wages and work norms, resisted to some extent such increases in productivity as they considered unacceptable, and often succeeded in securing wages that were higher than had been provided for by the plans. The disparities between the targets of the plans and the actual evolution of wages and output enable us to perceive one aspect of the workers' struggles, although these disparities were due not only to such struggles, but also to defects in the way production and the supply of raw materials to enterprises was organized, and the unrealistic character of some of the tasks laid down by the plans, which had not been submitted to genuine mass discussion in the enterprises. In all events, the way of fixing production norms which became increasingly predominant toward the end of the NEP period in connection with the aims of a rapid process of industrialization conceived in a centralized way at the level of the state's technical organs was not favorable either to realism in planning or to support by the mass of the workers for the targets fixed where output and wages were concerned. The bottlenecks resulting from this state of affairs were a cause of internal imbalances in industry and failures to fulfill the plans for reducing industrial costs. 114 And this increased the contradictions between industry and agriculture and between industry's need for finance and its capacity to accumulate. These factors contributed to aggravating the final crisis of NEP. Moreover, the introduction of piece rates, material incentives, and wage differentials brought about splits within working groups. It strengthened individualism and led to demands for wage increases, because the lower-paid workers found their position all the less acceptable when they saw that others were getting much higher wages for the same number of hours' work. Splits in the working groups and inequality of wages. The inequality of wages that existed under the NEP corresponded not merely to the introduction of piece rates but also 248. And more profoundly, to the hierarchical structure of the collective laborer, to the very form of the labor process and the type of differentiation that existed between the agents of production. This differentiation had its origins in history, but it was reproduced and transformed under the impact of class struggles. These either modified or consolidated the historically given structures of the labor process. In view of the inadequacy of the information we possess concerning the changes, or the absence of changes, in the characteristics of the labor processes, a study of the way wage differentials evolved can provide us with valuable pointers in this regard. The first thing we observe is that the introduction of NEP and resumption of industrial production was accompanied by a widening of the spread of wage levels, which tended to copy the pre-war pattern. Thus, whereas in 1920 a skilled worker earned, on the average, only 4% more than an unskilled laborer, in 1922 the gap between their respective earnings was 65%. 115 in 1924 the first category of wages was, on the average, twice as large as the second. 116 These overall figures can be illustrated from an investigation carried out in a foundry in Moscow in March 1924, which showed that an unskilled laborer earned 16 to 40 rubles a month, whereas a founder earned 31.95. In this same enterprise, a head of a department earned 79.67 rubles, and the manager of the whole enterprise 116.08 rubles. 117 Moreover, the heads of enterprises received special bonuses and percentages and enjoyed various benefits in kind. At that time there were, in general, 17 levels of wages, and the ratio of the lowest to the highest was 1:5. It could even be 1:8, with the highest rates being paid to the administrative and technical personnel. 118 Between 1924 and 1926 inequalities in wages tended to increase, being accentuated by the practice of paying piece wages and awarding bonuses. A struggle developed between those who were for reducing these inequalities and those who 249 saw them as corresponding to a necessity. Thus, in March 1926, at the 7th Congress of the Komsomol, one of the leaders of this organization declared, among the young, the tendency toward equalization is highly developed, to make all workers, skilled and unskilled, equal. The mood is such that young workers come to us and say that we do not have state enterprises of a consistently socialist type as defined by Lenin, but that what we have is exploitation. 119. According to an investigation carried out in March 1926, workers' wages were often between 13 and 20 rubles a month, while a manager could be getting as much as 400 rubles. For technicians and managers who were party members the level of wages was usually a little lower, but on the average it came to 187.9 rubles for managers. 120. The 7th Trades Union Congress echoed the discontent of the less skilled workers. Tomsky, chairman of the Central Trades Union Council, said in this connection, in future we must work towards reducing the gap between the wages of the skilled worker and those of the ordinary worker. 121 No clear line on this question emerged at that time. Whereas in 1927 the position of the trade unions and that of the Congress of Soviets tended to favor a reduction in inequality, the Fifth Komsomol Conference condemned the egalitarian aspirations of the backward sections of working-class youth. 122 Toward the end of the NEP period the differences in wages obtaining in the working class constituted a source of division and discontent, especially among the youth. At the 8th Komsomol Congress a delegate did not shrink from saying that some workers were strutting about like peacocks while others were almost beggars. 123 At the end of 1928, the 8th Trades Union Congress tried to deal afresh with the problem, but the party, which was more and more concerned with encouraging a larger number of workers to learn a trade, condemned the critical attitude to differentials. As we know, the trade union leadership elected by this 8th Congress was 250. Eliminated in 1929. A few years later, the positions adopted by the 8th Trades Union Congress were to be stigmatized as the symptom of an extensive development of petty bourgeois egalitarianism. 124 Generally speaking, despite some contrary currents due mainly to pressure exerted by the worst off strata of the working class, and by the youth, it was the tendency to consolidate inequality in wages that predominated during the NEP period. This tendency was linked with the reproduction of hierarchical forms in the immediate production process, but it was also reinforced by certain ideological notions, two of which were particularly important. The first of these related to a distinction that was frequently drawn between workers who had been in industry for a long time and had acquired a trade, and those who were more or less casual workers, laborers recently arrived from the country, often destined to return there, and still impregnated with peasant mentality. It was essentially the first of these categories that the party and the trade unions looked upon as the real proletariat, whose material interests had to be defended. They constituted the firmest pillar of Soviet power. The material interests of the other workers often seemed like those of a mere semi-proletariat, which ought, of course, to be safeguarded, but more for reasons of social justice than for strictly political reasons. The second of these notions tended to cause a relatively large differentiation between wages to lie accepted as necessary. This differentiation was usually justified by reference to the technical level, the decisive role of the skilled workers in a production process which was still of a semi-handicraft nature, with machines and mechanization entering into it very little. This notion was expressed, for example, in December 1926 by Tomsky at the 7th Trades Union Congress. After commenting that in the USSR wage differentials were colossal and not to be compared with those observable in Western Europe, he added, "One of the causes is that our technical equipment is still very backward. Individual skill, craft tradition, and so on still play too big a role." The 251. Automatic machines which simplify the worker's task and bring in automatic methods are too little used. 125. The predominant factor justifying the big differences in wage levels thus seemed to be technical in character, and so reduction of these differences seemed to depend mainly on development of the productive forces. Socialist emulation. Although what was characteristic of the NEP was a strong tendency to reproduction of the existing forms of the production process, some movements did develop which, to varying degrees, sought to challenge these forms, or seemed capable of doing this. This was one significance of the attempts made to develop a Soviet Taylorism, 126, and, even more so, of the struggles in the first months of 1928 directed toward effecting a certain change in production relations. For a time, the development of socialist emulation, too, seemed likely to lead to a challenge to the existing form of the production process. This was mainly true of the period from 1926 until the second half of 1928. The development in question deserves to be examined, even if only cursorily, for it is all the richer in lessons because the defeat suffered by the revolutionary aspects of the movement, and the reasons for this defeat, were closely linked with the final crisis of the NEP. The movement for socialist emulation was, at the start, an attempt by the advanced elements of the working class to take in hand certain factors in the production process, so as to speed up the growth of industrial production. It had, undoubtedly, a productionist aspect, but at the same time it indirectly called into question the authority of management and of the technical cadres. 127. It originated as a movement led by a section of the young workers and encouraged by the Komsomol. This was the situation in the autumn of 1926. 128. During 1927 the leading economic organs, especially the VSNKH, increasingly came to see in this movement a means of raising the productivity of labor while keeping within financially tolerable bounds the investment effort. 252. Called for by the two variants of the first five-year plan that were then being drawn up. It was principally a matter of encouraging the workers to increase the intensity of labor, but also to rationalize the production process. This was, indeed, a period when the active role of the production conferences was developing. In the autumn of 1927, however, the components and characteristics of the movement of socialist emulation tended to alter, rank-and-file initiatives were gradually pushed into the background by systematic intervention on the part of the central economic organs, which called for emulation between heads of enterprises, trusts, etc. 129. In this way, emulation on the national scale and emulation at the local level were organized as parallel processes. On its part, the Komsomol continued to promote a socialist emulation that mainly took the form of communist Saturdays, when workers worked without pay, and of undertakings to increase production or to carry out exceptional tasks, these undertakings being adopted by teams or groups of workers who formed brigades of shock workers. It is very hard to distinguish, in the movement which developed in 1928, between the element of genuine enthusiasm, and sometimes of challenge to the authority of the heads of enterprises, and the element of mere adhesion to a productivity campaign organized from above, which the workers felt more or less obliged to support. In any case, in the summer of 1927 the movement was given a certain institutional character by the creation, through a decree of July 27, of the title of Hero of Labor. This was, moreover, no mere title. Attached to it were material advantages such as exemption from taxes, priority in getting somewhere to live, a pension, and so on. 130. The drift toward a more managerial form of emulation is to be seen in the decree of June 14, 1928, which credited an enterprise with between 25 and 50% of the savings realized through emulation, and charged the head of the enterprise with responsibility for using this credit in conforming with certain guidelines relating mainly to rationalization of 253. Production and improvement in the conditions of labor. 131. September 1928 saw the creation of the Order of the Red Banner of Labor, which could be awarded not only to individuals but also to enterprises, institutions, and groups of workers. 132. On the eve of the official adoption of the first five-year plan, and even more so after it had been adopted, the productionist character of the socialist emulation campaign was accentuated. The publication in Pravda on January 20, 1929, of a previously unpublished article by Lenin, entitled How to Organize Competition. 133 was the starting point of a vast campaign for organizing shock brigades and signing pledges to exceed work norms. Thereafter, a large number of factories and mines entered the emulation campaign, which became combined with the drive launched since the end of 1928 to tighten up labor discipline. The dual aspect of this movement for emulation was well reflected in the article by Stalin which Pravda published on May 22, 1929. He showed that socialist emulation could be based only on the enthusiasm of the working masses, on the energy, initiative, and independent activity of the masses, and that it must liberate the colossal reserves latent in the depths of our system. 134. But Stalin also mentioned in this article that the emulation movement was threatened by those who sought to canalize it, to centralize it, to deprive it of its most important feature, the initiative of the masses. 135. In actuality, the centralizing aspect ultimately triumphed over the mass initiative aspect. The latter was held back by the limits imposed upon it by the principle of one-person management, the targets of a plan decided from above, and the technical regulations laid down by the engineers. Gradually, emulation came to have the effect of setting against each other different groups of workers, and even individual workers. The best performances were used by the heads of enterprises to revise work norms upward and increase the intensity of labor. The Soviet press of the time mentioned 254 cases of this sort, in order to condemn them, 136, but this did not prevent them from recurring. The warnings put out by the Trades Union Council 137 provided no more serious an obstacle to this tendency, which was encouraged by the fact that the leading economic organs were calling on the enterprises to overfulfill the plan. Production did indeed increase, but the Central Trades Union Council declared that this increase was being achieved at the cost of violation of the labor laws and collective agreements and worsening of the situation of the working class. 138. Toward the end of 1929, the distortions undergone by socialist emulation caused growing discontent among the workers, for the raising of the norms entailed a reduction in the earnings of those who could not fulfill them, while production commitments undertaken without genuine consultation of the masses led managements to cancel the workers' rest days over a period of several weeks. 139 The reports in the Smolensk archives show that from May 1929 on there were numerous manifestations of workers' dissatisfaction with the production commitments and increased work norms decided upon one-sidedly by the managements of their places of work. This dissatisfaction even gave rise to strikes, especially in the mines. 140 A general report on the position of the working class in the western region shows that, very often, the workers were not even kept informed of production commitments, or of the challenges that their enterprises threw down. They did not know what was expected of them, but they were aware that the norms had been increased without any increase in wages, and they consequently took up a negative attitude. 141 This report concludes, such attitudes can be attributed in the first place to workers who are connected with agriculture and who have recently come to the factories. This category participates least of all in productive life and to some degree influences the backward workers. It is necessary to say that at the present moment, in connection with the survey of socialist competition which has been carried out in 255, the enterprises by the economic organs and their apparatuses, in a number of places there is exceptional apathy and sluggishness. 142. The situation thus described prevailed in most regions toward the end of 1929. This situation was closely connected with the fact that the fixing of production targets had become to an ever greater degree a management concern, and that managements had become involved in a sort of targets race which developed far away from the reality of the workshops, building sites, and mines, a circumstance that favored the flourishing of unrealistic aims. That period saw the growth of a whole series of production targets, with consequent revision of the plans. Thus, the target for production of steel, which, under the original plan, was to have reached 10 million metric tons at the end of the 5-year plan, grew to 17 million metric tons. 143 In the eyes of the workers who were familiar with the realities involved, this target was unlikely to be achieved and, in fact, it was not achieved. 144 The fixing of unrealizable targets had a negative effect on the enthusiasm of most of the workers. Enthusiasm did not entirely evaporate, of course, but it became confined to a minority who were capable of making great efforts which enabled them to beat production records. This, however, was not enough to sustain a real emulation campaign developing on a mass scale. In the end, the emulation movement which, at the outset, had seemed the possible starting point of a genuine transformation of the labor process, did not really develop in that direction. It did not become that communist method of building socialism, on the basis of the maximum activity of the vast masses of the working people which Stalin had spoken of in his article of May 22, 1929. 145 It did not bring a large-scale liberation of new productive forces. The revolutionary aspect of the emulation movement gradually died out, through not taking as its target a radical transformation of production relations. Increasingly, it was directed toward quantitative production targets, and was taken over by the heads of enterprises and the economic AP. 256. Parituses. They used it above all as a means to secure revision of work norms. It thus became an instrument for intensifying labor, hence the indifference and even sometimes the hostility of a section of the workers toward a movement which was not in any deep sense their own. 146 The reasons for the setback to the mass character of the movement were many. Most important was the one-sidedly productionist aspect which it came to assume, as a whole, and which led to its subordination, above all, to the existing relations of hierarchy and discipline, which were even strengthened after the end of 1928. The profound split within the working groups between a minority of skilled workers enjoying prestige, responsibility, and incomes markedly higher than the others, and a majority of unskilled workers, often looked upon with mistrust and restricted to poorly paid fragmentary tasks, was also an important obstacle to transforming the emulation movement into a genuine mass movement. This split was closely bound up with the hierarchical general structure of the enterprises and the role assigned to the managers and engineers. The socialist emulation movement failed, therefore, to lead to a socialist transformation of the productive forces. The concept of such a transformation was, indeed, never clearly formulated at that time, even though it was hinted at, for example, by Stalin when he spoke of the colossal reserves latent in the depths of our system. 147 Under these conditions, a revolutionary transformation of the production relations and of the productive forces could not take place. The growth of industrial production turned out to be fundamentally dependent on the accumulation of new means of production, the modernizing of equipment, the maintenance and development of material incentives. All this led to the adoption of a plan for extremely heavy investment in industry which industry was incapable of financing from its own resources. In this way the burdens that the Soviet state's economic policy tended to lay upon the peasantry were made heavier, and the contradictions between town and country characteristic of the final crisis of the NEP were intensified. 257. In order to appreciate more fully the specific forms assumed by the aggravation of contradictions within the industrial sector itself, we need to analyze the way in which state-owned industry was integrated in the general process of reproduction of the conditions of production. For the integration of state-owned industry in the overall process of reproduction of the conditions of production. While the socialist form of the enterprises belonging to the Soviet state does not suffice to determine the nature of the relations which are reproduced in the immediate production process, it does not suffice either to determine the nature of the relations formed between these enterprises in the course of the overall process of reproduction. These relations retain a more or less capitalistic character so long as they preserve the separation between the direct producers and their means of production and the separation of production units from each other, this separation being both transcended and reproduced by the commodity relations which are established between the enterprises. The existence of these relations simultaneously manifests and conceals the separation between enterprises. When the economic plan imposes from without direct relations between the production units, this is not enough to do away with the real separation that exists between them, but merely modifies its form. Only socialist cooperation between the production units, a unification of the various immediate production processes based upon the joint activity of the various working groups, can end this separation and ensure dominance for socialist planning. The dictatorship of the proletariat can create the political and ideological conditions for transition from the separate existence of the production units to various forms of socialist cooperation and planning. However, this transition, which is one of the features of the transition to socialism, is not at all a spontaneous affair. It calls for a protracted class struggle. 267. Guided by a political line ensuring the victory of the socialist road. In the absence of such a line, the capitalist and commodity relations characteristic of the conditions of functioning of the production units and of the circulation of products among them will continue to be reproduced. We have seen the extent to which this happened, under the NEP, as regards the social relations characteristic of the immediate production process. Let us now see what happened with regard to the forms of circulation of the products, the material basis of the overall process of reproduction of the conditions of production. In order to concretize our examination of these forms, let us recall, first, what the form of management of the state-owned enterprises was that was established at the beginning of the NEP. It was essentially through this form that the state-owned enterprises were integrated in the overall process of reproduction of the conditions of production. This form of management was known as the system of financial autonomy, or business accounting. To understand what was meant by the introduction of financial autonomy for the state-owned industrial enterprises, we must recall how the latter operated under war communism. At that time the production program of such industrial enterprises as were still functioning was aimed above all at satisfying the needs of the front, while ensuring a minimum supply of goods to the population. The problems presented by the development of the productive forces, by accumulation and by diversification of production were thus either eliminated or thrust into the background. Similarly, questions concerning costs of production were almost meaningless in a situation in which what mattered was to obtain at any cost the few products that could still be turned out. Under these conditions, the maximum degree of centralization of the management of industry was needed, with the state dictating to the enterprises a certain number of priority targets. The functioning of the economy seemed in those days to be 268. Dominated by use value. The industrial sector looked like a single state trust, within which the labor force had to be used not independently by each enterprise but as a single labor force. Labor appeared to be directly social. This was how the illusions of war communism arose: direct transition to communism, immediate disappearance of money and of the wage relation, and so on. The NEP was based on rejection of these illusions. 1. It led to the introduction of Ausrisket, which implied that the state-owned enterprises came out openly as one of the spheres in which commodity and money relations were reproduced. However, the NEP offered no answer to the question of how these relations were to be transformed and eliminated. The introduction and development of Ausrisket. Ausrisket was introduced by a decree of the Sovnarkom dated August 9, 1921. This decree conferred financial autonomy on the state-owned enterprises. 2. A resolution of the Council of Labor and Defense, dated August 12, 1921, specified that Ausrisket implied separation of the enterprises from the state, which entailed also separation of the enterprises from each other. 3. After a phase of decentralization, begun in 1921, and then one of temporary re-centralization, the management of enterprises was again decentralized. At that time the VSNKH was taking over the general direction of state-owned industry and planning. 4. The enterprise coincided only exceptionally with a production unit, a factory, for instance. Most often, financial autonomy was accorded to a group of production units. Each factory, with 269. The exception of the largest of them, which were officially styled enterprises, depended on a trust or a union. The trusts and unions were usually the only state industrial organs in contact with the market. At the beginning of the NEP they drew up programs of activity for the factories subordinate to them, taking account mainly of production capacities and possibilities for buying and selling. The factories, therefore, functioned as organs for carrying out a program laid down from above. However, the rise in industrial production during the NEP period was accompanied by a growth in the actual powers granted to the managers of individual factories and transition of the most important production units to enterprise status. The principal characteristics of the way the state enterprises functioned on the basis of Ausrisket were as follows: 1. Each state-owned enterprise was given a fund of its own, which constituted its capital endowment. 5. Each state-owned enterprise bought its raw material and fuel, as well as its other means of production, and sold its own products. Consequently, it was integrated in commodity and money relations, in contrast to the situation that prevailed under war communism. 3. Each enterprise was directly responsible for the employment of its workers. It had to take its own decisions regarding the number of wage earners to be employed and the conditions for the hiring and firing of these wage earners. This principle established new forms of separation between the workers and their means of production. 4. The financing of the activity of each of the state-owned enterprises was henceforth to depend essentially on its own receipts and on the banking system. 5. The possibilities for development of the various state-owned enterprises thus depended essentially on their capacity for self-financing and on their capacity to repay the loans that they obtained either from Gazbank or from the specialist banks which also belonged to the state. 6. 270. Ausrisket at the beginning of the NEP. The actual changeover by the enterprises to operation in accordance with the principles of Ausrisket took place only gradually, starting in the autumn of 1921. In the month of October the state enterprises thus found themselves given permission to dispose freely of an increasing proportion of what they produced, whereas previously their products had been assigned in advance to a state organ which took delivery of them by right. In the autumn of 1922 the Civil Code endowed each enterprise or trust with civil personality. This sometimes came to be called their juridical division. Thereafter, each enterprise or trust was able to undertake legal commitments, and became responsible for its commitments under civil law. Its circulating capital could be confiscated if it did not honor its obligations or pay its debts. By the end of 1922 nearly all enterprises were subject to Ausrisket or, as people then still said, to the commercial regime. The establishment of Ausrisket was crowned by the decree of April 10, 1923, which declared in its Article I that state trusts are state industrial enterprises to which the state accords independence in the conduct of their operations in accordance with the statute laid down for each enterprise, and which operate on principles of commercial accounting with the object of earning a profit. 7. This decree thus specified that the aim of the enterprise must be to make a profit. It ascribed a certain amount of capital to each trust, and laid down the rules for the use of profits by the enterprises placed under the regime of Ausrisket. 1 share, the largest, was to be paid into the treasury. Another share was to be placed in reserve, in order to ensure the development of the enterprise and the renewal of its equipment. A third share was to be used for paying percentages to the members of the administration and bonuses to the workers. 8. At the time, this financial autonomy and this striving for 271. Profit possessed very special significance, for great freedom of action was left to the state's industrial enterprises in the matter of their relations with the commercial circuits and the prices at which they sold their products. During the first half of the 1920s the extension of Ausrisket resulted in the concentration of the tasks of management and of the buying and selling of products in the hands of the leaders of the industrial trusts. Statistics for the summer of 1923 show that there were then 478 trusts created by the VSNKH grouping 3,561 enterprises and employing 1 million workers. Under the Federal Constitution of the USSR there were all Union trusts, Republican trusts, and local trusts, which were subordinate, respectively, to the VSNKH, the Economic Council of the particular republic, and the Local Economic Council. These were the organizations which appointed the directors of the trusts. At the head of each trust was a body of directors organized as a council. This council appointed the managers of the various enterprises dependent upon it. The organs which appointed the heads of the trusts or of the enterprises did not interfere in the way they were run, but were responsible for supervising their accounts through an auditing commission made up of 3 members, one of whom represented the trade union of the workers employed by the trust or enterprise. 9. These enterprises and trusts carried out buying and selling operations on the basis of prices determined by contract, except in cases where prices were subject to regulation. The rule of aiming to make a profit which had been laid down by the decree of April 10, 1923, applied also to those very large enterprises which came directly under the VSNKH. In a number of statements from 1921 on, Lenin explained that the introduction of Ausrisket signified that the state sector had been put on a commercial, capitalist basis. He stressed that this meant not merely that it is absolutely essential that all authority in the factories should be concentrated in 272. the hands of the management, but that each of these managements must have authority independently to fix and pay out wages. It must enjoy the utmost freedom to maneuver, exercise strict control of the actual successes achieved in increasing production, in making the factory pay its way and in increasing profits, and carefully select the most talented and capable administrative personnel, etc. 10. The immediate aims being pursued when Ausrisket was introduced at the outset, the establishment of Ausrisket aimed essentially at ensuring the reactivation of state-owned industry as quickly as possible. To this end it was necessary to allow wide freedom of initiative to the different enterprises, and therefore to break up the ultra-centralized system which had prevailed under war communism, which was no longer adapted to the diversified economic tasks that were now on the agenda. Under the existing political conditions, the Bolshevik Party considered that decentralized initiative must depend, first and foremost, on the responsibility exercised by the heads of enterprises. Conduct of the enterprises was then subjected to control by the ruble. In principle, the enterprises were no longer to be subsidized. They were to make profits or, at the very least, to balance their expenditure and their receipts. If they should fail to do this, then, for the time being, the only thing for them to do was to close down. Such strict rules corresponded to the situation at the beginning of the NEP. At that time the state's financial resources were drawn mainly from the peasantry and from inflation of the currency. In order that the NEP might function, there must neither be any increase in the burden of taxes borne by 273. The peasants nor any continuance of inflation through the payment of subsidies to enterprises that showed a loss. Financial resources must serve, first and foremost, the restoration of the economy. They could not be devoted to keeping alive enterprises that were incapable of surviving by their own resources. The closing down of some enterprises through the working of balanced management also corresponded to another aspect of the situation. At that time, the shortage of raw materials and fuel was such that it was not materially possible for all enterprises to function. Therefore it seemed necessary to concentrate the available material resources on those production units that would use them most economically and make it possible to produce at the least cost. The criterion of profitability thus decided whether enterprises were kept alive or temporarily closed down. This criterion did not, of course, guarantee that the production units which continued to function were necessarily those which could best produce what was socially most necessary. Only thoroughgoing investigation could have revealed which enterprises ought, from this standpoint, to be kept active. But the social and political conditions needed for such investigations to be carried out without their conclusions being seriously affected by the various private interests involved were not present at that time. The recourse to the criterion of profitability thus reflected, in the last analysis, a certain situation in the class struggle and a certain state of class consciousness. Consequently, the requirements of the reproduction of capital tended to impose themselves, under the specific forms that these requirements assume when the different fractions of capital function separately. These forms, when they are not dealt with critically, from the standpoint of a class policy, tend to give priority to financial profitability, which may come into contradiction with the long-term requirements of expanded reproduction. At the beginning of the NEP this was shown, in rapid reactivation of the enterprises producing con. 274. Consumer goods, whereas the heavy industrial enterprises producing equipment experienced a grave crisis. The former made big profits and so possessed the means of paying the highest prices for the means of production they needed, while the latter suffered from great difficulties, and in many cases had to cease production. In 1921 and 1922 the VSNKH tended to accept this state of affairs as a necessary consequence of Osrisket. 11. The conception of the decisiveness of profitability was upheld for a considerable stretch of the NEP period by the People's Commissariat of Finance and by Gosbank. Bourgeois financial experts were especially numerous in these organs. The theoretical weakness of some of the party's leaders was particularly marked where financial and monetary questions were concerned. For some years Narkomfin and Gosbank were unwilling to give more than very small subsidies to heavy industry, which experienced hard times. Similarly, these organs opposed the financing on credit of purchases by the poor and middle peasants of the tools that they needed. The attitude of Narkomfin, especially its opposition to the point of view defended by Lenin, 12 was expressed, for example, at the Congress of Soviets in December 1922. It was then that the Commissar of Finance, Sokolnikov, declared that the crisis being suffered at that time by a section of industry would make it possible to clean up the state sector, and that Osrisket had the advantage that it made the state no longer directly responsible for the level of employment, while enabling true prices to be established, prices corresponding to market conditions and costs. 13. Consequently, in the absence of a sufficiently clear conception of the limits within which Osrisket could play a positive role, financial autonomy of the enterprises could result in an economic development subjected to the conditions of reproduction of the different fractions of social capital, a kind of development that would give rise to economic crises. While uncritical application of Ozrisket could bring such consequences, it nevertheless remains true that the in 275 introduction of financial autonomy was necessary. In general, during a large part of the transition period, this form of management facilitates measuring, to a certain extent, the way that various enterprises are functioning, and their aptitude to respect the principles of economy which must be observed if part of the product of social labor is not to be squandered. Furthermore, at the time when it was introduced, Ozrisket was the only means whereby costs of production could be quickly lowered, so as to create some of the conditions enabling industry to offer its products to the peasants at prices that were sufficiently low and stable. The functioning of Ozrisket at the beginning of the NEP during the first years of the NEP Ozrisket did not always bring about a reduction in selling prices, for this period was one of inflation, shortage of goods, and opportunity for state enterprises to make agreements among themselves. Being at that time relatively free to fix their selling prices, the various state enterprises, or groups of enterprises, tended to make the biggest possible profits, appropriating the largest share they could of the surplus value produced in the state sector and of the value produced in the sector of petty commodity production. In that period a number of trusts came together to form sales groupings, which were organized in the form of joint stock companies. The first of these syndicates was formed in the textile industry on February 28, 1922. It was a company with a capital of 20 million gold rubles, corresponding to 10,000 shares allotted among the trusts and autonomous enterprises which had subscribed to it. The purpose of the syndicate was to coordinate the purchasing, selling, and stockpiling activities of its members, and also their financial activities. 276. Especially in the sphere of credit. A general meeting of the shareholders was held every 6 months, and appointed a board of directors and a chairman. This meeting could allocate quotas for production and sales. The board was entrusted with the conduct of current business and fixing of prices. This syndicate also played a role in international trade, especially in the United States and Britain. The factories under its control employed 535,000 workers in 1924 to 1925. 14 dozens of sales syndicates of this sort were formed at that time, covering most industries. They soon united hundreds of enterprises, employing altogether nearly 80% of the workers in the state-owned industrial sector. The creation of a council of syndicates to take the place of the VSNKH was even contemplated at one stage, but was rejected by the Bolshevik Party. If it had been realized, this project would have concentrated enormous economic power in the hands of the leaders of industry. However, though the original scheme was dropped, the VSNKH agreed to the appointment by the sales syndicates of a consultative council to work with it. 15. The evolution which has just been surveyed was a significant one. It showed the strength of the current which was then driving toward what was called a dictatorship of industry. 16. The monopolistic competition which developed in this way, within the state sector, had a negative influence on the worker-peasant alliance and on industrial production itself. After the end of 1923 the Soviet government opposed, with increasing success, these monopolistic practices. Having ended inflation, it obliged the state enterprises gradually to reduce their selling prices, in accordance with the original aims of the introduction of Ozrisket. Nevertheless, when the period of reconstruction ended in 1925, the demands of the restructuring of industry made it necessary to transform the conditions under which Ozrisket was applied, so as to subordinate the activity of the enterprises to the tasks laid down by the economic plan. 277. 2. Ozrisket and state planning. Development of state-owned industry on the basis of Ozrisket alone would have resulted in its following a road like that of a private capitalist industry placed in similar relations with agriculture and the world market. There would have been priority development of the light industries, the most profitable ones, while the basic industries would have developed much more slowly, or would even have regressed. From the standpoint of international relations, this type of development would have placed the Soviet economy in a semi-colonial situation, the USSR would have exported mainly agricultural produce, raw materials, and a few manufactured consumer goods, and imported equipment for industry and agriculture from the Western countries which could supply them more cheaply. Toward the end of 1921, Lenin had criticized the supporters of such a development, which would emphasize criteria of profitability to the exclusion of everything else. Lenin summed up some of these criticisms in the report he gave on November 13, 1922, to the Fourth Congress of the Comintern. In this report he stressed that the Soviet government ought not to take account merely of the profitability of enterprises. He showed that, if they acted on that principle, then heavy industry, the basis for the country's further development, would be doomed, under the conditions of that time, to suffer a very grave crisis. He then presented the problem of simultaneous development of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry, and said, "The salvation of Russia lies not only in a good harvest on the peasant farms, that is not enough, and not only in the good condition of light industry, which provides the peasants with consumer goods. This, too, is not enough. We also need heavy industry. Heavy industry needs state subsidies. If we are not able to provide them, we are doomed as a civilized state, let alone as a socialist state." 17. 278. Here he expressed in a few words the conflict which was developing at that time between the use of Oezrisket as a means of current management, which Lenin supported, and a quite different conception, which wanted to subject the general development of the economy to criteria of profitability, a conception which put profit in command. Lenin's intervention set limits to some of the consequences of the latter conception, but it continued to be manifested during subsequent years. On the pretext of poor profitability, it tended to hinder, to some extent, the development of heavy industry and the equipment of the poor and middle peasants' farms with new means of production, so that these peasants were rendered more dependent upon the kulaks. The class content of this conception comes out clearly in this consequence. From the end of 1925, when existing industrial capacity had been almost completely brought into use, the question arose in a particularly acute form: should the pace of development of the various industries be determined primarily by their respective rates of profitability, as these resulted from the working of Oezrisket, or should the state intervene with a plan to ensure the priority development of certain branches of industry, regardless of their profitability? This question was, indeed, settled in favor of the plan, but uncertainty still prevailed where some decisive questions were concerned. What principles should guide the priority development of this or that industry? What proportion of the investment fund should be allocated to this or that type of development? What limit should be assigned to the investment fund? These questions possessed crucial political importance: the strengthening or weakening of the worker-peasant alliance, the masses' standard of living, and the conditions of production in the factories depended on the way that they were answered. But these questions were not presented in an all-sided way. The practical answers given to them were largely determined by a rather schematic notion of the requirements of industrialization, of the role of large-scale industry and heavy industry, and also by the growing influence. 279. Wielded by the heads of the big enterprises and by the industrial specialists of the VSNKH. This resulted in the adoption of economic plans the scope and content of which were less and less compatible with the maintenance of the NEP, while, as a consequence of putting these plans into effect, the functioning of Oezrisket underwent increasingly extensive changes. These changes acquired decisive importance from 1928-1929 on. They tended to subordinate the relations between the different enterprises no longer directly to the criteria of profitability resulting from the operation of Oezrisket, but to the demands of the economic plan. The very conception of the plan was changed. Until then, the annual plan, the only one that was directly operational, had consisted in the control figures which were supposed to reflect, in the main, the spontaneous tendencies of the economy, and therefore helped mainly to reproduce existing social relations, and which, moreover, had practically no compulsory aspect. After 1926, the annual plan included obligatory targets determined on the basis of political decisions aimed at imposing a certain type of industrial development. It was no longer merely a matter of trying to harmonize certain tendencies, but of defining and imposing targets of a voluntarist character which might be very remote from those toward which the proposals of the heads of enterprises would have led industry. The idea of a plan that was mainly a harmonization of the spontaneous tendencies of the economy did not merely correspond to the practice of the first annual control figures, it also engendered a theoretical conception, called the geneticist conception, which was defended by some Soviet economists, such as V. Bazarov and V. Groman. The contrary conception, that of a plan which imposed targets which had been determined by human will, was called the teleological conception. It was this second conception, the only one 280. Compatible with aims of economic and social change, that had triumphed. Its most resolute supporters were the economists G. Feldman and S. Stromilin. The political leader who defended it most firmly was Kuibyshev, who said, "We can construct plans based not only on foreseeing what will happen but also on a definite will to achieve specific tasks and purposes." 18. The victory of the teleological conception of the plan did not mean that the plans drawn up were the expression of the planner's subjectivity. In fact, the plans adopted by the political authorities were the product of a complex social process. They were the effect of class relations and class struggles, and were subjected to a series of social constraints both during their preparation and during their implementation. The victory of the teleological conception of the plan did not mean, either, that the actual development of the economy and of industry submitted itself strictly to the demands of the plan. The history of the Soviet plans shows that this was far from being the case. Nevertheless, this victory gave a quite different style to industrial development, and led to the changes in the working of Oezrisket which were observable mainly at three levels. 1. The investments realized in the various branches of industry and the various state-owned enterprises were less and less determined by the profits that were obtained or which could be expected in these branches or enterprises, they depended increasingly on the priorities laid down by the plan. In practice, a growing proportion of these investments were derived from budgetary grants which became integrated in the permanent funds of the enterprises to which they were given, a diminishing proportion were derived from repayable bank loans. 19. This meant a partial transformation of Oezrisket. 2. The imperative character of the plan implied that production by each enterprise and each trust was less and less determined by the customer's orders received, with the most profitable of these being preferred. It was now determined by administrative instructions emanating from higher author 281. ITY. In Soviet practice in the last years of the NEP, this heightened role played by the superior administrative authorities in the orienting of production was exercised in several ways. First, in the working out of the production program of each trust, which was increasingly subject to decisions handed down from above. In 1925 to 1926 the VSNKH defined thus the procedure for working out the industrial plan. Inasmuch as the work of every trust, and even more of a whole industry, will be almost entirely determined by the state, which will provide it with a specific amount of supplementary resources, the industrial plan can no longer be constructed by adding up the proposals of the trusts. The proposals of the trusts are moving into the background, into the foreground move the proposals and intentions of the state, which is becoming the real master of its industry. Therefore, it is only the state economic agencies which can construct the industrial plan. The industrial plan must be constructed not from below but from above. 20. This procedure for drawing up the plan reduced to very little the contribution made by proposals coming from the factories themselves. In the course of carrying out their production plan, the enterprises had less and less to consider the customers' orders which they might receive. In fact, toward the end of the NEP, the sales syndicates, which centralized the commercial operations of the industrial enterprises, vanished from the scene. Their functions were usually integrated in the various people's commissariats charged with distributing the products of state enterprises in conformity with the plan. The plan of each enterprise was subject, moreover, to a number of variations in the course of the year, owing to frequent re-estimations of the need for goods and of the possibilities of their production by industry. The leading organs of the economy required, however, that the enterprises provide the production laid down in the last instructions received, and these instructions were often sent without consulting the enterprises themselves. From this resulted Fr. 282. Quaint and important discordances between the targets assigned to enterprises and their actual production capacity. 21.3. The imperative character of the plan and the dual nature of its targets led to enterprises being more and more deprived of the possibility of fixing their prices for buying and selling for themselves. Prices were thus planned. One of the aims pursued by this planning was to ensure a sufficient degree of coincidence between the forecasts of physical flows and those of financial flows. Actually, the coincidence was not very well ensured, in particular because the forecasts regarding productivity of labor, wages, and costs of production were very imperfectly realized. The imbalances between supply and demand resulting from this state of affairs made all the more necessary the regulation of prices, so that state enterprises might be prevented from getting around the financial discipline of the Promptplan by taking advantage of goods shortages to raise their selling prices, which would have threatened to bring about a rush of price increases. Altogether, toward the end of the NEP period, production by each enterprise was less and less determined by the commodity and monetary conditions governing its integration, via Osrisket, in the overall process of reproduction. Henceforth, it depended more and more upon the tasks and means assigned by the plan. However, the tasks allocated to enterprises and the means granted them by the plan depended also on the results that they obtained, both on the plane of physical quantities produced and on that of their financial performance. The contradictions between the frequently unrealistic provisions of the plan and the actual results obtained affected the overall process of social reproduction. The development of these contradictions contributed largely to the creation of certain specific features of the final crisis of the NEP, in particular the increase in inflation and the shortage of numerous consumer goods produced by industry. We must therefore look into the nature of the social relations that underlay the De-283. Development of these contradictions. This brings us to consideration of the significance of the categories of price, wages, and profit, and their role in the class struggles. Notes. 1. On these points see Volume I of the present work, especially pages 333 ff and 404 ff. 2. In the following pages we are mainly concerned with industrial enterprises, but Osrisket applied also to the other state-owned enterprises, in agriculture, trade, banking, etc. 3. Sobranio Zakonii, number 59, Art. 403, and number 63, Art. 462 4. Epolek, Die Planwirtschaftlichen, pages 184 to 227, especially pages 211 to 212, also M. Dobb, Soviet Economic Development, p. 126, and E. H. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, pages 302 ff5. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 304. 6. See above, p. 63. 7. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 308. In July 1923 the VSNKH repeated that the making of a profit must be the principle guiding the work of the Soviet trusts. 8. See the extracts from the CLD decree of April 10, 1923, quoted in I. Lapidus and K. Ostrovityanov, outline, p. 182. 9. Dobb, Soviet Economic Development, pages 135 to 137. 10. Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 189, Volume 42, p. 476. 11. See Volume I of the present work, pages 152 ff12. See above, p. 277. 13. XYV Sarasievsky-sized Sovietov, pages 102 to 111. 14 YS Rosenfeld, Promyshlenaya Polityka SSSR, p. 230, The All-Union Textile Syndicate, pages 4 to 15, quoted in Dobb, Soviet Economic Development, p. 160, N1. 15. Dobb, Soviet Economic Development, pages 160 to 161. 16. The expression dictatorship of industry was used in the new course, Trotsky's pamphlet, in which he tried to justify such a dictatorship. He sought to moderate the implications of this expression and to show that a dictatorship of industry was not in contradiction with the worker-peasant alliance, on 284. The grounds that, ultimately, industry would serve the needs of the peasantry. 17. Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 426. 18. Tuyasesiya Tsik SSSR for Soyuza, p. 246, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 792. On the discussion between supporters of the geneticist and teleological conceptions, see Ibid, pages 790 ff, also A. Ehrlich, The Soviet Industrialization Debate, N. Spulber, Soviet Strategy for Economic Growth, and the Soviet Economy, especially pp 218 ff 19. At the end of 1928 it appears that industrial investment was still being financed mainly by repayable bank loans. In 1929 this ceased to be so. A decree of May 23, 1930 decided that investments made from the unified budget would be treated as non-repayable grants. On these points, see J. M. Colette, Politique d'investissement et calcul économique, pages 51 to 65. 20. Perspektivy promyshlenosti na 1925 to 1926 Operachny God quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 2, p. 825. 21. The targets of the plan were formulated both in terms of physical quantities and in value terms, the whole constituting an industrial and financial plan. See Torgovo Promyshlenaya Gazeta, April 14 to 15, 1928, and Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 2, pages 825 ff. 285. 5. The categories of price, wages, and profit and their class significance. The problems considered in this chapter lie at the heart of our analysis of the transition to socialism. An attempt to deal with them here in an all-sided way would divert us too far from the principal object of our inquiry, namely, the characteristics of the social process which led to the brusque abandonment of the NEP and the changeover to the type of collectivization and industrialization that the USSR actually experienced. It is therefore mainly in order to serve the needs of this inquiry that I shall discuss here the social nature of the categories of price, wages, and profit in the Soviet social formation, and more especially in state-owned industry, during the last years of the NEP period. The analyses that follow are aimed at revealing the role played by these economic categories actually by these social relations in a concrete historical process. This demonstration requires that account be taken not only of the place actually occupied by prices, wages, and profits but also of the ideological conception of the role played by these categories, for this had a far-reaching influence on the way the concrete historical process developed, especially because it embodied a contradiction between reality and the awareness of that reality which it was supposed to constitute. The ideological conception of the role of the categories of price, wages, and profit. A study of the resolutions adopted by the leading bodies of the Bolshevik Party enables us to distinguish various notions. 286. Of the role of the categories of price, wages, and profit, and various analyses of the nature of the social relations which manifested themselves through these categories. This study also enables us to observe that when the central planning organs began their activity, The dominant conception tended increasingly to treat these categories as empty forms, seeing them not as the expression of social relations but as, in the main, mere bookkeeping magnitudes. The Outline of Political Economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov offers one of the most systematic expositions of this type of conception, and so I shall turn to it in order to extract some significant formulations. The conception of price and wages as int, with mainly quantitative determination where the role of value from and price form is concerned, the outline starts from the fact that, in relations between state-owned enterprises, the circulation of goods takes place in the form of purchases and sales which are effected at determined prices. The outline agrees that these operations of buying and selling are market operations, but at the same time it denies that they express the same social relations as value. The authors of the outline recall that the enterprises between which the goods circulate are different enterprises of one and the same state, and not two independent owners. For them the market is by no means the sole form of connection, and therefore it is not possible to speak of value here. From this follows the conclusion that what obtains is merely the outward form of value, its int, concerning which it is said, at the same time, that despite the absence of value in its content, the superficial form, the int of value still has a certain real significance. One as a whole, this exposition shows obvious embarrassment. In substance, it presents price as an empty form, which in plain words means that it is not the form of manifestation of social relations. What is said to matter above all is the quantitative determination of the price, too, and they begin by declaring that that determination is to a certain extent regulated by the state planning organizations, 3 only to admit later on that there enters into the fixing of this price a whole series of factors and forces, market forces, with which the state institutions have to reckon. 4. However, the reservations thus introduced concern only the quantitative determination of the price, leaving unchanged the conception that this price is an int or empty form. What the outline says about price it says likewise about wages, and here again by referring to the notion of state ownership, the state in question being that of the working class. If we use such terms as wage labor in connection with Soviet industry, they characterize only the superficial forms, behind which is concealed a completely new, a socialist relationship. 5. Here we see repeated the conception that there is a form of distribution which is a mere external form, similar to the form assumed by capitalist relations, but having a different, even contradictory content. This inevitably raises a fundamental question: why do the new social relations which are said to exist manifest themselves in the same form as their opposite? Faced with this contradiction, all that the authors of the outline can say is that there is a contradiction between form and content under capitalism also, and that such contradiction existed during the transition from feudalism to capitalism. 6. However, this observation tells us nothing about the significance of such a contradiction, especially as regards the degree to which the production relations are actually changed. The reality of such a change is simply identified by the outline with the existence of state ownership and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The problem of the limits of this change is not raised. Yet it is only the excess 288 of these limits that enables us to understand that, if the wages form is present, this is because the actual production relations are a combination of the former relations with new ones, and it is the role still being played by the former capitalist relations which accounts for the existence of the wages form. 7. In any case, the formulations quoted above from the outline lead its authors to affirm that we cannot speak of Soviet industry either in terms of exploitation or in terms of surplus value. 8. As regards the absence of surplus value, the argument offered is extremely brief, merely referring to the statements made earlier about value, price, and wages being just matters of outward form. It leads, moreover, to a conclusion that contradicts a resolution of the Bolshevik Party. The 12th Party Congress declared, in a resolution that was passed unanimously, that the question of surplus value in state-owned industry is a question on which depends the fate of the Soviet power, that is, of the proletariat. 9 In 1928 this resolution seems to have been forgotten, so that the production of surplus value was presented as resulting, in all circumstances, from a process of exploitation, which is not necessarily so. 10. Remarks on this conception. The difficulties encountered by the authors of the outline were due to the fact that, for them, state ownership and planning signified the disappearance of commodity and capitalist relations. As we have seen, these relations were only very partially altered in the immediate production process. Furthermore, planning, in the form it then took, did not make possible the transformation of the production process as a whole into a really unified process, because it was determined without participation by the masses and imposed upon them. 289. Actually, at the end of the NEP the social reproduction process was still, fundamentally, made up of different production processes which were both interdependent and, at the same time, isolated and separated. As long as the social production process has this structure, even the objects produced in the state sector are still products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other, to use Marx's expression when describing the conditions under which objects of utility become commodities. 11. It is precisely the existence of these conditions that accounts for the presence of the value and price forms. These are therefore not at all mere arguments, but rather the manifestation of production relations about which the outline contents itself with denying that they are still reproducing themselves. Economic planning as it was practiced in the NEP period, that is, planning from above, does not fundamentally alter the exteriority of the different branches of labor in relation to each other, or the conditions under which the immediate producers participate in them. True, the economic plan is the form under which it is possible for relations of cooperation to develop among the producers on the scale of society, for it facilitates bringing into a priori relation with each other the various production processes, which may thus cease to be isolated. But not every economic plan leads inevitably to real coordination and control of the various production processes. Economic planning may thus be more effective or less, it may even be illusory. The effectiveness of planning depends on the development of the socialist elements in the economic basis and superstructure, the social conditions of production and reproduction, and the political and ideological conditions under which the economic plan is worked out and put into operation. Even under the dictatorship of the proletariat, an economic plan which is essentially drawn up by experts, and subject, above 290. All, to the demands of a process of valorization, cannot be socialist in content. Socialist content is determined by the place that the producers themselves occupy in the process of compiling and executing the plan, and by the way in which the immediate producers are integrated in the production process. It depends on the way that the producers recognize their integration in the production process as a directly social activity, and not as a private activity destined merely to secure them a personal income. An economic plan may thus possess, in different degrees, a capitalist or a socialist character. The actual character of a plan may change, and this changing is part of the battlefield between the two roads, socialist and capitalist. The triumph of the socialist road implies the elimination of commodity and capitalist relations. It presumes a change, resulting from a class struggle that develops over a long historical period, in the objective and subjective conditions of production. 12. In the NEP period this change had hardly begun, and the economic plans were only marginally socialist in character. They could be called socialist plans only in the sense that the term implies the determination of the Soviet power to achieve the transition to socialism. 13. We may recall the remark made by Marx regarding the collective laborer under conditions of capitalist production, in which collective labor does not find its principle of unity in itself, this unity being imposed from without upon the workers, who combine their efforts under the pressure of a will which is not their own. 14. Planning develops a socialist character only in so far as its principle of unity is the collective will of the workers, with the essentials of the plan not being worked out independently of them. This implies that the plan is the outcome of mass activity, and this it can become only through protracted ideological struggle, thanks to which labor becomes directly social, this also being the condition under which the wage form will disappear. In the Grundriss, Marx shows that the existence of wages, of the value form on the plane of distribution, proves that 291. Production is not directly social, is not the offspring of association, which distributes labor internally. Individuals are subsumed under social production exists outside them, as their fate, but social production is not subsumed under individuals, manageable by them as their commonwealth. 15. The value form and the wage relation which develops from it thus imply that social labor is expended as particular labor, that it is not general labor, and general labor time still cannot exist except in the form of a universal object, namely, money, which ensures the socialization of particular labors. 16. The existence of the forms value, money, and wages thus implies that, despite state ownership of the means of production, the workers remain socially separated from their means of production, that they can set these in motion only under constraints which are external to themselves. Under these conditions, productive activity does not have a directly social character, but retains the character of an activity that is at once individual and social. Only disappearance of the private, individual, and particular character of labor 17 and of the independence of the various branches of labor, makes it possible to destroy the conditions for the existence of commodity and capitalist relations. This disappearance can be ensured only through development on the social scale of relations of cooperation between the producers. The ideological and political struggle for this cooperation can alone ensure the transformation of state ownership into collective appropriation of the means of production. Insofar as this struggle is not carried on, or has resulted only in partial changes, state ownership of the means of production functions still as collective capital. 18. Reproducing in a changed form the laws of the capitalist mode of production, this form may be that of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this case, as in that of the workers' cooperatives, we see, indeed, a partial break with the capitalist mode of production. 292. But a break that needs to be taken further if the effects of the capitalist relations which continue to be reproduced are to be completely eliminated. In connection with the cooperative factories of the laborers themselves, Marx noted that they naturally reproduce, and must reproduce, everywhere in their actual organization all the shortcomings of the prevailing system. But the antithesis between capital and labor is overcome within them, if at first only by making the associated laborers into their own capitalist, i.e., by enabling them to use the means of production for the employment of their own labor. 19. In the case of the workers in state-owned factories we have production which is production of value and surplus value, which subordinates the agents of this production to specific demands and also confers a particular function upon the managers of the enterprises, who may be at one and the same time agents of the reproduction of the collective capital and proletarian revolutionaries helping to destroy the existing social relations and bring new ones to birth. By failing to present the problem in these terms, the outline of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov renders incomprehensible the existence of the forms value, money, price, and wages in Soviet society. It cannot point to any road leading to the disappearance of these forms and the development of socialist relations which it regards as already fully existent. Finally, it prevents the reader from understanding the significance of the profit made by the state enterprises, the quantitative aspect of which is alone considered. The ideological conception of the significance of the profit made by state enterprises toward the end of the NEP. Proceeding as it does from the premises mentioned, the outline necessarily arrives at the assertion that the profit made 293 by state enterprises is not profit, and it is therefore unable to allow it any significance other than as a bookkeeping device. Inasmuch as there can be no thought of surplus value in the socialized state enterprises, there cannot be any thought of profit either. That is why, in speaking of the profit of Soviet state enterprises we should continually keep in view the fact that the word is used by us conventionally, while in its essence, in its content, it has nothing in common with capitalist profit. 20 such schematic formulations conceal the real role that profit continues to play in the Soviet economy. In particular, these formulations prevent either raising the problem of state capitalism in the NEP period, or understanding the obstacles set in the path to full use of the powers of labor by the demands of the valorization of capital, or dealing correctly with the contradictions between these demands and those of a proletarian policy. 2. The wages and profit forms and the evolution of employment and unemployment toward the end of the NEP. The evolution of industrial employment and unemployment toward the end of the NEP shows clearly that it was subject to the demands of the valorization of capital. The reproduction of the wages and profit forms, and the uncritical treatment of these forms, imposed capitalist limits upon the growth in the labor force that could have been employed in industry. These limits were those of the profitability of invested capital, taking into account, of course, the level of wages. We need here to take a general view of the fluctuations in employment and unemployment. 294. A general view of the fluctuations in employment and unemployment. The first years of the NEP were marked by a sharp decline in the numbers employed in industry and a sudden increase in unemployment. The initial decline in the numbers employed in state enterprises was due to the application of the principle of financial autonomy. The enterprises could keep in employment only the number of wage earners corresponding to the money they made, which they could spend on wage payments. They were no longer in receipt of subsidies from the state, and very soon, except for profitable operations, they were to be deprived of credit. The aim pursued was to put an end to inflation and secure a reduction in industrial costs of production. At that time, indeed, costs of production were partly swollen by payments of wages which did not correspond to any productive activity, because the enterprises lacked the raw materials and power needed if they were to operate at full capacity. The statistics do not enable us to determine the exact extent to which employment declined, but it certainly affected hundreds of thousands of workers. The railways alone saw the number of wage earners on their payroll fall from 1,240,000 to 720,000. In the spinning mills, concentration of production in the best equipped enterprises made it possible to have the number of workers employed per thousand spindles, 21, and thereby to make a serious cut in the cost of production. However, in 1923 employment began to recover, thanks to a better supply of raw materials. 22. After 1924 industrial employment increased almost steadily. 23. What calls for attention, however, is that unemployment also increased, steadily and to a considerable extent. The expansion in employment, though rapid, did not suffice to absorb the labor power in search of wage-paid jobs. Estimates of the number of unemployed are highly approximate. According to the labor exchange figures, 1,340,000 unemployed persons were registered on July 1, 1924, at 70 exchanges. 24 in 1924 to 1925 the registers kept by the Labor X 295. Changes were purged of a large number of persons, namely, those who had not already been wage earners, those who had been unemployed for 3 years, and so on. As a result of this purge, the number of registered unemployed was brought down to 848,000. Even though subjected to operations of this sort from time to time, the labor exchange statistics nevertheless showed a steady increase in unemployment. In 1925 to 1926 there were, officially, more than 1 million unemployed, in 1927 to 1928 nearly 1.3 million, and on April 1, 1929, 1.7 million.